Good morning, scholars, registered participants from across India and abroad. I am happy to welcome you over to Lingaraj College. To request you participate in the national webinar on recent trends in new archaeology, epigraphy and art heritage of India. This event, in fact, has been planned in the preceding month itself. Today, as a team, we are going to execute it. At the outset, I shall like to offer an invocation to the God Almighty up above to make this webinar meaningful and utilitarian to the registered participants in true sense of the term. Kindly listen to this invocation written by Professor B.M. Srikanthaya, an eminent scholar of Karnataka who had literally influenced Balchandra Nemade, a Jnanpith awardee from Maharashtra, Mahashweta Devi from West Bengal, and many more alike scholars from across the country. This invocation is highly meaningful. You can just read and perceive the significance of this invocation by means of interpreting it between the lines.
Hello.
ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಸಲಹಿರುವೆ ಈ ಮೂರ್ಖಳನು ನೀನು ಮುಂದೆಯೂ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸದಿಹೆಯ ಇಷ್ಟು ದಿನ ಸಲಹಿರುವೆ ಈ ಮೂರ್ಖಳನು ನೀನು ಮುಂದೆಯೂ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸದಿಹೆಯ ಕಷ್ಟದ ಕಳೆದು ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಹೊಡೆಗಳ ಹಾದು ಕಷ್ಟದ ಕಳೆದು ಬೆಟ್ಟ ಹೊಡೆಗಳ ಹಾದು ಇರುಳನ್ನು ಮುಸುಕಿದೆ ಮಬ್ಬಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು ഇരുളു കത്തലെയാകവേ മനിദൂര കനികരിಸಿ ഇരുളു ಕತ್ತಲೆಯಾಗವೇ ಮನಿದೂರ ಕನಿಕರಿಸಿ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು ಕರುಣಾಳು ಬಾ ಬೆಳಕೆ ಮುಸುಕಿದೆ ಮಬ್ಬಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು ಕೈ ಹಿಡಿದು ನಡೆಸೆನ್ನನು
After having invoked the gods up above and the enlightened souls across the world and even beyond the world, I would like to make a few words about Karnataka Lingayat Education Society, Belagavi. The Karnataka Lingayat Education Society has been abbreviated and referred to as KLE Society, Belagavi. It was established way back in 1916 during pre-independent period itself. It hardly could establish a few institutions prior to independence because of British rule, which did not allow Karnataka Lingayat Education Society to spread beyond Karnataka. It is grace of India's independence which made Karnataka Lingayat Education Society establish scores of institutions across India, even beyond India. Today, as a living society, the Karnataka Lingayat Education Society mans as many as 272 educational institutions, medical, engineering, pharmaceutical, paramedical, agricultural, general, legal, and many more varieties of educational institutions have been set up at urban as well as rural parts of Karnataka, Maharashtra, New Delhi, and even abroad. The contribution of KLE Society to the spread of education is just, of superb class of its own kind. Today, as an integral part of KLE Society, Belagavi, Lingaraj College, an autonomous institution, and an institution of very high order in its own kind, has been organizing a day-long national seminar wherein 6, nationally and even globally reputed scholars do participate. Let me name them quickly. Dr. Suchandra Ghosh, a senior most professor who had served Calcutta University as professor, has now joined University of Hyderabad, Gachibowli, Telangana, a central university, as professor in the postgraduate department of studies in history. Dr. Sayanthini Paul, who heads at present the Calcutta University Postgraduate Department of Studies in History and Culture, too participates in this session. Professor Suchira Roy Chaudhary, who had educated herself in Central Deep South from Deccan College Education, do speaks up on history and archaeology in the light of her own acquired experience in the field. She is at present serving Vishwabharati, a central institution of very high standard. Similarly, Madhupana Rai Chaudhary, an equally good scholar and an outstanding performer in the arena of teaching, learning, and evaluation, do participate in the process of making this webinar successful. Likewise, two more male archaeologists of very younger generation, Professor Rajat Sanyal and Professor Kaushik Gangopadhyaya from Department of Archaeology, University Calcutta, too shall throw light upon archaeological explorations across the country. These all scholars have agreed upon to participate in the national webinar by means of just a phone call. I welcome them to this session, and I also shall, request them to participate in the webinar with greater understanding. Now I hand over the mic to Professor M.R. Banahatti, who happens to be the Vice Principal of KLE Society's Lingaraj College, Belagavi. She has her contributions to this institution in the capacity of being Vice Principal. She at present heads the Department of Psychology. She is, an expert in the domain of, educational psychology. She shall make an inaugural address. I shall request Professor Banahatti to make inaugural address with many thanks due to her for having taken time out and consenting to participate in the national webinar in the capacity of being an inaugural addressee. I welcome you, madam, and I request you to make a few words.
A very good morning to all the dignitaries, resource person, and delegates of this one-day national webinar organized by the KLE Society's Lingaraj College, Department of History, on the topic Contemporary Essence of New Archaeology, Epigraphy and Art Heritage. I, Professor Meena Banahatti, Faculty of Lingaraj College, would like to congratulate for History Department for having chosen such a beautiful topic, because I feel history, archaeology and epigraphy definitely plays very important role. And as the new generation are coming, they should know about what is our archaeology and art heritage. And this is one effort is taken by the History Department. I really convey my congratulations to the History Department. Essence of archaeology, it is the carefully examined artifacts. It provides insight into who ancestor people were in those times. It is a comprehensive understanding of human culture, archaeology. And it is important simply because many people like to know, to understand, and to satisfy the basic human need. Archaeological knowledge, artifacts, sites, landscapes, and museum can help teach you, the younger generation, about the past and the paths that humans have crossed and attempts to experiments they have made creating contemporary society. I wish all the best to everyone, those who have part of this particular webinar and organizer for this particular webinar. Thank you so much.
Many thanks, Professor uh, Banahatti, for having graced this function and and uh, made an inaugural address. I shall now, you know, introduce the first, guest speaker, Saintini Paul, to make, you know, her presentation. Please wait for a few minutes. Saintini.
Hello, good morning. Am I audible?
You can spend 60 minutes on lecturing and 15 minutes is of interaction. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Shall I start?
yeah, please, few minutes. As we run short of time, we have put up the curriculum vitae of the participant scholars upon WhatsApp and the college website too. The detailed curriculum vitae, or the credentials of the participant scholars, may be glanced at from those portals. Saintini Paul at present teaches ancient Indian history and culture at the University of Calcutta, Kolkata, West Bengal. I request her to carry forward her lecture. Please listen to her lecture.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Kamathi. So, is the screen sharing? Is my PowerPoint visible?
Yeah, you can.
Okay. So, a very good morning, and first of all, I should thank the organizers, Professor Kamathi, for inviting me to this national webinar. So, today I am going to speak on a subject which is a part of our UGC UPUT project on early India's interaction with early Southeast Asia, reinterpreting the old and opening up new vistas. The project period was 2017 to 2020, and the site on which, the site in the name of the site, as you can see, is Ko Cave, which is a site in northern Cambodia. And we visited the site as a part of our project in 2018. And so this is the site. There are several inscriptions recovered from the site. And so this is the site on which I am going to speak today. So first of all, what is the problem? What are the issues? This site of Phuket, this is the structure of the history of early Cambodia. The history of Cambodia is divided into three main periods. One is the pre-Angkor period, which is pre-9th century. The next is the Angkor period, 9th to 15th century. And this is the period on which I'm going to talk. And then there is the post-Angkor period. So this Angkor period has been regarded as the golden age of the Khmer civilization. And the Khmer Empire ruled large territories, and it was a very powerful empire. Now this site of Phuket, this is the Google map, Earth map showing the location of the site Phuket and the terrain. This Phuket has traditional, and as you will see, it is very near to the famous site of Angkor. This is Angkor, and here is the Phuket. So it is not very far away from Angkor. Now this Phuket has traditionally been regarded as an ephemeral site developed by Jayavarman IV. But soon it was abandoned by his successor. It was abandoned, the period of the site, as we gather from inscriptions, is only 928 to 944 period. So it's a very brief period. Now, the Jayavarman IV undertook a vast and extensive building project in an inhospitable area. I will show you the area later, which required manpower. In inscriptions, we find names of villages where from large number of inhabitants were taken to serve the temple. There have been questions about the status of these people who were taken, whether they were slaves of the temple. So I shall look up the inscriptions in order to understand the socio-economic changes that would have taken place with the establishment of state society in an otherwise free-state area. Now this Phuket, or the Khmer name is Chok Gargar, as it is known in Old Khmer inscriptions. It's a 10th century temple complex, and it's the former capital of the Khmer Empire. Under the reign of King Jayavarman IV and Harshavarman II, Phuket was briefly the capital of the whole empire, as I have just told you that the period is 928 to 944 CE. The name of the site, Chok Gargir, is in itself unique, as it is the only site we know to be named in Old Khmer language. Usually ancient capitals of the Khmer Empire were named in Sanskrit, and it refers to its natural feature, the tree now known as the kopi or ironwood tree. So the site gets its name from this. Now the location. The site is densely forested. It's a jungle area. The densely forested site containing a total of 169 archaeological remains, including 76 temples, as well as civil structures, ponds, dikes, ancient roads, is located centrally between three other Cambodian World Heritage sites. The one is Sri Bihar, another is Angkor, this is Angkor, and another is Sambar Preku. So all these are World Heritage sites. It stands at a distance of 102 kilometers to the northeast of Angkor Wat in Siem Reap, 126 kilometers to the south of Bihar temple site, and northwest to the Sambar Preku site at a distance of 171 kilometers. Situated between the slopes of the Dangrek and Pulen mountains, Phuket has a landscape characterized by rolling hills of variable height, forming a gentle slope from south to the north and coinciding with the watershed of the Ting Sen River. Now the distinct features of the site. As an archaeological site, Phuket has certain features that set it apart from the other contemporary sites of the Khmer Empire of early Cambodia. The political ideology, as reflected in the inscriptions of Phuket, indicates a clear shift of the Khmer political ideology from Raja or the king to Rajya or the kingdom and its citizens. In support of this new ideology, no war was waged by Jayavarman IV, its builder. His reign was the most peaceful phase of the Khmer Empire, which enabled a cultural resurgence. This time of peace allowed Jayavarman IV to carry out projects of regional, social, economic, and architectural development, town planning, and rural infrastructure, of which the monuments of Koke bear testimony. The art and architecture of Koke was also developed to reflect and affirm dominance and uniqueness of Jayavarman IV's political identity, particularly with the use of a monumentality of scale in architecture. I'll show you some sculpture. This is one Brahma from Koke, and this is another head of Shiva from Koke, and the monumentality of the sculptures are to be noted. Koke represents a unique vision in the art, architecture, and introduces new technologies which changed urban planning for the coming centuries. The most important monuments of the capital are situated in the immediate vicinity of the Prasat Home complex. Now this Prasat Home, this is the Prasat Home, and you can see it's a unique structure. It's a stepped pyramid, and at the top there was a lingo which is now broken. So it's a unique structure, not alike the temples that we see in other parts of the South Asia and Southeast Asia. This Prasat Home complex is actually a 7-tiered pyramid. It is also known as Prasat Prang, the only one in Southeast Asia. It reflects an eccentric building style known only in Koke. Prasat Home complex is also the central axis around which the capital is geometrically formed. Now, see, this is the Prasat Home complex, and this is a large reservoir known as the Rahal or Barai, and the entire site is designed on the basis of keeping this as the central point. In contrast to the Temple Mount, this picture was taken by us during our field visit to this site. In contrast to the Temple Mountain, built at the older capitals of Horiharalaya, Rolas, which is also nearby, or Yashodharapura, which is the Sanskrit name of Angkor, the pyramid of Prasat Home is not a stylized representation of Mount Meru of Buddhist and Brahmanical cosmology. Instead, it is merely the base for the 4-meter tall linga that was enshrined at its peak. The exact time of its construction has been recorded in inscription as Wednesday, December 12th, in the year 921. It is, however, an early phase of Jayavarman IV's career, so probably the lingo was installed prior to the building of the temple. The stepped pyramid-like structure of the Prasat Home has raised questions among the researchers regarding its source of inspiration. Another exceptional characteristic of Koke is the development of the water management technique. The water management system at Koke was a hybrid one, combining elements of a highland system of damming river valleys with huge reservoirs, canals, and bundled fields. An earlier form of this system may be observed at Sambar Preiku. I have shown you the location of Sambar Preiku. The date is 6th to 7th centuries CE, so it is before Koke, while a far more elaborated system was later used in Angkor. Along with management of water, the structures of Koke, particularly the lingas and the rahal, were planned using the natural terrain in such a way that the flow of water through the site becomes an act of fertilizer. Now, the art style developed at Koke also had its distinct characters. The best examples are the dancing Shiva with a presumed height of 6 meters at Prasat Graham, and the recently discovered ensembles at Prasat Sen depicting scenes of the Mahabharata. The scene is the last fight in the battle of the Kurukshetra between Bhima and Duryodhana, and the Ramayana. The Ramayana scene is the fight between Bali and Sugriva. Scenes like these may well be found at other temple sites, but it is for the first time and also last that they have been brought alive through monumental sculpture formation. whether in and outside the Khmer Empire. Its iconography is unique and is currently referred to as the coquette style. And in this coquette style, you can also see how local features are incorporated within the face of the Shiva. The connectivity of the site. Coquette's sphere of influence too was secured through a well-developed network of cultural routes that connected it not only to every corner of the Khmer Empire but beyond to subcontinental Asia. The site is an outstanding example of how influences from Indian architecture and artwork were assimilated and refined in the distinctive Coquette style. The Indian concepts were modified to meet the specific needs of this emergent empire and its social, religious, and agrarian order, which ultimately evolved into a distinct Khmer culture that constitutes a milestone in urban planning and the plastic art of Southeast Asia. The history of research. The Coquette temples have been subject of archaeological study since the last quarter of the 19th century. The first research was conducted by Delaporte in 1873, followed by Hermand in 1873 and 1876. However, it was Ammonier and Lajonquière, and in particular Parmentier in 1939, who really contributed to the understanding of the Coquette region. Since then, no other research has been done for almost 70 years. As regards the inscriptions engraved on the temples, after the pioneering work of George Sedus between 1937 and 1966, a few more inscriptions were edited by S.O. in 2001. We had to wait until 2007 to see a detailed map of the Coquette temples from the Ministry of Culture and Fine Arts and the École Française the Extreme Orient. This is a map by Claude Jacques. I'm sorry, it's not clear. So you can see this map. Recently, several projects have been conducted in collaboration with the Apsara National Authority, the ancient Khmer city of Coquette, Chowgargate, towards the landscape archaeology of Coquette by Damien Evans, archaeological mission at Coquette, etc. Now, Lunet de Lajonquière conducted a survey in 1900 and he tried to determine the orientation of the Rahal, the reservoir. This is the reservoir. It had large dikes only in its north and west in order to capture natural flows with minimal engineering effort. These could have played a role in the orientation of the temples also. Based on this, he identified two groups of temples and thus challenged Ammonier's proposed architectural periodization of the site made in 1900. Parmentier in 1939 conducted an extremely thorough investigation of the monument in 1929 to 1930 and continued to add to the number of monuments and inscriptions discovered. His treatise on Coquette was published in 1939. By that time, George Sedus questioned his chronology of Coquette. The maps that Parmentier produced, as well as his description of the temples, were of such a high quality that they remained the definitive account of Coquette and its environs for the next 70 years. The Coquette project of the Hungarian Indo-China Corporation was aimed at The Coquette project of the Hungarian Indo-China Corporation was aimed at carrying out an establishing program as well as the study of the natural and social environment of the Coquette region. The management of the project was later taken over by Hungarian Southeast Asian Research Institute. An important program to decipher and interpret the Sanskrit and Old Khmer inscriptions of Coquette was also launched with the participation of the eminent scholar Professor Claude Jacques and the young Khmer epigraphist Kuntia Chom. The results of the dedicated work of the latter, Kuntia Chom, are published in a volume called Inscriptions of Coquette by Kuntia Chom in 2011, and this paper is practically based on his findings. Now, archaeological investigations in the Coquette site and its outcomes. There have been several key outcomes. These are the identification of agricultural areas defined by funded fill systems and by small barrages in meander floodplains next to the seasonal streams. The reinterpretation of Poke's city walls within quote unquote as merely a phase in the evolution of water management system at the site. Evidence for occupation over a period of perhaps a millennium or more. So this is contradictory to the findings what we get from the epigraphic data. A clarification of the spatial logic of several of the temples surrounding the Rahal. The identification of very substantial impacts on the local environment, such as the clearing of forests for agricultural areas and radical changes to the natural hydrology of the area. A rejection of the idea of Poker as a site that is necessarily inhospitable and where urban development is unsustainable. Now, the contradictory thoughts arising from the archaeological research and analysis of epigraphic texts from the site. The research on Poker began many years ago with the idea that Poker was essentially a single period site. But paradoxically, however, what has emerged from recent research on Poker is that it is indeed a special case, not because it was ephemeral, but rather because of the dissonance between the brief periods of iconographic and epigraphic output and the much broader evidence for a very long and complex history of occupation. Damning events thus questions the methodology to put too much dependence on artistic and literary expressions of the royal court, religious elite, and the nobility as a basis for understanding the history of the Khmer civilization. He complains that epigraphists did not take note of the defining feature of the archaeological landscape of Poke, its vast water management system that was quite different from that of Angkor. E. Upida and Y. Sakurai, two scholars in 2018, have studied the construction sequence of the Poke monument. This is their map. Using a portable X-ray fluorescence analyzer and magnetic susceptibility meter, they used fired bricks from 9 temples. These temples are Prasat Thom, Prasat Damrei. All this can be seen here. Prasat Damrei, Prasat Thom. Prasat Thom is the main temple. Prasat Praham, Prasat Ten, Prasat Bante, Prasat Bante Kirtan, Prasat Prap, and Prasat Pram of the Koken monument. This suggested that the sanctuaries of Prasat Thom, this is the Prasat Thom, which is the main temple. These are the oldest ones in the Koken monument, followed by the sanctuaries of Prasat Damrei and Prasat Chamde. There is an apparent contradiction in timing of the construction of the northern libraries of Prasat Pram, Prasat Ten, and Prasat Damrei. However, in other Khmer temples, the northern libraries are usually added later. Hence, the northern libraries are considered here to be the later addition. Another contradiction arises in the construction of the sanctuaries of Prasat Ten. Regarding this, they propose that the laterite sanctuaries were constructed later to replace the old sanctuaries, which was originally probably built of brick. Now, the issue whether Poker was an inhospitable area. From the very beginning of archaeological research, Poker has been regarded as an inhospitable area. This notion about the site probably began from Ammonius' account of Poker in 1900. He stressed the existence of a barre or water reservoir, locally known as Rahal, with its inlet and outlet. His map shows the existence of a major embankment extending to the north from Prasat Thom, the main temple. His observations on the archaeological landscape of the site were somewhat anecdotal since it influenced the subsequent scholarship. He spoke about the poverty of natural resources and the need for hydraulic engineering to sustain a substantial population. Mitch Hendrickson in 2012 has also pointed out that selection of the site of Poker for building temples is more purposeful than is usually thought, since the environment was not friendly compared to the rice basket and fish bowl of Angkor and stone lake lake in the area. This area is practically devoid of any economic resource. The above notion has recently been put to question by investigation with the help of ground penetrating radar to understand the failure of the reservoir, leading to the abandonment of the site and moving back to Angkor during the reign of Harshavarman II in 2009. The study was done in 2009 by Moffat, Lassen, Attar, Evans, Lastic, and Fong. They challenged this this notion. They argued that the design flaw contributed substantially to the failure of the reservoir's dike, possibly during the first rainy season after the construction, which may have contributed to Phoket's remarkably short-lived tenure as the political center of the Khmer Empire. Now, what are the challenges in such areas? To mitigate the seasonality of the monsoon, to attenuate the fluctuations in water supply, and to ensure the consistent yield of rice. All of the above must have been affected by the failure of the water management system. Recently, however, new evidence from remote sensing and paleobotany has revealed the long and complex history of occupation. Wide area leader mapping in 2012 revealed that anthropogenic modification associated with Phuket covers an area of more than 67 kilometers and includes habitation areas as well as local signs and other elements of an urban complex stretching between and beyond the well-known temples at the monumental core. Relict rice field patterns and traces of numerous wires have also been identified in the leader data, revealing a significant investment in the management of water. Given the undulating topography of Phuket, the retention of runoffs, in particular the harnessing of seasonal water courses, such as the Stung Rongia River, immediately to the north of Phuket was clearly a significant concern for the engineers. Paleoecological studies and radiocarbon dates show that intensive management of the landscape began as early as the 7th century CE and continued until a period of apparent abandonment in the 15th century CE. So this is the date bracket from archaeological findings, but in inscriptions we get the period only the 10th century. All the data belong to the 10th century. So this is the problem. It is quite clear that the dike was designed to contain the vast majority of Phoket's water storage capacity. Since the gently sloping terrain makes water retention a technical challenge, the dike would have played a key role in provisioning a royal capital, including a specialist workforce numbering perhaps in tens of thousands. I'll show you that in the inscriptions we do get an indication of this workforce. Embarking on projects of civil engineering such as temple building, urban renewal, and development of water infrastructure was central to establishing the legitimacy of Khmer King. It is therefore not difficult to envisage that the failure of the dike at Phuket, the largest and most ambitious infrastructural project of the era, may have had a significant impact on the prestige of the sovereign and contributed to the decision to re-establish Angkor as the capital of the Khmer Empire. Now, I shall speak on and analyze the data we get from the epigraphy. 73 inscribed texts written in Old Khmer and Sanskrit languages have been found in 9 temples, some on the walls and some on the door jambs and other on the pillars. The pillars are from the Prasat Pratap, Prasat Bante Pirtan, and Prasat Home. From these temples, we get inscribed text on pillars. Such inscriptions were not a common phenomenon in ancient Cambodia, and majority of them in Khmer country appeared on the door jambs of temples, a large slab that is well polished and offered enough space for the text in Khmer or Sanskrit. The location was thus chosen for practical reasons. People could see them when they went through the door to perform rituals in the temple. The tradition of engraving pillars, however, appears to be unique in the reign of Jayavarman IV. The inscriptions studied by India are from 6 temples, 9 from Prasat Bante Tirthan, 7 from Prasat Ten, 1 from Prasat Damri, 38 from Prasat Pratap, 5 from Prasat Home, and 1 from Prasat Bengal. King Jayavarman IV ruled at Phuket with the vestiges of Rolas and Angkor. The linguistic aspects of Phuket epigraphy are in accordance with Indravarman at Rolas and Yashovarman at Angkor. the predecessors of Jayavarman IV. Like the inscriptions from rollers, those at Phuket begin with the preliminary formula Sri Siddhi Vasti Jaya. Moreover, the servants at Phuket shared the same titles as seen at rollers. To the founder of the city of Angkor, Jashovarman, Jayavarman IV again owes the royal title Dhuli Bra Pada Dhuli Zen Bra Kamraten Ang. The meaning is the dust of the feet of His Majesty, Dhuli. That the concept of royalty gained more importance in the reign of Jayavarman IV is witnessed by the names of the servants and the villagers. During the reign of Jayavarman IV, the expression Kamraten Jagat Pa Rajya, which had much impact on the development of the religion in the Angkorian period, it identifies the royal god with the kingdom. The names of the servants and the villages also present some particular peculiarities. Morphologically, all these names fall into two groups, simple and compound. These names reveal two linguistic features: Sanskrit interaction with Old Khmer and the Khmerization of Sanskrit terms. The calligraphy of the inscriptions of Phuket looks similar from one temple to another, probably because all the inscriptions were engraved over a relatively brief period of time. The linguistic features of the inscriptions, however, are more intriguing. The Khmer language of Phuket epigraphy is imbued with a number of Sanskrit loanwords, the spelling of which is not consistent. Deviations from the phonological rules of classical Sanskrit language are frequent, and there are sometimes several versions of spelling from the same word. Some Sanskrit terms seem strange or do not make sense. Their original meaning might have been lost. This means that Sanskrit was learned by the people of some early generation, but the present issuer or writer of the inscriptions knew very little of the language, or rather they were blindly imitating from the language of other inscriptions, which also happened in case of India. The subject matter of Phuket epigraphy is exhaustive list of the names of the temple servants. The Krasap temple alone contains a long list of about 3,000 Anak Bra Jamnavan, or laborers of royal donation. Phuket inscriptions thus begin from the 10th century and they end in 10th century as well. Several temples from this city bear many inscriptions which for more than a century have been unjustly neglected by researchers who considered them to be merely lists of names of the labor force assigned to work in the temple. So they ignored this data. But these names actually constitute a comprehensive corpus. Kuntia Chom studied a total number of 61 Phuket inscriptions in order to understand the function of the society and the progress of the language to the northern region of the present-day Cambodia during the second quarter of the 10th century. In ancient Khmer, titles were a part of the name itself, just like in early India, like Kumara Gupta, Samudra Gupta. Here, Gupta is not the title, but it is the part of the name. Jayavarman IV was a devout Shaiva, and inscriptions refer to him as Brapada Paramo Shiva Pada. Here, Bra stands for sacred in early Khmer language. So, he obtained the grace of Shiva, Paramo Shiva Pada. Inscriptions of Phuket bear many similarities with the inscriptions of the nearby site of Rolas, which is 13 kilometers southeast of Siem Reap, the gateway of Angkor. Phuket corpus utilized 5 titles of the servants, which were also used in Rolas. These are the titles of the servants. C, which is appellative for male. Val, which means cowherd. Gho, which is male slave. Tai, which is an appellative for female. And Lap, which is appellative for female whose status are lower than the Tai. Now the Khmerization of Sanskrit terms. In Phuket inscriptions, names are either Hmong Khmer or Sanskrit origin. Kunta has pointed out that majority of the single word names are of Khmer origin, while in case of compound word names like Kanghan or Velbi or Kanmar, mortal. The prefix kan is Khmer, and dhan, that this term is Sanskrit, which means wealthy, or mar, mortal. This term is also Sanskrit. So the prefix is Khmer and the words are Sanskrit. Sanskrit names also occur as, for example, Mridu Lakshmi, which means the dainty Lakshmi, for a sea. Now, please note that sea is the title for a male, but here Mridu Lakshmi, this is the name of a male person. Sundara is the name of a woman in an inscription from Rasaprasa. So as we can see, Sanskrit's grammatical rules were not adhered to. It may either be an indication of less knowledge of Sanskrit or some distinct features of the society where distinction was not made between male and female. We may now carry on a very brief survey of some interesting features of the inscriptions. A pillar inscription numbered K1838 on the western Gopura of Rasap mentions 7 Sruk. Sruk is the Khmer term for villages. 7 Sruk or villages, of which 5 could be identified, were from slaves including men, Ho, women, Tai, and boys were 7. Boys and girls are often referred to with the phrase within quote unquote at the age of running. Still others were called Sik O, that means baby boys, and Tai Po, that means baby girls. So some were at the age of running and some were baby boys and girls. All of them were transferred to the temple. Some village names like Vishnupura are in Sanskrit, while others like Tukpilan are in Khmer. So we have village names in Sanskrit and Khmer as well. What could be the reason? This is another issue. Why some village names are in Sanskrit and others are in Khmer? The inscription begins with the names of sea, Pandan. Pandan is a Khmer word. So here the sea, which is the male, who is the male worker and the leader of the team, he bears the Khmer name. Now this Pandan is a Khmer word and it is a common name occurring among the laborers. Several laborers had the same name Pandan. Then it records the numbers of Gho, Wal, Tai, boys and girls at the age of running and baby boys and girls, and ends with the total number of servants taken from the village. In case of all the villages, the list of names begins with referring to a sea who bears Sanskrit names. But the point to be noted here is that names of two sea is not male. So sea names are not always Sanskrit. There are female, two names are female, Bridu Lakshmi and Dharmeshwara. So either grammatical rules of Sanskrit were not followed, or I have mentioned this earlier, so I'm not repeating. Again, Sruk's names, the names of Sruk is the village. Sruk names are mostly in Sanskrit, but one name, Rai Din, is in Khmer. Interestingly, it's see Kan, as Kan Ak. The name is Kan Ak. He is the leader of the team. He bears the Khmer name. C are thus representatives of the laborers taken from each village. Another inscription number K18318 from the same Rasap lists laborers from 3 villages adhering to an order: Go, Wal, Tai, and Lap. Puncha suggests that they might be in order. This might be in order of importance. The Sanskrit name of the Go, Shivaputra, can be read in one case, while in other cases the names are different. Thus, it may be seen that usually the representative is given Sanskrit name, but it may be Khmer name also. Besides, both Si, Go, Wal all could bear Sanskrit names. For example, there are the inscriptions from Pratap, which refers to Si, Shivatsa, Brahma Shiva, and Go, Shivaputra, Wal, Pasti, etc. So, Si, Go, Wal all could bear Sanskrit names as well. So, there is no issue of status. Again, it is not the slaves in Angkorian era. It is not that the slaves in Angkorian era are always named in Khmer. In inscription number K189 from Prasad home, 13 slaves out of a total 17 their Sanskrit name. This particular inscription dated 850 Shaka, that is 928 CE, the last year of the reign of Jayavardhan IV, carries the order of the king to the Acharya Purohita to establish a village in order to offer it to the god of the kingdom. Then it gives the usual list of sea and sky. Another inscription numbered K67677N from Prasat Damre. Here the servants are named differently from Prasat Pratap or Prasat Singh. I mean the composition of the names are different. Here the names consist of the title, which is Tai or Go. Then comes the qualifier Ivan or Rat, and then comes the name, actual name. Whereas in other cases, the order is title plus name plus qualifier. But here it is the title plus qualifier plus name. Again, here in the Sanskrit names like Guna Sahaya, Madhura Gita, these terms are newly coined. To Kuntya, it reflects high Sanskritic culture during the reign of Jayavardhan IV at Cook. Now the toponym. Poker inscriptions record 70 names of localities visited by the term Praman, which means territory, and Shruk, which means village, as I have told you earlier. The term Brahman in Poker inscriptions means territory which is larger than the Brahma as a unit. Its derivation is debatable. Its Khmer meaning is what one obtains or receives. Now, it may be mentioned here that the term has been used in the land grant charters of the Pala kings of Bengal and Bihar. In the Belwa copper plate of Mohipal I, two of the granted localities, the name of the two localities are Nandiswamini and Ganeshwara. These have been mentioned with reference to Pramana. It has been mentioned that Nandiswamini that measured 490, Navati Uttara Chatusshata Pramana, and Ganeshwara measured 151. Eka Panchashat Uttara Shata Pramana. What I would like to point out here is that we always think in terms of Indian influences spreading in Southeast Asia, but there are cases where Southeast Asian inscriptional texts also influenced those from India. This is one such case. There are several other cases. Now, Kuntya has arrived at some interesting conclusions regarding the toponym. She says that Sanskrit place names appearing in inscriptions are new and those in Khmer are old places. It is clear since such places have double names and Khmer names are traditional and Sanskrit names are new, as we suggest. Thus, they are old. Sanskrit names were invented preferably at the time of writing the inscription. Does this point of agrarian expansion, which is definitely an aim of the rulers of the new kingdom? It may be so. If we compare this with India here, we find generally place names in Prakrit were Sanskritized. Local names were not given in original form. This, on the contrary, indicates the status of Sanskrit, which remained rather a ceremonial language and was kept separate from Old Khmer language. Thus, the names with Praman, like Praman Ugrakura, Praman Bhimapura, has been regarded as new. Both Ugra and Bhima are the epithets of Shiva. It is clear how Sanskrit names are unknown to the villagers, who then must have mostly familiar with Old Khmer names. So, in this case, it was not fact. In Poker inscriptions, half of the Sruk, that is the village, are in Old Khmer. 20% of them are Sanskrit. 10% are hybrid, that is Khmer and Sanskrit. The fact that villages bearing Khmer names are more numerous than villages of Sanskrit names may suggest that the region was relatively intact and the Sanskrit culture had yet to spread. The localities enlisted in the inscriptions should be in the vicinity of the temples in order to mobilize the labor forces easily. If half of them bore Khmer names, they were perhaps the old settlements established long before the arrival of Sanskrit. However, we should not overlook another possibility that those villages would be established during the blossoming period of Sanskrit, but the local people preferred naming their villages in Khmer. In other words, it was not necessary for them to dub their newly built villages with a Sanskrit name. Thus, the manner of naming villages in Poker inscriptions clearly indicates to the process of the spread of state society in this area. Khmer names were often Sanskritized. since they were written on temples which were considered to be sacred structures. Religious appropriation of the local cult must have also taken place simultaneously. Among the Sanskrit names of the villages, some end with Alaya, Pattana, and Pura, which mean place, town, and city respectively. Some villages, similar to the Praman, bear the names of the Brahmanical gods like Vishnu, Amagha, or Shiva, and Bhima, who is also Shiva. So, what was the state of Sanskrit here? Sanskrit could be, as I have already discussed, that it was probably a ceremonial language to be used for sacred purpose only and not meant for common usage. It was probably the language of the royalty and priest. So now I would like to sum up my talk with reference to certain issues which could be raised from a study of the epigraphical data of the Cocker inscriptions. Uh, the question is how the transfer to the local inhabitants to newly built structures in large scale did affect the socio-economic structure of the area. Now, I would also like to mention that Claude Jacques, who was a renowned scholar on the Khmer temples and had several books, he expressed the opinion that these people who are mentioned in the inscriptions as transferred to the temples, they were not actually slaves. They were musicians, and the inscriptions were written by their descendants who wanted to remember them, so they were written on temples. So Claude Jeffers thinks that these were not slaves. But regarding this, I would just like to point. I would just like to point out that there is no data in support of his view that they were musicians. So this is a little debatable point. Now, how did this transfer of large number of inhabitants of the area affected the existing socio-economic structure of the area? One point is agrarian expansion from most probably a hunting-gathering economy. We do not have much evidences. Next is the Sanskritization of local names, which I have discussed with reference to the names mentioned in the inscription, Sanskritization of local names. This points to the increasing influence of the Brahmanas. And then the encounter of the local cult with the major religious systems, Shaivism in this case, and the appropriation of local cults, and finally the expansion of the state society, which would definitely affect the pre-state society existing there. And if Jayavarman could have ruled for more period, he could have transferred the area into a fully state society, but he could not get the opportunity. Soon this project was abandoned and the political capital shifted back to Hong Kong. So this is the data from epigraphy. As I have discussed, I would like to end my paper here, and thanks to the organizers again for inviting me to this event. Hello.
Dr. Sayanthini, am I audible to you?
Yes,
Did you complete your talk or
yes,
still
yes, I have completed. No, I have completed.
you have still many things to present, or did you complete, please?
No, I have completed. I have finished.
Am I audible, madam?
Yes,
Dr. Sayanthini?
am I audible? Yes,
Yes, thank you.
can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes,
Did you complete your talk?
yes, I have finished it.
Yeah,
I have
yeah.
just finished.
Still, yeah. Okay. Thanks a lot. In the meantime, on behalf of the registered participants, I have certain questions to make. I hope, optimistically, you being a scholar, shall answer these questions. Uh, you are an expert in uh, archaeology, especially the subcontinental archaeology. Uh, in what way, cultural identity of Indians be recognized in archaeological explorations? In the sense, in what way, through proper interpretations, we can help build Indian identity through archaeological explorations. For example, uh, you know, uh, Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, Indochina, Burma, Myanmar. Burma is Myanmar, nonetheless, and even parts of China, including Indian subcontinent, shared some kind of archaeological unity. In such archaeological explorations of your kind and your variety, how we can build Indian identity? I hope you can answer. It appears to be vague, but I hope you shall answer this question. Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Professor. And I would like to correct that I am not an archaeologist. The archaeologists are present here, Professor Shutira Raitoguri, Professor Pokshi Gangopadhyay. They can answer this question. I specialize in epigraphy, and I'm not an. I do not specialize in archaeology.
Of course, yes.
They can answer your question.
Yeah, in epigraphical, elements, in epigraphical components, there are references abroad about India. This Kumbuja, Greater India, Suvarnadvipa. These are certain, vague references being made by those who chronicled epigraphs or inscriptions. How did they help build Indian identity in general, for general audience, rather than specialized archaeologists or epigraphists of very high order? What is your opinion?
Regarding Indian identity, there are several temples, sculptures, inscriptions, and all the inscriptions, majority of them are in Sanskrit throughout South and Southeast Asia. From Southeast Asia, we have Brahminical temples, we have Buddhist monasteries. So if we think in terms of the earlier, the scholars used to think in terms of the transportation of Indian culture. Later, scholars rejected this theory and they talked about interaction and exchanges. So the exchange was and interaction was twofold. There are several theories. So here comes the question of Indian identity. how Indian identity, you want to know how Indian identity is dealt with in these inscriptions. Is it your question?
Yeah.
So if you equate this Indian identity with the use of Sanskrit terms, or there are Pali inscriptions from Southeast Asia as well. So this is the in your from your perspective, this would be the Indian identity: the use of Sanskrit language, the use of Pali names, and the use of Indian language, the use of Brahmi script, uh, different varieties of Brahmi script throughout Southeast Asia. So these are the Indian identities from your perspective.
Okay, agreed. In your research all through,
Hmm.
as an expert
Sorry.
and
Hello.
ancient Indian history and culture, how, as an am I
Professor,
audible,
can
Dr.
you
Sain?
repeat?
As an expert in epigraphy,
Hmm.
uh,
Hmm.
how did you deal with the problem of reading inscriptions? The language and script, what did you come across while reading out the scripts of very alien and foreign in nature? How did you overcome those problems, being uh, not so expert in those scripts and languages? Uh, in the capacity of being a professor of ancient Indian history, culture,
Hmm.
and epigraphy, did you take any assistance from the experts in epigraphy who could read foreign languages and foreign scripts? And did you seek any interpretative assistance from them because those languages and scripts were not so dear and near to your heart? What is your, yeah.
Look, most of these inscriptions from different countries of Southeast Asia, like Myanmar. We have Arakan in Myanmar. Then there are Champa culture in Vietnam, and in Cambodia we have the Khmer Kingdom. There are several kingdoms in which from which we find several number of inscriptions, and some of those inscriptions are purely in Sanskrit, so these can be interpreted very easily. And while others are in a mixed language, in case of Cambodia, it is a mixed language between Khmer and Sanskrit, as I have discussed in my paper. In the case of Champa Kingdom in central Vietnam, it was between the Cham language and the Sanskrit language. Some of the inscriptions are uses this mixed language, and some of the inscriptions are purely in Sanskrit, while some of the inscriptions are purely in Cham language. So, in order to deal with the Sanskrit inscriptions, purely Sanskrit inscriptions, you do not need any assistance. But while dealing with those inscriptions from mixed languages like Sanskrit Cham, or in this case Sanskrit Khmer, you will need other experts. But most of these inscriptions have been very from the beginning of the 20th century by French scholars and later Indian scholars also, Ashamuddin, British author. All of them studied the Southeast Asian, Adhik Chakraborty. All of them studied these inscriptions. So they have already interpreted the text and translated the data. So I took the data from the, here in this case, I have mentioned Cambodian scholar called Kuntia Chom, who has already read the text and interpreted the data. So I took the help from this data.
Okay. Have they been recorded, the research work and research output, what you have produced in course of your career as a research scholar and professor of ancient Indian history and culture? Your research outputs have been published? at the national level?
On these, but on this topic, I have published several articles on other subjects, but not on this particular subject on the inscriptions from Kofir. I have not published, but I have several other publications as well on epigraphy, and these are also available in academia.edu, the site.
Very good. Very nice of you. And apart from Bengali being mother tongue and English being global language, which you utilize in classroom teaching and research, what are the other languages and scripts you know?
I studied Sanskrit from my school level up to the graduation level, and the scripts I learned Kharoshti script, Brahmi script, and the later derivatives of Brahmi script in my postgraduate course in ancient Indian history and culture.
Very good. What sort of Sanskrit you studied, whether it was classical Sanskrit or objective Sanskrit of later times, whether it was truly classical of Paninian order? Yeah, carry on, please.
We have studied Avijnana Shakuntalam in our graduate course, and also Kirata Arjunian. So these are the Sanskrit texts which we have read in our graduation.
Very good. And these Pali, Prakrit, these are certain other languages and scripts. Are they truly difficult to comprehend? How did you face them as a beginner?
Actually, I didn't study Prakrit or Pali. I'm not an expert on these languages, so I cannot. I don't think they are very difficult to study, and there are several courses run by different institutions. So they are not too difficult to study. I don't think.
Okay. Then next, one more question, which is very peculiar in my own way. How does this Paishachika language differ from other ancient Indian languages? Paishachika.
Sorry, can you repeat, please? Sorry.
There is one typical language system called Paishachika language as an epigraphy. Can you make out the distinction of this Paishachika language, please?
No, sorry, I cannot answer your question at this point.
Okay. Do you offer any epigraphy course in your university? Do you offer any epigraphy course in your university now at present?
In our post-graduation course, we have courses on epigraphy, but there are no other additional courses on epigraphy. We are planning to launch some on languages. There's some sound. Hello? 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 तो मादा 20 रुपए वाला है ना?
Dr. Sayanthini, few minutes to go. I think you respond these questions. You are an expert. I recognize it. What are the good books in epigraphy these days for postgraduate students? Some among my students do study epigraphy here. What are the good books in English medium as source books?
There are two major publications, one by D.C. Shorter and another by Richard Solomon. Both have the same name, Indian Epigraphy. The name of both of the books are Indian Epigraphy. So they have presented an overview of epigraphic studies, the types and varieties, the classification of inscriptions, the languages used, the scripts used, and several issues related to the epigraphy of early India. So these are considered to be the textbooks of on early Indian epigraphy. And there are several specialized publications on inscriptions as well, and scripts as well, all are different subjects. On scripts, we have the earliest publication of George Bueller, and then we have G.H. Odha, Bharatiya Prasin Lipimala, and then there is a book by A. Dani on Indian paleography. These are the major publications. And on inscriptions, we have the volumes of Epigraphia Indica and the Corpus Inscriptionum Indicarum. These are the volumes on these inscriptions which are discovered throughout the country are published. Now we have the Journal of the Epigraphical Society, which is being published from Mysore, and now Epigraphy Indica has, since Epigraphy Indica has stopped. And there are one major publication is the Select Inscriptions Bearing on Indian History and Civilization, Volume 1 and 2 by D.C. Shorter, who published some inscriptions, but he did not prefer one should study epigraphy without knowing the language Sanskrit. So there you won't find the translations of the inscriptions. He has only given the Sanskrit text, and translations you would get in the publications on Indian epigraphy, Epigraphy Indica, Corpus Inscriptionum Indicarum. And D.C. Shorter has also provided a glossary book, which is called the Indian Epigraphical Glossary, in which you will get the terms used in epigraphs and their meaning as suggested by D.C. Shorter. So these are some major publications of early Indian epigraphy. All these are considered textbooks.
Yes. And one more inquiry with you. There is one typical culture known as Indo-Polarian culture, just beside Bengal, flowing across in tribal pockets of Odisha. Have you come across any excavated sites of Indo-Polarian culture in Western Bengal and Odisha? I do not know, therefore I make this inquiry. Indo-Polarian culture, K-O-L-A-R-I-A, Indo-Polarian culture.
No, I also have not heard about this.
Okay. Then I am moving over to another important inquiry because it needs to be explored here. Indus Valley script. Dr. Iravati Mahadevan from Deep South, has carried out an extensive research. He has published recently, his intrinsic manifestations upon Indus Valley script, especially its interpretative and philological aspects. What is your view about Indus Valley script? Whether still it stands mysterious, or is there any optimism of reading it out and getting things extracted out of that mysterious script about the hidden components of Indus Valley civilization? What is your general opinion and about Indus Valley script?
Now see, there have been several attempts to read the Indus script, and in libraries you would find several volumes on the reading of the Indus inscriptions, but none of them are, what I want to say is that there are several opinions and the issue is highly debatable. So there is no unanimous opinion regarding the reading of Indus script. So this is the final point.
Yeah.
There is no unanimity in reading the script.
Still, there is no final version about it, as I understand.
No.
You too, I think, are similar in that opinion. Yes.
Several
Then,
people have claimed that they have read the inscription, but there is no evidence.
then this rock art recently, I think preceding year, I did attend an international conference. It was open conference at Deccan College, Pune, a Deccan Research Institute situated at Pune, uh,
Yes.
wherein rock art was the subject matter of the
Okay.
national seminar. And one among the paper presentee did speak on the hidden script of rock art. And she did present the latent scripts in rock art. Rock art too could be, with certain complexity read out, and the mysterious, what you call substance of rock art could be revealed, he said. Do you throw some light upon it? Whether
No,
rock art could be read out or not? What is your Dr. Scientific?
no, actually, I have not studied this subject, so I would not comment upon this.
Okay. Positively last question, then I shall move on to the next session. You know, these days, we run short of scholars in epigraphy, numismatics, archaeology, and ancient Indian history and culture. Do you think in the days to come, these departments do survive? Because, in my part of the country, deep central south and central upper south, one among my senior professors, who happened to be an archaeologist, who excavated Jwalapuram site in Andhra Pradesh, he did make this point with greater displeasure, deep-seated, well within his mind. He said, in the days to come, there would be no archaeologists, no epigraphists, no numismaticians, no, ancient Indian history and culture experts in the days to come. What is your opinion? Whether it is optimism or pessimism, I do not know. But just out of curiosity, I want to know your opinion, because we are in the field since long. Just make your observation.
Okay, and listen, I don't want to be so much pessimistic, because you can see several of our students have joined to listen to this lecture. So that means they do have interest in epigraphy. And when the publication of the earlier Journal of Epigraphy Indica stopped, now this has been revived by the Epigraphical Society, Journal of the Epigraphical Society, which is being published regularly. So how can we say that the study of Indian epigraphy or study of ancient Indian history will stop? It would be a dead subject. That would be too much of pessimism. I don't want to be that like that.
Agreed. The written material is available. The people who theorize and write up articles, and the institutions who had greater responsibility of publishing them do publish them. But what about field archaeology, field epigraphy, field numismatics? What do you feel about it? Field archaeologists, field epigraphists of your nature. Are we producing them in the days to come of very high order?
Yes, we have several interested students are there, and they are doing research work, And regarding field archaeology, here we have archaeologists like Dr. Rajat Sannal, Dr. Kaushik Gangopadhyay, Dr. Shikira Rakeshri. They can better tell you the scenario better than me.
Yeah. I have a book with me edited by J. Shannon. He says about epigraphical approaches to cultural identity. It was a book published by him, wherein he says that epigraphy in the days to come is going to be a crucial subject matter in dealing with the objects of antiquarian value. In this backdrop, we have, as you say, greater responsibility of producing scholars and experts of very high reputation. This is not a question, but just a general observation. I thank you profusely for having joined and made very objective presentation about your research of very high standard. I would like to, invite you to an offline seminar here in the days to come. I thank you once more for having joined us. Thanks a lot, Sainten.
Thank you very much, and thanks to the organizers and the audience once again.
Okay.
Next.
Rajat Sanya. Rajat Sanya.
ಈಗ ನೆಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಅದಾರ ಹೇಳ್ರಲ್ಲ ಅವರು ಜಾಯಿನ್
Dr. Rajat Sanyal.
Am I audible?
Yeah, Rajat. Yeah.
Should I start?
Dr. Rajat Sanyal is an assistant professor in the postgraduate department of studies in archaeology, University of Calcutta. He has put in substantial amount of archaeological research, both as a field archaeologist and a theoretical, archaeologist. He shall throw a flood of light upon archaeological explorations in West Bengal. This is going to be an interesting session. Archaeology in India is still in its upcoming stage, or it may be referred to as in infancy stage. Under such conditions, younger generation scholars like Professor Rajat Sanyal has greater responsibility. Let us listen to Professor Rajat Sanyal. Sanyal, you have 60 plus 15 minutes, 75 minutes. Please do extend your time until then. You can share the screen now.
Very good morning to all of you, and my sincere thanks to Dr. Chidanand Kamathi for allowing me to be a part of this endeavor. I hope I'm audible clearly.
Yeah, quite well audible.
And is it full screen now?
It is now full screen.
Thank you. So after Southeast Asia, before I make you travel to a part of Bengal straight from Southeast Asia, a geographical introduction to what I mean by Western Bengal might be relevant. And in doing that, I'll again get back to this well-known map, particularly for the scholars of Bengal, published more than 60 years, more than 50 years back by Barry Morrison, who wrote that ever essential book called Political Centers and Cultural Regions in Early Bengal. Here he subdivided Bengal into a number of sub-regions, geographical sub-regions. He divided them on the basis of two things: the geography and geology of the areas and the distribution of early medieval copper plates in those sections, in those geographical niches. And of these, one was called, as you can see here, Vardhamana Bhukti. Usually this area is considered to be part of what is historically called the Rada region. And this is broadly considered to be what we understand as Western Bengal. But again, and there are among several problems. One essential is when we talk of Western Bengal in the context of the entire historical Bengal, West Bengal and Bangladesh, we usually understand the entire western half of Bengal to be Western Bengal. And when we try to shift our focus on Western Bengal from the perspective of the modern administrative boundary of West Bengal, then Western Bengal has a different connotation. For this talk, I'm specifically talking on Western Bengal as part of West Bengal, because within West Bengal, again, we have these larger geographical divisions called Northern Bengal, Southern Bengal, Southeastern Bengal, Western Bengal, Southwestern Bengal, and at times even Central Western Bengal is current in geographical literature. But for our purpose, for understanding the archaeological and historical processes of this sector of the Bengal Delta, what is geographically conceived as Central Western Bengal, Southwestern Bengal, and Western Bengal, this entire zone can be broadly called Western Bengal. I'll try to illustrate this with this hand-drawn map that I have prepared way back in 2008, based on the geomorphology of the West Bengal state. Here, I'm talking specifically about this territory. If you can see my cursor, this is the part of Western Bengal that we are talking about. When we look at Western Bengal in the backdrop of the geography of West Bengal in general, we can perceive this area to be part of Western Bengal and the area to the south of it as part of Southwestern Bengal. Now, this sector may well be called Central Bengal, but in historical or archaeological terminology, this hardly makes any different sense. So I would consider this as part of the larger Western Bengal sector. And the exploration and excavation based on which I'll be talking today were conducted within this territory. The blue line shows the area of interest. This is, if you see the legend, this area is composed broadly of this specific area in this enlarged image. This specific area is composed of the older alluvial tract and the lateritic uplands. Not only the older alluvial tracts, but also parts of the younger alluvial tracts and the fan of the Bhagirathi River area that also comes within this. But broadly, the alluvial and lateritic uplands constitute the landform of this territory. And of this entire area, I'll be focusing specifically on the Birbhum region, what is part of the modern district of Birbhum in Western Bengal. And this map is taken from the Geological Survey of India's Geology and Mineral Maps. And I'll be focusing on this part of the district, the northeastern part of the district, where we have four major townships. One is beyond the margin of this map to the further north of it. We have three major townships here, as you can see. One is called Mayureshwar. I hope you can see the levels. Can you see the levels? Are they readable? Am I audible? I hope the levels are readable. To the extreme north, we have a township called Nolhati. In the middle, we have Rampurhat, and to further south of this region, we have a city called Moyureshwar. And this entire area is fed by three major rivers. One is Mayurakshi, the other one is Dwaraka in the middle, and to the extreme north is Brahmani. To further north is another township called Muraroi, which is on the side of a river called Mashloi. So we have another river called Mashloi to the north of it. So these four rivers and their interfluvial zones are of immense archaeological potential, as I will try to illustrate. We explored this area from 2015 to 2017 for 3 years, and then again in 2019 and 2020. In 2018 and 19, in these intervening years, we excavated one of the sites explored during these surveys. Here I'll be talking specifically on the first 2 seasons of exploration and the 2 seasons of excavation. I'm excluding the last season of exploration in 2017 because that would be too long to incorporate within the present, considering the time limit of the talk. Coming to the issue of methodology, as you all know, the archaeologists and historians of early India, you know that in undertaking surveys of sites, we follow different kind of methodology. Sometimes we approach a study region based on a specific problem in mind. Sometimes we begin our surveys with in order to locate the distribution of sites, and we undertake reconnaissance survey. Then at different stages of the survey, we proceed from extensive to intensive surveys. These are, we have a whole lot of literature also on how the survey methods have to be applied and how surveys are to be undertaken for archaeological discoveries and explorations. But for this specific work on Western Bengal, I have followed 2 different methodologies, one being possibly first time tested in Eastern India, and the other one is a more general kind of an approach. The first one is part of an ongoing project that I've been doing since my PhD years to locate early medieval settlements on the basis of the settlement data preserved in copper plate inscriptions. As you know, the copper plate inscriptions, they talk of transfer of land at village levels, and in describing the locations of the grants, they also make reference to a large number of other rural landmarks in the form of villages, floral and faunal species, and natural and artificial landmarks of rural localities. So I started approaching this area with an inroad through this method. One of the copper plates, which was supposed to have come from an elusive village called Mallia in Western Bengal, describes a number of villages, practically 3 villages, which were never identified, nor was the provenance of the plate was known. So I ventured this area, keeping in mind the point to locate the provenance of the copper plate, and on the basis of that to identify the villages mentioned in that plate. And I found that the inscription records the names of 3 villages. At the center, you see a village called Vaphagoshavata Grama, where this inscription talks of land alienation. And in the description of the boundary of the granted land, it incorporates a number of other landmarks, 2 neighboring villages, one to the west, the other to the east, or rather southeast. The one to the west is called Kutkuta Grama, the one to the southeast called Amalapautika Grama, and then we have one Gonginika or a dried channel, one Yanaka or a spill or rivulet, and one pond or tank. uh, based on a survey of the region uh, close to, if you remember that slide where I was talking about these three towns, close to Rampurhat, this township, I found these three villages called Bhabki, Kutigram, and Amba, and these are all archaeological sites, as I'll show, and I identified them provisionally with the three villages mentioned in this boundary clause. Here you have to the west the village called Kutkutagrama, which we identify with the modern village of Kutigram. To the southeast, we have Amalapautiko, which I identify with Amba, and at the center we have Vappahoshavata, which I identify with Bhabki. What is interesting is, to the north of this, we have the landmark demarcated by, the boundary demarcated by a Gongenika or a dryad channel. What we see on this GIS-based map is a moribund channel to the north of the identified villages. So I would prefer to identify this as the Gongenika referred to in the inscription. And then again, we do not have any specific canal to the west of it, but we do have one canal running this way, which is a paleo channel, and this one is possibly we can only see the depressions and nothing else, and this possibly represents the Sharshapayanaka referred to in the inscription. And the pond is difficult to identify specifically because the names are not retained for these Pushkarinis or ponds. We have several names of rivers being retained in the rural landscape, but I have not so far come across, unlike South India, where we have even names of the tanks being retained in modern time, even the names of the cattle tracks being retained in modern times. But here we do not have such a degree of retention in the rural landscape. What we see are instead the names of the rural settlements being retained, as well as in many cases the water bodies being retained. Based on these identifications, one more point. Why did I select this area to be, these villages to be representative of the villages mentioned in the inscription? That's because the villages that I identify with the ancient settlements are not far from a place called Maliadanga in the border of the Birbhum and its neighboring district called Murshidabad. This site, I think, is what has been vaguely called Malya from the time of the first publication of this inscription. And this, based on this identification of the provenance of the plate, the find spot of the copper plate, I identified these villages. Their geographical orientation matched, the location of the moribund channel or Gongenika matched, the location of paleo channel matched, and the name Maliadanga was very close to the name Malya referred to. You don't see any name called Malya in the census of or the survey records of Birbhum, Murshidabad area, but what you see is Maliadanga, which I think is the actual find spot of Malya, described by others, by the earlier editors of the copper plate. So this was my initial methodology of entering into the site for exploration. And then each had a different trajectory. I'll try to illustrate that. What do we find as archaeological evidence in these areas? The first and foremost are structural mounds. At many of the sites, we have a number of structural mounds. This is the mound at a village called Kutigram. The village called Kaluha, which is within the periphery of these identifiable villages, but this is not one of the identifiable villages of the inscription, but it's within the periphery of it. here we see brick structures with brick structures bound in mud mortar, forming part of a badly damaged mound, but traces of it are still there, along with scatters of ceramic evidence. We also have habitation mounds like this one. Again, a badly occupied site, but one sector of this village called Mirpara, where we saw an extensive scatter of pottery starting from the Chalcolithic populations to the medieval times. We have mixed pottery scattered all over the surface of this site. This is again a mound, but of a different nature. This is another structural mound at a site called Baragram or Borogram. This site has also yielded a large number of Buddhist and specifically Buddhist and some Brahmanical sculptures also, and they are distributed in almost all the major museums of West Bengal and Delhi. This site also has extensive ceramic scatter along with this large mound. Another site that remained unreported until we visited the area is called Dheka. To the north of this tank, you see this vegetation patch. Unfortunately, I do not have an aerial view. It's a large mound with an extensive brick structure strewn in it, along with ceramic material scattered on the surface. We already have made a small notice, a small publication based on the first survey of this site. It still demands further intensive exploration, but this is a very potential structural early medieval site of the region. Then we have another site called Kusumba, where we see extensive ceramic scatter in an essentially damaged and mixed context, although, but the material evidence, it is quite encouraging for further research. A similar kind of a mound, as you can see, it is being occupied. I document this photograph is dated 2016. I'm sure by now the entire mound has been occupied. They're simply destroying the structure and building modern constructions, and the foundations of these structures are mostly made of the bricks recovered from the site itself. This is called coat. I may mention here that the very term coat is coat stands for the English word fort or fortified site. Another impressive mound is at a site called Goitha within this region. This is again a structural site where we found also a number of architectural members in stone. With all possibility, this was a temple site, a stone temple site, along with brick structures. The temple is not extant, but what we find at the site are ceramic scatters again, as you can see in this close-up, on the larger structural mound. Excuse me. These are the major mounds in this zone. All these sites are around the Rampurhat township, within the Rampurhat blocks themselves. Then to the further north around Nolhati, we have such structural mounds like this one at a site called Dharampur. It's a modest mound, but we found black and red ware from the surface of this mound. And again, we have early medieval brick structure set in mud mortar, jutting out from the surface of the mound itself, suggesting that it was a kind of possibly a religious structure of the early medieval period. these were never reported, and these many of these demand excavation, as you can understand. Coming to this sculptural assemblages, sculptures are all found in secondary or tertiary contexts. They are never found in situ in at these sites of Bengal, not only in Western Bengal, except from some parts of northern Bengal. Nowhere in Bengal I have seen these sculptures coming from their proper contexts. Only at a few sites in northern Bengal I have seen some sculptures which might be labeled as occurring in situ at sites, particularly at structural sites. These are found, these sculptures at these sites also. These sculptures are found lying on the wayside in the villages, on the veranda of the temples, under the trees, and these are the materials. These are mostly made of chlorite or schist, a stone that they were collecting from the Jharkhand Rajmahal corridor area, and these sculptures were being prepared throughout Western Bengal, besides Northern Bengal, with this specific rock type. And this is from a site called Koleshwar. There is a temple complex which has become kind of a neighborhood museum, because majority of the sculptures from the site of Dheka that I had shown, the mound, if you remember, this mound, from this site, they collected sculptures and they were gathered at this site, which is located about 4 kilometers to the south of this mound. This is a temple complex, and naturally it attracts a sizable amount of pilgrim population every year. That's why they have this has been converted into kind of a neighborhood museum, and the sculptures are preserved in this temple. Then again, you have sculptures lying in village shrines or under the trees. This is a gargoyle that we documented at the site of Goetha, the mound. If you remember, I just showed the slide of that site. At that structural site where we think there was a stone temple, we found this gargoyle lying just beside the mound. And again, this is the general context of sculptures. These have been argued by many scholars specializing in early medieval archaeology that these should not be taken as markers of sites, because they are portable items and they occur absolutely beyond their contexts. Yes, it's true, they occur beyond their context and they are portable items. But when we find such sculptures uniformly distributed over sites within a given geographical area, I am surveying a specific area, I'm coming across a cluster of 15 or 16 sites, and at all of these sites, if I have these out of context stray sculptural materials in uniform way distributed, I cannot deny the bearing of these remains in understanding the distribution of the sites. So I have considered these stray specimens as also markers of sites when I have them distributed uniformly over a given geographical area. For this case, this specific sector of Western Bengal. At many sites, I'm still at bay with this evidence. Shuchiradi is here. I'm sure she is one who is a specialist of this area. I'm sure Dr. Rai Chaudhary will have comment on this. This is at many of these sites, I find along with sculptural materials, these polished and ground stone tools. I will certainly hesitate to call them Neolithic because they are hardly Neolithic, but these ground and polished stone tools are found at many of these sites in association. They are being worshipped in village shrines along with the sculptures because of their definite shape, certainly. But how to relate them with the sculptural assemblages or the overall material assemblage of these sites remains a question to me. Again, at some of the sites, we have specific assemblages of Buddhist sculptures, and at this site, it's at Bhadrapur. Basically, it's not Bhadrapur, the site is called Akalipur. It's between the juncture of two villages. Under a tree, there is a shrine, village cult spot, and that spot, on that spot, they're worshipping these images. We have one inscribed image donated by Adanapati as well. And these are Buddhist sculptures. Coming to the northern part, if you remember the three major townships, which are the nodes based on which I undertook the surveys, the township to the north of this is called Nolhati, and at the middle is called Rampurhat. Between these areas, at the border of West Bengal and Jharkhand, we have a cluster of sites where we see extensive evidence of pre-industrial iron smelting. We have such intact furnaces jutting out from the section of the site. We have furnaces lying bare on the floor. I can see many of our students participating here. They would, and some of them had occasion to visit these sites. They would remember this is from a site called Mashra, where we found a number of series of hearts used in smelting iron. If we can even undertake small scale excavations, small trenches at regular intervals at these sites, and if we could collect samples which would be very suitable for dating, we can have some more clearer understanding of the chronology of these pre-industrial iron smelting sites. Based on the ceramic evidence, I would very provisionally though suggest that they date to the medieval period, certainly to the 15th, 16th century level, certainly. And coming to the ceramic evidence, as is the general picture of early medieval pottery evidence of Bengal, although we are still not in a very firm condition to talk about the ceramic repertoire of the early medieval phase of Bengal, but based on some recent excavations, particularly a site in northern Bengal, we have a kind of a pottery index for early medieval period, and the majority of the principal type is the different varieties of redware, and the Western Bengal scenario is not much different from it based on exploration only. Please note that whatever I'm talking based on a surface evidence, not from excavated evidence. So we have mostly different varieties, different fabrics, and chrome varieties of redware and greyware, along with a specific type of pottery that I have called the reverse black and redware, which is externally black and internally red, which occurs in a very low percentage, but very persistently at all of these sites where we have either an early medieval structure or surface cutter along with sculptures, or structure, pottery scatter and sculpture, all of them occurring at a specific site. We have this specific pottery in a very low percentage, but very persistently occurring at all these sites though. So possibly, at least for Western Bengal, we'll have to see. I'm sure future research will either reject or confirm this hypothesis, that, but now provisionally, I think that this specific reverse black and redware type possibly is one of the indicators of early medieval settlements in Western Bengal. I won't use the word marker because that would be a tall claim, but at the same time, I think this is certainly an indication of early medieval settlement in Western Bengal. We have recently, from one of our excavations, Kaushik Gangobadai, he has found this from the stratified early medieval levels of a southwestern Bengal site as well. And black and redware, which we have from many of these sites. We have published so far 6 sites from this exploration, this series of explorations. We have published 6 sites which have yielded black and redware, certainly one from excavated stratified context and other 5 from surface explorations. And at least 3 of them, the site of Bhadrapur, one site called Bhagail, and another site called Keotpara in Mayurashwar. These 3 also demand further excavation. Now, this is based on the whole series of explorations. This is the distribution of sites. These are the 3 areas that we excavated, and this is a map prepared after the 2016 excavation. Sites are mostly located in either in clusters or in linear arrangement. Am I audible? Can you hear my voice? Can you see the slides? Professor Kamathi, please confirm that you see my slides.
We can see your slide.
Thank you. Thank you. So sites are either in clusters or are in linear orientation. To the north of this area, which is called the Muraroi area, along the Bashloi and Pagla, there are 2 rivers called Bashloi, and one of its tributaries called Pagla. We again have a cluster of 15 sites so far discovered, but I'm not getting into the details of those sites. The sites that I have so far discussed are located between the interfluves. As you can see, all these sites are located in the interfluves of the Brahmani and Daroka rivers, and then the Daroka and the Moirakhi rivers. This is the nature of the spatial distribution. In 2016, I'm sure now it can be seen. In 2015, we discovered 16 sites. Please take a note of this one marked, because I'll have to come to the details of these sites soon, this specific site soon. Based on the assemblage recovered from these slides, as you can read here, most of these sites are dated to the early medieval or medieval periods, but some of them have their inception as early as the black and red ware using levels. Although we cannot be precise about the chronology of these black and red ware using sites, because as you know, in this part of the Bengal Delta, or this part of Eastern India to be more general, we have black and red ware occurring from the proto-historic throughout the early historic levels, and we have different fabrics of black and red ware being used by the early settlements at different points of time throughout the proto-historic and early historic levels. So we cannot be precise based on surface surveys about the chronology of these black and red ware sites, but on a broad plane, they would be dated at a broader level, they would be dated to roughly the later proto-historic levels. And then we again have pottery evidence coming from the early medieval phase. So far, I have not been able to detect any specific understandable early historic material from these sites, although at one of close to this site called Asuralaya, we have a major early historic site. So I realize we still need more intensive exploration in understanding this problem of the occurrence of non-occurrence of early historic in this area, because we have one excavated site called Kotashur, which is a major early historic site. I'll come to that later. These are the sites recovered, reported in 2015, and these are the sites reported in 2016. Again, you can see all the sites are either structural material in the form of brick structures, the distribution of sculptures, and the surface survey of pottery remains. We do not have anything so far excavated from this area to talk precisely of the early medieval situation of the region. Based on this exploration, this was the result of the explorations of the first 2 years. Based on these 3 years of explorations, I'm not talking of the third year, as I said, we started excavating one of the sites. We selected this because it is a well-preserved site as it appeared from the surface and the sections, open sections and scraping of sections. It appeared that the site is more or less preserved. This is located almost midway between the channels of Dwaraka and Mayurakshi, and more close to a paleo channel near a stream, near a spill called Monikornika, which I have now reason to argue was possibly the original channel of Mayurakshi. On this we have this site of Asuralaya, a small nondescript village of about 700 population, a hamlet kind of a habitation. And there we have one, this is the geomorphology of the area with Asuralaya at the center. It's located on the older alluvium, and you see the site of Kotashur, the excavated site of Kotashur being located to the southeast of this Asuralaya site. And this is the mound. It's a modest mound of about 2.4 meter highest elevation, but because of the name Asuralaya, as you can understand, it's called the abode of the demons. People hardly step into the mound and they never take art from this mound. That's why the mound has somehow preserved. From exploration, we came across these ceramic evidences, extensive scatter of black and red ware on the surface, along with some designed specimens. And this is not from the site itself. This is from one of the neighboring excavated sites called Mohishdhal. This specific type is from that site. And we found, apart from black and red ware, this specific black ware type, which I call after Dr. Suchira Rai Chaudhuri. She suggested this name based on her excavations at Mongolkot. I call this pale black ware. We have types in this ware, and again different fabrics and types in red ware and gray ware. The types are mostly bowl, handi, jar, and tumbler in gray ware, black ware, polished black ware, and pale black ware, black and red ware, and one, yes, only these four: red ware, gray ware, black ware, and black and red ware. These four types we have. These four wares we have. These major types recovered. These are based on the exploration only. This was based on the general exploration of the area. This was an intensive exploration of the Asuralaya site itself. Apart from the ceramics, we also came across these terracotta hopscotches or ceramic hopscotches, some stone material in phyllite and chalk, showing fluted cores, and one specimen of a charred worked bone. You can see clearly in this close up the working on the surface of the bone. Based on this, we undertook geophysical survey of the site. We undertook all the types of geophysical surveys, from magnetic resonance survey to electrical resistivity tomography to ground penetrating radar survey. And I would request specifically the scholars and the students to please take note of this data that I have written here. This will have bearing on I'll have a note based on this about the failure of our methodology. This was possibly the first attempt at geophysical survey at a habitation site in eastern India, but unfortunately we did not yield much meaningful result based on this. And if you see the profile distance of the data for both GPR and resistivity data, you see that we have taken the data with massive gaps of about 8 or 5 meters interval. We use the electrodes at an interval of 5 to 8 meter levels. Therefore, we only could detect anomalies at a very deeper level. Please take a note of this. I'll come back to this point again. What I precisely try to point out is that these geophysical exercises, they resulted in detecting anomalies or elements under the earth at a very deep level, about 7 meters from the surface, below the surface. If you see this one, the pink tinge is the best anomaly levels, which are at the level of between 4 and 7 meters. This was because we took the readings at long intervals. It was a huge mound of about 7,500 square meter. So we took reading at long intervals, and that was a wrong step that we took. We realized later. I'll come to that later on. And based on the geophysical survey and exploration, we started excavating the site with these objectives in mind, to understand the chronology and stratigraphy of the site, in understanding the protohistoric settlements of the site by way of correlation of cultural deposits, to understand, if possible, the man-environment relationships at the site, and the aspects of paleoecology of the site and its surrounding, and to retrieve dates, though we have not yet been able to retrieve dates. That's under process, the dating of samples from the site. This is the periphery of the sites. This is the map of the site based on the total station, and these lines are the lines of geophysical surveys. We took readings along these lines with the resistivity tomograph, and we took data at large intervals. Here you can see the contour of the site. A more easier picture is this one, where you can see the 3D contour of the mound. We took trenches at these 2 points, which are the highest points, at one trench at the extreme southern slope of the mound, based on this layout, horizontal method of digging. This is an aerial view of the trenches that were laid in the first season of excavation, and this show the details of the trenches that we excavated in the 2 years of excavation in these 3 sectors of the entire mound, here, and at the extreme south. What we found were ceramic dumps from the very upper level of the mound of about 18 to 20 centimeter of depth. We started getting things. This is the close-up. We have the materials, the ceramic assemblage composed of buff and red ware mixed with black and red ware from the very first level. We also found a large number of ceramic material in association with burnt, extensive patches of burnt clay. From this level, just below the level of this deposit, we found the remnant of a hearth on the surface of a floor, which is badly damaged because of the occurrence of these desiccation cracks, which are characteristic of this landscape in the large tract or the Western Bengal tract of the delta. Many of all these sites, you will see these desiccation cracks getting deeper into the body of the site, and they will be regularly distorting the levels of the floors and other cultural activities whenever you find them at sites. But still, we could detect the extant floor levels, and they are marked with a chalk, above which we have a clear activity level of about 15 centimeter. At another trench also, we found a second floor level, again badly disturbed by seepage of water from these desiccation cracks. And these floors continued throughout trenches. We could, with our limited resources, we could only excavate about 7 to 8 trenches partially. And at all of them, we found this working floor at the level of 58 to 60 centimeter. These are the aerial views of all the deposits, the ceramic repertoire, and the different levels of floors. The first flooring level is just below this one, which is badly damaged. The most preserved floor level is the second floor level, where we have the working platform, the activity deposit, the hearth, as well as the floors. And at the lowermost level also, we have a third level of floor, but this level is yet to be properly excavated. We still need to take some more trenches and interrogate this specific floor level, which possibly represents the earliest phase of the site. On the whole, this is about 1 to 1.2 meter of deposit. The whole deposit starting from the beginning to the end, should be dated to the very provisionally protohistoric levels. I cannot talk about precise dates because we do not have radiometric dates so far, but black and red wedge starts from the very first level and it continues till the lowest level. And at regular intervals, we have a number of hearts of the level at the level of 58 to 60 centimeter. At that floor level, we have series of hearts on which we found charred stone, which were being worked for making stone tools, and a number of raw material for possibly making beads. A variety of stone material, the raw material in stone, starting from jasper, beryl, chart, and agate. And these were all procured from neighboring areas. I'll come to that again later. This is the section. We have the cultural deposit up to this level, and below that is what is called what Dr. Rai Chaudhary has called the paleosol. This paleosol semi-lateritic level, and above this, below the cultural level, is this lateritic bed with extensive occurrence of calcrete nodules. Now I come to a note on our failure of the geophysical survey. We took reading at very long intervals. That's why the machine could detect anomalies only at a level around this, from 4 to 5 meter below surface, just at the lowest level of the non-cultural bedrock, this area, the calcrete bearing surface. And it was detecting higher anomaly only because of the extensive occurrence of these calcrete nodules. I'm sure now you would realize the thick set, the density of occurrence of calcrete nodules. Mostly the machines were recording both the GPR and the ERT, they were detecting anomalies from this level. In order to detect anomaly of the shallow levels, of the higher levels, what we needed, what we ought to do was to take readings at an interval of say 15 to 30 centimeters. This was not possible because of two reasons. One was we could not realize that the deposit would be so shallow. And second is taking ERT data of a mound of 7,500 square meter or GPR data of a mound of this dimension with an interval of 15 to 30 centimeter will take about continuous work of 3 months. Without that, it's not possible. And we could not do that simply because of lack of time and resource, money. It's a heavily expensive process as well. So we had to limit ourselves to collecting data at larger intervals. That's why it could detect only anomalies of the non-culture, the natural surface or non-cultural deposits of the site, not the cultural deposits of the site. So in case we undertake further study on with geophysical principles in understanding archaeological deposits of habitation sites, I think this is a caution that we will have to, if we are to undertake such surveys, we have to take data at very shallow, narrow profile distances. This might, for structural sites, long profile distance data is quite enough. I have also worked with my collaborator for a structural site recently. We found very promising results. But for this, we will certainly be publishing based on this, maybe on a note on the failure of this methodology. But that would again be relevant because this would be useful for scholars undertaking geophysical survey for habitation sites in Eastern Indian archaeology. Again, this is one more site where you can see I have kept this desiccation cracks on the section intact just to show the nature of interventions that we have from natural attritions at these sites. And these two are the major cultural levels from which we have the cultural material from the site. And what are those? Those are in the form of large amount of stone material in green chart, beryl, white chart, and sometimes phyllite, as I showed in one of the earlier slides. And then beads. We have beads in agate, and this material I'm still unsure about it. I'm sure Suchiradi will have comment on it based on her experience. I suggested that it's possibly the intermedial lamellae of the chart that is being used for making these beads. And beads are ranging from about 2 millimeter to 5 millimeter of diameter. These micro beads are found in large numbers, and we also have these agate beads, and then beads made of green chart and carnelian. And then again, the same material, with the same material, they were using points. I am not sure about the purpose because they are too fragile to be used for any purpose, but we have several fragments of such points made of the same material with which those beads were made. And we also have bone points recovered from the sites and recovered. These are the hopscotches, as you saw, as a result of exploration, and these are the microlithic tools that we recovered from the site. The implements, we have both coarse as well as finished points and blades these are only photographs from the first season of excavation, and they are made on a variety of materials. Only one of them is found from below the cultural level. This one on which my cursor is now, this comes from a lower level, but I think that was an intrusive material and not in proper context. And these are the bone materials that we found from the sites. They yet to be analyzed. The analysis is under process. And these are the ceramic materials from excavation. And this one was from section scraping. This is not from excavation. The other ones are from excavations. I've already detailed them. And these are the sections. You can see they're not the regular clumsy sections of habitation sites. Based on the deposits of chunks of bones, the large amount of unfinished stone materials, a large number of unfinished stones in proper shape, possibly made for meant for making beads, and the extensive working floor with series of huts on a specific level. We primarily suggest that this was a workshop site. About 5 kilometers to the southeast of this site, we have that large excavated urban fortified site of Kotashur. I think this was, and to about 900 meters from this site, we have another site. I'm sorry, I should have included some slides of that as well. We have a site called Krishnanagar, where we have a same deposit, same kind of a deposit over an area of about 1,000 square meter. I think these are small satellite sites which were feeding the urban site at Kotashur fortified, early historic site at Kotashur. Now, to date the site, earlier I was under the notion that this would yield early dates, but now I think possibly I was wrong. If this site was a satellite of Kotashur, I think we will have, and we have different fabrics of black and red ware from these. The older, finer varieties of black and red ware and the later coarser varieties of black and red ware, both we have from the lower and the upper levels of the site. I think possibly it will yield a date not earlier than the early first millennium BCE to mid first millennium BCE. Throughout that phase, it might have served the site of the neighboring site of Kotashur. My major objective of excavation was to argue that instead of looking at larger well-known sites, it's also time to look at these apparently flimsy smaller sites which would provide very potential and important cues to understanding the settlement network of a micro region, where we have one excavated site and in its neighborhood we have such small satellite sites which were feeding the settlements at those larger sites. If I come up with dates in near future, I'll be on a more stronger plank to argue on that score, but I'm sure one more season of excavation would lead us to a more clearer understanding of the site. And in this entire endeavor, starting from 2015 till date, we have 6 seasons of work, 4 seasons of exploration, 2 seasons of excavation. I have been helped by our departmental scholars, the villagers of these settlements, specifically these 2 villages of Asuralai and Parchandrahat, of which this hamlet is part. Our University Authority for Fund, to the DG ASI for the license, and to Sri Shujit Das Gupta of the Geological Survey of India, and our department staff, and our department students, specifically Vidhan Haldar, who is now working for his PhD on this area. After his survey is over, I'm sure we will have more insights into the archaeology of the region. And finally, to Suchiradi, to Dr. Suchira Rai Chaudhary, who has been a consistent support and who has visited this site, made several insightful observations on the potential of the site, on problems of excavation, on limitations of excavation, and she helped in many different ways. I'm grateful to all of them. Thank you. This has been a teamwork of last 6 years. I just presented the results of 2 years of exploration and 2 years of excavation. I'm sure I'll have occasion to discuss results of the 2 later years of exploration in near future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rajat Sanyal. The
I
session.
think I'm on time. Yes, I'm on time.
You can. If you
I'm
want.
on time. No. I've completed. I'm
Yeah.
on time. Yes.
Yeah, you are very well on time. It was 60-minute talk from your end. Another 15 minutes to go for certain interaction. I rather suggest my participant friends to make certain queries with Professor Rajat Sanyal. At the outset, I would like to say that the session was not only technical, but also highly interpretative and informative. It opens up a plethora of episodes that lay buried in and around the east coast of India and even inward sections and regions of India. Thank you very much for having enlightened our registered participants. I now request my friends and registered participants, including scholar participants, to make any queries if they have and to seek reciprocal response from Professor Rajat. If they do not have any questions, I have a few questions to make. I shall carry further the session. Until then, you have any queries, you're most welcome. Yeah, you can. Suchira Rai Chaudhary has a question to you.
Yes, please.
Suchira Rai Chaudhary.
ಮಾತಾಡತಾರಲ್ಲ
ಇಲ್ಲ.
ಅವ್ರ ಅನ್ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ಬೇಕು ಸರ್
ಹಾ.
ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೇಕಂದ್ರೆ.
Yes, Suchira, please.
Yeah, Dr. Suchira has a question. Dr. Suchira will have to unmute herself.
Suchira, please unmute.
Yeah.
Sir, I think she is being muted by the host. Please unmute from your end.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, sir, please unmute Suchira Roy Chaudhary.
Please unmute her. Okay. Is it okay?
Okay, let me see. Yeah, right.
Yes.
Now I'm audible.
Yes.
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 Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I would like to congratulate Dr. Rajat Sanyal for an excellent presentation. He has been doing a fantastic work in this region, especially the region where I stay. I just wanted to make 2 comments, and he has done the entire work very well. I really didn't help him much. It's just maybe sometimes some kind of academic interaction. So I just would like to say, because he was showing some beads. Rajat, if you have ever thought whether these could be steatite beads, I haven't seen them. I haven't really seen them because they looked like steatite beads or a part of agate. It could be also. You're right, actually. It could be a part of the chert variety also, but it also looked to be looking at the thinness or the thickness of the beads. It could be a steatite also, though steatite is quite uncommon in this particular area. That is also there. That is also there. So that is one of the things. And the other is that ring stone that you were talking about. That is definitely not Neolithic. But sometimes if you see, because I had carried some ethnographic work around Mogolkot area, where I had seen that these kind of ring stones, not really exactly this, but these kind of ring stones were there, where there was, in the middle, there is a hollow, where you put some grains. And with a muller, you kind of pound the grains. Is it something like that? I don't know. And why is it with sculpture? I won't be able to say, because villagers have the tendency to kind of add in a whole lot of things within the sculpture to make it religious in character. So that much, I mean, that one I can't tell you. But this could be another way of thinking that what would be the purpose of these rings. That's all that I would like to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Shuchari, I do remember you told me this might be steatite from one photograph you had suggested also earlier.
Yeah.
Actually, the point is I did not, because of want of time, I did not, I was correct in not including more slides into it, because we undertake a detailed survey, intensive survey of an area called Dighal Pahadi, which is to the west of this. And I'm sure the materials that are being used at this site were being carried from Dighal Pahadi, which is not far from this area. Dighal Pahadi was possibly the source of rock used here. We also have works of geologists, specifically by one geologist staying at Shantiniketan only, the grand old lady. You would remember her name is Mrinali Anguli. She worked in that area, and she reported deposits of agate and also chalcedony from those deposits. But we do not have any source of steatite in this area. Steatite is quite possible because the chalky surface, they have to be handled very carefully. If you take a look at the slide again, the whenever I put them on the chart paper to take a photograph, the material from the body of the bead is being smudged on it. So it's so chalky and fragile. If this is not, if it is steatite, it's okay. We'll have to search for the rock source, for the source of the material. If it's not steatite, then could it be the intermediate lamellae between the chart? I do not have good Excel photography. I'll have to do Excel photography to show that, because we have chunks of chart from the site, from the stratified deposits, showing the upper level of chart and the lower level of chart with a chalky intermediate lamellae. Is it that lamellae that is being taken out, just peeled off from the surface of the chart, and that is being used for making the beads? This still remains a question. And for these Neolithics, apart from the ring stones, we have proper celts and axes. Not only the ring stones, in one of the slides, they were being reappropriated as sculptures. This context is more or less clear that they were being worshipped, being reappropriated with a sculptural assemblage because of the definite shape they have, and they are being reappropriated as god images, goddess images. Particularly, they are being used as Shivalingas. But these are not specifically ring stones. These are all celts and axes. That's where my confusion is. I am absolutely at bay. I have no idea of how to correlate this. We have miniature celt, one miniature celt from the site itself. I didn't show the photograph, I'm sorry. We have one miniature celt from this excavated site, but these full size, large celts, we have the same celt recovered from the excavated Buddhist site of Moghalmari. A huge celt that was found from the personal collection of one of the villagers. They are occurring regularly at these sites with otherwise essentially early medieval material. How to associate them archaeologically? I have.
Could we see there are a whole lot of these are small agricultural sites, right? Agricultural or kind of, you can say, multi-mode subsistence strategies. So probably for these very particular reasons, there could be these were utilized for various other purposes, not really for Neolithic, I mean, system of settlement pattern. That's what I feel. I mean, of course,
Yes,
the
absolutely.
more research you do.
Yes, absolutely. I think here this is the cue to addressing the problem. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Any other question from audience? Any other question from audience? Professor Sanyal, have
Yes.
you received any UGC funds or ICHR funds for these projects?
No, this entire work was exclusively carried out with fund from my university itself. We have a specific budget item on excavation and exploration. We use that fund primarily. Since 2012, we have not received any matching grant from Archaeological Survey of India, and UGC can only fund when you have a specific project. So I didn't apply for a project for this exploration. So what we did was completely and exclusively based on funds from our university. We have a small fund of about, now it's about 5.5 lakh. So earlier it was about 3 lakh or 3.5. We did the whole work from that fund.
These are vertical excavations or
No, sir. No, sir. In last 30 years, I'm not aware of any excavation in India which has been laid out in vertical principle. Vertical excavation principle is obsolete. That was introduced by Mortimer Wheeler for a different purpose. That purpose is now over. Even if we excavate one trench, we means the archaeological community of South Asia, even if one excavates a single trench and essentially does vertical excavation, the layout follows the principle of horizontal excavation. So it was, of course, horizontal excavation layout. And if you saw that aerial view of the trenches, we laid out trenches in horizontal progress, and we excavated as many as 8 trenches. So not a vertical excavation, neither in principle nor in practice.
Do you make out any ethnic identity through these archaeological explorations?
No, I did not. What I only observed is that Santhal population of the area, they use the same patterns of bricks, beads on their festivals. I found Santhal boys hunting field rats with the same types of terracotta balls that are being recovered from these sites. And these are only stray broad observations, but I have not so far directed my research towards that dimension. I'm sure if one undertakes such a study based on these excavated evidences, that would be quite rewarding, and I'd be happy to collaborate.
It could open up multicultural dimensions.
Yes, absolutely. That would be essential, but so far, no. I have not yet done anything specifically except the stray observations that I talked about.
Yeah. And these research reports have been published?
Only one exploration report has been, 2 exploration reports have been published. The excavation report has not been published. I am the delinquent, I should have. Hopefully I'll do sooner than later. But excavation report has not yet been published. Even the excavation information has not yet been published, except the notes sent to IAR. But hopefully sooner than later we'll do.
So
2 reports are now available, one on exploration of the black and red wet sites, one on exploration of that specific site called Decca. A 3rd publication is in process. It's under referring. That's on a detailed note on the early medieval site of Decca.
Yeah. So, finally, one positive question. In what way you define it as an archaeological culture, or what is the nomenclature you would like to assign it to the archaeological explorations which you carry out all through? Which archaeological culture exactly?
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Right. Understood. As I tried to elaborate throughout the talk, uh, in this part, so far we have been able to detect two cultural levels archaeologically. One is the black and red ware using protohistoric farming cultures, and the other one is the chronologically much dissociated, I won't say, yes, dissociated, early medieval phase of cultures. The intervening phase of early historic is, I'm sorry, I have not been able to understand so far, but we have in one of the territories to the south, along the Mayurakshi Dwaraka interfluves, we have one major excavated early historic site. Since there is one early historic site from which we have very important evidence like Panchmak coin showing the symbol of a boat, like different varieties of black and red ware dating even later to the early historic levels, and habitation remains of early historic and early medieval levels. We have continuous habitation from protohistoric through early historic to early medieval at that site of Potasu. I'm sure if we still concentrate on intensive exploration of the area, particularly to the southern part of the study area, if you remember the map, to the northern part, we have one river called Brahmani. In the middle part, we have a river called Dwaraka. To the southern part, we have a river called Mayurakshi. To farther south, you have Damodar and Ajay and Damodar. This Mayurakshi Dwaraka interfluvial area, if this area is still more intensively explored, I'm sure we might have some, I hope we might have some clue to understanding issues of continuity and dissociation between the protohistoric cultural levels and early historic cultural levels. Now, as it stands now, if you ask me what cultural level would you label it with, I would say we have two major phases properly detected. One is black and red using protohistoric level, and the other one is early medieval levels. And again, on methodological issue also, this is an area where we can use both the methodologies, the reconnaissance survey, which is the most widely practiced method for exploring sites in Bengal Delta, and also that specific methodology of using inscriptional source to enter into the problem of archaeological settlements. Both these issues can be addressed methodologically. And in terms of archaeological cultures, there are two phases I would like to specifically mark. One is protohistoric, the other one is early medieval. I think, was this your question?
I certainly have responded well. You together have executed the process. It seems Kaushikda and Rajat together had made tremendous contributions to the growth and development of Department of Archaeology, along with the other person. One final observation: it was not only technically sound, but it was more importantly methodologically righteous. Uh, yeah, in the days to come, these presentations do prove substantial in building up archaeological reputation of younger generation archaeologists like you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. We have next presentation from eminent professor. Until recent, he was a professor at University of Calcutta, Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture. She has now switched over to Central University of Hyderabad, situated at Gachibowli. Telangana. Madam Professor Suchandra Ghosh is now accessible to my audience. Madam, you can carry it.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Professor Kamathi, it has been a pleasure to listen from the very morning, your observations and the lectures delivered by my two former colleagues and very good friends, young friends. And I should begin by thanking you and the Lingaraj College for organizing such kind of webinars, because I remember that in last year also you organized similar webinars, and where another colleague of mine had presented, Professor Shudipare Bandyopadhyay. So I'm glad, and it's a privilege for me to be here. But I should begin with a caveat that I am not an archaeologist or not an epigraphist per se. I studied epigraphy with the eminent epigraphist Professor B.N. Mukherjee and others in the Department of Ancient Indian History and Culture. But in my later researches, I use epigraphy as an explanatory tool for understanding history. So I'm a practitioner of history, and I offer a course in Indian epigraphy in the Department of History, University of Hyderabad. So without much ado, let me go to my screen, and I will be talking today on situating epigraphic language and script in early Southeast Asia, facets of interactions. To begin with, when we talk of interactions between India and Southeast Asia, it is in general India and Southeast Asia. But I always would like to argue that it is better to have a specific region, because interaction between India and Southeast Asia is a very broad term. And we find that the eastern seaboards of India had interacted with the different regions of Southeast Asia. So there were different countries, different regions which interacted in the whole process. Cultural interaction, to begin with, between these regions has been an intense subject of study in recent times. Scholars are regularly deliberating upon the possible agencies that were responsible for interaction and exchange between the two regions. Attention is also drawn towards the various spheres of contact, of which script and language form a significant area, where we have a visible manifestation of cultural interaction. Available literature and epigraphic materials from Southeast Asia highlight Sanskrit cultural forms such as Kavya and Prashasti, which actually which suggests that there is a huge scope for studying the literary culture of Southeast Asia. Here, however, I would like to narrow down my focus only to the vast epigraphic material found in different countries of Southeast Asia. I have two sections in my presentation. One section attempts to present the scripts and languages that were being used in inscriptions of early Southeast Asia in a historical perspective. And there I would be talking about the linkages, the interactions from where we have the presence of Indic scripts being used in regions of Southeast Asia. And section 2 will discuss as a case study 3 inscriptions from central Vietnam, which is the Champa region, and to understand the source of narration of political culture described in the inscriptions, because these inscriptions talk a lot of polity and political culture in general. The importance of epigraphic material is unquestionable for the appreciation of the past. We know that from the 4th century onwards, inscriptions written in Sanskrit began to appear in increasing frequency in the places now known as Myanmar, then Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, and Malaysia. First, let me go to this map before I begin come to the main topic. Have a close look at the map, and here you can see the routes. So there are various routes through which which acted as agencies, where people could move from one place to the other. So these maritime routes were actually played a very important role in the interaction or convergence of ideas between regions of Indian subcontinent and between regions of Southeast Asia. Here I have focused two things in black. So this is a cluster of site in peninsular Thailand, and which is near the Malay Peninsula also, which has given us many important evidences of cultural interaction between India and regions of India and regions of Southeast Asia. This is situated in the Thai Malay Peninsula. We have many other interactions from different areas, but for my focus today, this is one of the region. And when I'm talking of the Champa inscriptions, the three inscriptions, I'm talking of a dynasty which is known as the Indrapura dynasty, and this is Dongduang. Dongduang is the region where you have the location where the centrality of the Indrapura dynasty can be seen. And apart from that, here is the Sumatra region. We have another very important like Jambi and others. There we find also a great presence of Tamil Brahmins, Tamil inscriptions. And for example, in Barus in Sumatra we have. So I'll be also discussing these things. The basic aim is to show that how through the inscriptions, through the scripts and the languages, we can have some kind of idea of the adaptation of between, or the cultural borrowing between the two regions of India, which span across the Bay of Bengal. Now, even today, some of the Western scholars blanketly use the term Indian scripts when they're talking of scripts used in the various regions of Southeast Asia. This is a misnomer, as the Brahmi script evolved from one period to the other, and therefore Mauryan Brahmi is different from Gupta Brahmi, and regional variations are quite distinct. The inscriptions are normally said to be written in Pallava Grantha script or South Indian characters. This is, I'm talking about the inscriptions that have been found in Southeast Asia. It's not for the entire Indian subcontinent. This is particularly for regions of Southeast Asia, where you have a strong presence of Pallava Grantha script or South Indian characters of Brahmi, using the term South India to mean Deccan also. The presence of the Pallava script is a pointer to the association of southern India with Southeast Asia. The distinguishing feature marking the southern alphabets from the northern one is the little hook that we find. In the used. If I may go to the next slide. One second. Yeah. This is you can see you all are very much aware of this. So you can see the little hook attached to the foot of the long verticals, and these are the hooks that is attached to the long verticals. And sometimes in this case, you can see that it is very prolonged. So this was the characteristic, the basic feature of this Pallava Grantha script. And so therefore, when we look at these scripts, we find that these scripts bring presence in Southeast Asia, in regions of Southeast Asia, had a very strong marker of, can be taken as a very strong marker of cultural influence. So apart from South India, but there were multiple areas through which actually the cultural ideas traveled. So while southern India was a very strong area, eastern India also had very much important linkages between these regions. So we have, and it also contributed to the dissemination of scripts. And thus Eastern Indian variety of Brahmi was also used in inscriptions. Now I brought this, this is a very interesting inscription. I'm showing this because here you have this ornate Brahmi, which is also known as the shell character. And this is a very important inscription of one ruler called Purna Varman. And this is one of the early inscriptions that we find. But now when I'm talking of Eastern India, I would like to focus on this inscription. These are the small seal inscriptions. But here you have, this is our Ra, so it's Ru and J-A-Y-A, so Ru Chia. So this is actually very much evident. The script is from the Eastern Indian variety. So the legend, and this is on a seal matrix. So the legend on a seal matrix, and it's found in Thailand, readable as Rudjo, can be dated paleographically to circa 1st or 2nd century CE. The style of writing was Eastern Brahmi. However, there were other inscriptions from the same locality written in a style reminding us of that of the Nagarjunakonda inscriptions of circa 3rd century CE. This is an unmistakable pointer to the presence of persons having knowledge of both the Eastern style of Brahmi and that of the southern style in the area concerned. So a lot of seal inscriptions have been found where you have two different types of Brahmi being used. Then apart from the southern or the Eastern Indian variety, we have the box-headed type of variety found in regions of central India and Karnataka. It is interesting to know that from a study of the paleographic features of early inscriptions of the regions of Myanmar, Thailand, and Vietnam, it appears that the scripts of the inscriptions datable between the 5th and 7th centuries have more likeness to the contemporary Karnataka script. D.C. Sharkar had also suggested that in the introduction of the art of writing, the Kadambas of Vanavasi and the Chalukyas of Badami must have played a very important role. Now, why do we find influence of a region from the West Coast rather than from a more plausible East Coast is a point to ponder upon. It may be suggested, and to my mind, I think, that if trade was one of the agencies of transformation of ideas and other things, it must have been the traders from Karnataka who played a dominant role. In the contemporary period, we have reference to the merchant guilds called the 500 Swamis of Ayavole. And speaking in Belgavi, I don't have in this region, I don't need to actually talk about or introduce you to what is the 500 Swamis of Ayavole from Aihole area of Karnataka, and who were later active in Tamil Nadu and also operated in Southeast Asia. So the box-headed variety of Karnataka must have reached through them. So they acted as an agency in the art of writing, in the spread of the art of writing in those areas. Gradually, the southern variety of Brahmi made its impact on the already existing Western variety. Therefore, the transculturation process during 5th to around 7th centuries happened from the west central coast of India. Now, if you look at these two inscriptions, I have a better photograph later on. This is the Vokan inscription from Funan, Cambodia, and this is said to be at least one of the earliest. Till now, people think that this is one of the earliest inscriptions of Indic writing found in Southeast Asia. And here you can see the famous Yupa inscription of King Mulavarman. And when we look at this serif marks, you can see that it's a kind of a box, and therefore it is known as the box-headed variety. So sometimes we have partial box-headed, and sometimes you have the full box-headed variety. So what I'm trying to say is that initially it was the box-headed variety which were taken from the regions of Karnataka, and then finally through these merchant guilds into Southeast Asia. So the early inscriptions in some regions of Cambodia, in some regions of Champa, we have, or in Java, we have such kind of box-headed variety. And later, these box-headed varieties gave way to the southern variety, which is the hook, which is known as the Pallava Grantha script. So that was the way things actually moved in this region. This is this is a better photograph of the inscription, Vokan inscription, stele inscription, and you can see here the small boxes that could be found. Now, later on, when we look at this box-headed variety, and then we come to the other kind of sources, we see that the Siddhamatrika scripts used in the Shailendra records of Java were also used in other places of Southeast Asia, but they were severely limited in point of time and space. This script has been used in the votive tablets of Sri Lanka and Myanmar, in Cambodian inscriptions of the time of King Yashovarman, as well as the golden disc and described stone in the relic chamber of Muara Takus in Sumatra and in Bali. This is the Siddhamatrika script, where we have seen the box-headed variety, but here you have a kind of an angular, acute angle type, and there is an angularity also in the writing of the letter. So this is known as the Siddhamatrika script, which was very much present in Eastern India, Northeastern India, and which is found in regions which are contiguous to the region. According to H.B. Sarkar was Himanshu Bhushan Sarkar, who had worked extensively on the cultural interactions between the two regions. And according to him, I quote him, "It is evident that the scripts of these pre-Nagari inscriptions sharply differ from those of earlier and later times and inevitably draw us to Eastern India, whatever be the reason. Interestingly, even the peculiarities of paleography have been faithfully reflected in the corresponding inscriptions of Java. This is a pointer to the contact of an intimate nature between the Pala monarchs of Bengal and Bihar and the Shailendra rulers of Java. It is important for us to always look at the context, that what happened, how did the things, there are several questions that a historian should ask when we are studying this kind of things. So why this was happening? And this leads us to the famous inscription of Nalanda inscription of Balaputra Deva, because here we find that there was a cultural contact which deepened in the following century when, at the request of King Balaputra Deva of the Shailendra dynasty, King Devapala Deva of the Pala dynasty of Bengal and Bihar granted certain villages for the upkeep of a monastery built by the Sumatran king. At Jambi in northwest Palembang, the Buddhist creed is written in Proto-Goryeo characters of about the 9th century AD. Even the spelling is influenced by northeastern pronunciation, as we have the Buddhist creed, which is known as Ye Dharma, but there it is written as J Dharma, which shows because in Bengali, in Eastern India, we call J, we don't have that alphabet Ye. Now this is actually the Jagjivanpur copper plate of the son of Devapala, Mahendrapala, which was discovered, and we changed many things in the chronology of the Pala rulers. So what we find is that the cultural ties was very important. And so therefore, also from the point of view of paleography, we find that we have reference to, there were people from this region who were in Java in the elite class. And so we have Kumara Ghosha, who was the preceptor of the Shailendra king, and he was an inhabitant of West Bengal, Goro, it's coming from Goro. So therefore, this kind of references are very common. Now, the regional variation is linked to the question of close contact between regions. Thus, while most of the early Myanmar was using Western variety of Brahmi, we find that in the Arakan area, the Eastern variety of Brahmi was used. Dr. To Sin Ko had showed that the principal alphabets of Burma, Pew, and Talaing in particular were derived directly from the Kadamba alphabet of Vanavasi in Karnataka. The inscription of Ananda Chandra was written in Siddhamatrika alphabets of Eastern India, and this was due to the close proximity of Arakan to southeastern Bengal. And so this is a part of the Ananda Chandra inscription. Now, if you can see this inscription, you see that these are written in the Siddhamatrika script, which I showed a little while ago. So there is a similarity between these two scripts. And this is quite plausible because Ananda Chandra was the ruler of present-day Rakhine, the Arakan region, and it is very contiguous to southeastern Bengal, presently the Chittagong region of Bangladesh. So therefore, this contiguity helped in the borrowing of the scripts. Therefore, while you have the Western variety, the Vanavasi, the Kadamba variety of script in other parts of Myanmar, you have in this area, you have the variety which is used in Eastern India. Another interesting feature has been noted in a gold leaf inscription of 8th-9th century from an Okayo cultural site in South Vietnam. I don't have the slide for this. Here in a Prakrit inscription with considerable Sanskrit influence, we find simultaneous use of two types of la and na, which suggests the mingling of North and South Indian strains of Brahmi in an otherwise predominant South Indian scriptal derivative. This feature could be seen quite early, also where we have presence of different style of writing from a same archaeological context. Some early inscriptions engraved on Cornelian seals unearthed at Khuan Lukpat in Krabi province in Thailand is written both in southern style of Brahmi like Nagarjunikonda as well as the Eastern Brahmi. This was which I showed. So this kind of seals and on stones in inscriptions were found from Khuan Lukpat also. So this is actually the inscriptions that have been found from different regions. Now, I've just brought this here because this is a very interesting seal or a coin from the Dwaravati kingdom of Thailand, central Thailand, and then it dispersed to other areas where you see a Purna Ghata. But here, when you look at the script, you find that it's a very it's Brahmi and it's written Sri Dwaravati's Ishwara Punya. So you have very early, not very early, but middle Brahmi different type because it can be dated from around the 4th, 5th century CE. And so you have such kind of reference representations even in the coins from central Thailand. Inscriptions were also found where scripts were sometimes transformed to suit local needs and phonetics very early in Southeast Asian history. One may cite the instance of an image inscription from Khao Gu caves in Rajapuri district, Thailand. The inscription is written in the 6th, 7th century Southern Indian characters, and the text mentions Puna Karamraja Sri Samadhi Gupta. K.V. Ramesh has now read it as Punakara Majusri Samadhi Gufa, which would mean the cave in which the righteous Majusri, that is Manjusri, meditated. Again, in another instance, we have Tamaraya Tajogeshwara. Tajogeshwara obviously stands for Yogeshwara, but they were used in using a ta in front of that. So you have that ta added to this. So it was the local things, the indigenous things were also added while they were taking note of the Indic scripts. So what is important to note here is that behind the facade of general similarity, which suggests some kind of contact between the areas under consideration, the local varieties emphasize the importance of local genius, the Southeast Asian scribes who adapted the scripts to local needs. Now, if we look at this brief review, a pattern that emerges is that of the brisk maritime linkages of South India, which includes the Andhra and the Coromandel coast, playing a dominant role in the dissemination of scripts belonging to the southern tribe of Brahmi. When the Bengal coast was active in interaction, it was the Siddhamatrika script which played a very significant role in the writing of the region. The merchants plying in the Bay of Bengal helped in the infusion of Central Indian Karnataka box-headed variety. It appears that paleographical developments in South Asia and Southeast Asia developed on parallel lines. Sanskrit and Pali have had considerable long-term impact upon the linguistic and intellectual cultures of Southeast Asia. I should mention here that we have mostly Sanskrit inscriptions, and those related to Buddhism are in Pali. We do not find much of Prakrit inscriptions in Southeast Asia. So Sanskrit got the better whole of Prakrit. Now, and I'm going to elaborate on this now. Sheldon Pollock has dealt extensively on the spread of Sanskrit cosmopolitan culture in countries of Southeast Asia. As has been earlier suggested on the basis of paleography, that it was the west central coast which was responsible for the transculturation process. Pollock too suggests the same on the basis of the use of Shaka era in the use as they were used in the regnal years. So this is, let me explain this a little bit. We have, for example, the Chalukya rulers like Pulakeshin II in his in the Aihol Prashasti, Ravikirti has dated this inscription in Shaka era. So there was prevalent of Shaka era in the western central, the Deccan region. And Sheldon Pollock argues that we have the use of Shaka era in many of the inscriptions from Southeast Asia. And therefore, it appears that if we look at the paleography, that there was a strong hold of this region over the regions of Southeast Asia. In the records of the Pallavas, we never find the use of the Shaka era, as they always used regnal years. So it was only in the records of the Chalukyas of Badami and that the oldest continuous tradition of Shaka era dating is found. Moreover, regarding literate styles also, it has been seen that Chompu Kabbo was being used, which was very famous in Karnataka. For example, the Yashastilaka Champu of Somadeva Suri. Champu Kabba, this is for the students, means a combination of prose and poetry, Gadya and Padya. So, so it was only in the, what we see that we can here cite the example of Mison's Tele inscription from central Vietnam. And we see that it is interesting to note that how people from diverse ethnic background in Southeast Asia started adopting a new language that became a part of their new political culture. I'll come to the political culture part later on. So this occurred among the Mon speakers of the Chao Phraya Valley. Chao Phraya Valley goes through along Thailand, Khmer speakers of the middle and lower Mekong, and the speakers of Cham in central coastal Vietnam. This is a remarkable development, keeping in mind that this happened without the enforcement of military power or the pressure of any kind of imperial administrative or legal apparatus. It was perhaps the result of continuous movement of intellectuals between both the regions. Thus, we find that increase of Khmer, or in Java, Sanskrit was used as a mode of political culture, and it was exclusively the cosmopolitan language of elite self-representation. So when they were trying to explain something, when the rulers were arguing about the political ideals, so it was Sanskrit which they thought would be the ideal for their self-representation. We learn from the inscriptions that some ruling elites were of Indian origin, and some of the ancestors were said to be well versed in the Vedic texts. So Sanskrit learning was natural to them. The Khmer elites were also well versed in Sanskrit. Sanskrit was looked at as a power language, which could be the only language for eulogizing or narrating a royal person's life. Therefore, neither Khmer nor Javanese was used for writing prashastis. Apart from Sanskrit language and Brahmi script, some important inscriptions written in Tamil language and script have been found in Southeast Asia, mainly in Sumatra and Peninsular Thailand. I have shown in the map the region of Peninsular Thailand. The presence of Tamil inscriptions indicates direct trade relations between Coromandel Coast and certain parts of Southeast Asia and the residence of Tamil-speaking Indians in those regions. 8 of these inscriptions dating from the mid-9th to the late 13th centuries, written on stone wholly or partly in Tamil language and using Tamil script, have so far been discovered. The whole, if you look at this, the trajectory of these inscriptions, we find one from Myanmar, 2 from Peninsular Thailand, 4 from Sumatra, and 1 on the central coast of China. Now, Jan Wisman Christie has chronologically divided these overseas Tamil inscriptions into roughly 3 periods: the Pallava Chola transition period of the 9th and the 10th century, the High Chola period of the 11th and the 12th centuries, and the period of accelerating decline of Chola power in the late 13th century. But most of the Tamil inscriptions appear to belong to the last of these periods. The merchants and their organizations figure in these inscriptions in diverse contexts. Noboru Karashima and Y. Subbarayulu have acquainted us with fresh readings of these inscriptions, and we are grateful to them. But I must mention that prior to these three periods, which Wisman Christie has mentioned, we have earlier to that, we have Tamil inscription, Tamil Brahmi inscriptions, and also a stone inscription written by a jeweler that we find from the Krabi region that in peninsular Thailand. And this is actually the Takwapa inscription. This is in short indicating that an artificial lake of Avani Naranam was dug by Nangur Udaya, a military fief in Nangur, famous for his abilities as a warrior. The lake was placed under the protection of the members of the Manikkirama, so a merchant guild living in a military camp. So this was found from Takwapa. Takwapa is again a place where in peninsular Thailand. Let me go to the first map once more, and then it will be easy for. So this is the region. This is Takwapa, and this is Kwan Lukpat. I will again show you one seal from this place. So this is the area where you have a concentration of also of Tamil inscriptions. One second. Yeah. So here I'd like to briefly discuss the text and the historical context of these Tamil inscriptions, that what they tell us about. The earliest was found in the hill Kaufranarai, about 10 miles upstream on the Takwapa River on the west coast of peninsular Thailand. The Takwapa inscription was written entirely in Tamil language in Pallava script of about the 9th century. I just mentioned these. The inscription records that a tank was constructed. I have already mentioned this, so I'm not going into the details. But Manikkira Mattar, the term Manikkira Mattar it is actually derived from perhaps Manigramam, which was a localized merchant body of Tamil Nadu operating within specific regions, as their designations like Urayur Manigramam would show, although they had interregional and long-distance trade links. Mention of Manigramam in this inscription attests to their participation in overseas trade. The establishment of a base of the Manigramam at Takwapa may be seen as a continuation of old historical links of the Indian subcontinent with Southeast Asia, and also as a further indication of the Indian role in maritime trade. Sailors from India appear to have visited from very early times the Isthmus of Kra, the narrow neck of land linking present-day Thailand with Malaysia. The isthmus provided a halting place for traders from both directions. Goods for exchange could have been offloaded, stored, or transported across the isthmus. Senamugam is a term which we normally do not find in Tamil inscriptions, but a few Javanese inscriptions refer to Senamugam in the context of merchants. We may take it as a merchant community. The inscription points to the existence of a Tamil settlement at Takwapa. The Tamil traders who came to Takwapa in Pallava times, including some armed soldiers, since the inscription speaks of protection extended to a tank. Nilakanta Shastri suggested the reading of the tank's name as Sri Avani Naranam. Avani Naranam is an epithet of the Pallava king Nandivarman III. The mention of the Pallava king's title suggests that the Manigramam functioned here independently of local authority. So no Thai authority of that period had some control over this region, over this tank. There is no indication of sanctions from local chiefs. The Takwapa Manigramam base was probably an autonomous coastal settlement. The area was known for its production of tea, and it has been long suggested that as early as the 5th century, there is evidence that Indians working in the region exported this grain. The remains of a tank of a possible South Indian design have been found at the port site of Kokokau, not far from Takwapa. Kokokau was the western terminus of an overland portage route, and it seems that this portage route linked Bay of Bengal to the Gulf of Siam. I have elsewhere talked about the export of tin from this region of peninsular Thailand and peninsular Myanmar to regions of southeastern Bengal, because this explains the huge amount of bronze images that were found from southeastern Bengal, particularly in the Chittagong region. And because tin was not local to the region, and we all know for having these bronze images, tin is a very important commodity. And we have other examples also, which indicates the tin trade of this region. Ranong was another very important port in lower Myanmar from where tin could have actually moved. So as a commodity, in the Isthmus of Kra region, in the Thai Malay Peninsula, tin appeared to have a very important place. Now, after a gap of 2 centuries of the Takwapa inscription, the earliest Tamil language inscription was found in Sumatra, which is dated to 1088 CE. This was found in the early port site of Lobotua, just to the north of Baruz on the west coast of Ireland. So it is generally known as the Baruz inscription. And the inscription narrates the presence of Tamil mercantile organization. Previously studied by Nilakanta Shastri, this inscription was reread by Professor Y. Subbarayalu, and it has added much to our knowledge. While commenting on the inscription, Nilakanta Shastri wrote, I quote him, "We can safely conclude that a colony of Tamils resided more or less permanently in Sumatra, and that it included artisans who could engrave inscriptions on stones," unquote. The inscription speaks of a merchant body called the 500 of the 1,000 directions, and this body met at the Velapuram. Velapuram is the term used for port. In Sanskrit, we also have the term called Velakula, which is also used for port. Of Barachu. So Baruz was spelled as Barachu, which was also known as Matankari Vallava Techi Ujjakanta Pattina. The purpose of the inscription is to record some grant in cash to the Nakara Senapati Nattu Chettiar, the captain of the town, the merchant of the locality. Patinan Bhumi Techi Appar, the man of the merchants of the 18 countries, and Mavittu, possibly guardsman of the trade guild. The Baruz epigraph also brings to light visits to Varachu of people having something to do with ships, like ship owner, captain of the ship, known as Marakkala Nayan. Nayan in Tamil means captain, and Marakkala stands for ships. Here we can perhaps find a reflection of the term Mahanavika used in an epigraph from Andhra Pradesh as early as 1st century CE, and the correspondence is unmistakable. Recently, we have also, along with Dr. Shabarni Pramanik Nayak, we have also studied another inscription, the Ahadana plates, which talks about 5 Mahanavikas, 7 Mahasartavahas, in which were plying in this area. So a maritime trade network was very much evident from these inscriptions. Now, when we look at this, if you look at the details, the whole name, we have Matank, like it is referred to as Matankari Ballava Techi Ujjakanta Pattinam. Matankari Ballava means one who is loved by Matankari, that is Durga. Techi is a shortened form of Nanadesi, another name of the Aihole guild, and Techi Ujjakanta means one that was protected the merchant guild. I must mention that I'm drawing this much from Professor Subbarayalu's article. It is interesting to note that Ujjakontar is one of the several titles of the Chola king Rajaraja first, but we do not know if there is any relationship. The whole name therefore may be taken as the town which is favorite of Matangari, which is a sanctuary of the Desi merchants. The location of this Tamil inscription in Sumatra has to be viewed as an extension of the activities of the Ayovole 500 guild within and beyond South India in the 11th century. Baruz was very famous for camphor, and always in many of the documents, even in the Chinese documents, we have, when they're talking of camphor, they're talking ba, they're writing the name ba. Ba means as a prefix, which means that it's from Baruz. So camphor as a trading item was could have been very lucrative to the Tamil merchants. A slightly later Tamil language inscription has been found at Aceh at the eastern end of Kriangrai Bay on the east coast of Aceh, north of Sumatra. It has been dated paleographically to about the 12th century. A provisional reading of the legible portion of the inscription suggests that the inscription dealt with trading regulations covering losses of goods, among other things. Another inscription, possibly from the later half of the 13th century, located at the Jakarta Museum, records a charitable deed by one Senapati Rakan Dipankara for the merit of the ruler Peritu Sri Maharaja. It is a bilingual record with Tamil and Javanese sections, proof of regular communication between the users of the two languages. It is also an indicator of settlement of Tamil people in the region who would read this inscription. The name of the donor, Dipankara, is significant. Dipankara in Sanskrit literally means a mariner who crosses the sea to reach islands, and actually an epithet for the Buddha himself, who was referred to in the Surparaka Jataka as the master mariner. Rakan is an Indonesian title given to an influential person. The fact that the charity was made for the merit of the king suggests that the donor was an influential personage. Dipankara might have been a Tamil. The ruler's name is illegible, but he was accorded a title, Paduka Sri Maharaja, current in East Java at the time. A late 13th century bilingual text has been found inscribed from Surusau in the Padang Highlands of Western Sumatra from about 250 kilometers to the south of Barus. The inscription contains 13 lines written in Tamil language using South Indian script. During the same period, we have a fragmentary bilingual Tamil and Sanskrit inscription from Nakhon Si Thammarat on the east coast of peninsular Thailand. It appears to record a gift presented by Dhanma Shanapati to the Brahmanas. A bilingual Sanskrit and Tamil inscription found at Minpagan in Myanmar is also important. The Tamil portion of the text records a gift made by an individual from Malay Mandalam, Cranganore in the Malabar coast, to the Vishnu temple of the Nanadesi Merchant Association. Thus, Nanadesis were also active in the region of Bagan. Now, quickly, let me show you. This is the Tamil inscription which I was talking about from Krabi. This is from the 3rd century CE, which writes Perum Patankal. Everyone knows it because it has been published and written and referred to by many scholars. And this is one of the Kutei inscriptions. They are written in the early Pallava script in the Sanskrit language, and they commemorate the services held by King Mulavarman. So these inscriptions are written very clearly in Brahmi script, and they form a part of the trajectory of the different inscriptions from India, the different varieties of inscriptions that were found in the regions of Southeast Asia. So to conclude this section, it may be said that from the beginning of the writing in Southeast Asia, Sanskrit played a preeminent role in the cultural life of its people. Interestingly, Prakrit, which was a dominant language in epigraphy, right from the Mauryan to 1st century CE in Indian history, did not gain much ground in Southeast Asia. Though archaeological findings suggest strong interaction between the two regions from very early times, in case of script and language, the impact could be found only from around 4th century CE when Sanskrit became a courtly language. Parallel to Sanskrit, we have the presence of Pali, but it was more or less related to Buddhism. Pali was the language for writing the Buddhist texts, and the script was Brahmi. When the Coromandel coast became very active and Tamil merchants began to traverse the sea, Bay of Bengal in search of commercial success, Tamil language and script gained firm ground in countries of Southeast Asia, particularly maritime Southeast Asia. Traders as cultural envoys played a significant role in the dissemination of script and language. But what is to be noted is that the South Indian merchant associations issued Tamil inscriptions, and it was meant for the Tamil-speaking settlers. The Tamil and Javanese bilingual records, however, suggest regular communication between the users of the two languages. Tamil as a language perhaps could not make much dent into the political life of the people of Southeast Asia. It was Sanskrit which ruled the political cultural life of Southeast Asia as a whole, and the inscriptional evidence bears testimony to this fact. How much time do I have, Mr. Professor Kamathi? Anyway, let me start with my second section of my presentation today. And here I shall focus on there are two things that I'll focus. First is on a place called Indrapura. So here you can see Indrapura. This is a map of the Champa political centers, because there were shifting political centers. It was not a static thing when we read the history of Champa. So it is mainly, I'll be talking about this political center, which is often known as the center of Indrapura. And I will be talking about 3 inscriptions of the Indrapura dynasty of central Vietnam. And I shall show how aspects of statecraft was inspired by a text on polity, which is from the Indian subcontinent. The inscriptions of the Champa rulers clearly bring to light the functioning of a monarchical polity, which could be compared to some extent with early Indian monarchical structure. I thought of bringing in here because in the first section of my presentation, I talked about political culture and how this political culture found a form, a shape in some of the inscriptions can be seen very much from these 3 inscriptions. So we have it was possible to have a comparative study between the Champa rulers and the Indian monarchical structure. Now it is possible to see how prescriptions of a Sanskrit text on polity, Kamandaka's Nitisara, which could be placed between circa 500 to 700 CE, had some bearing on the political culture of a dynasty of Champa known as the Donzuang or Indrapura dynasty, which was the so-called 6th dynasty. The political culture of Indrapura relates to the position of the ministers and nobles in the courts, who were called the eyes or even the mind of the king. We can understand the reciprocal relationship between the king and the ministers, nobles in the courts of the king of Champa, taking recourse to 3 inscriptions. And these 3 inscriptions are dated from 909 to 919. So a very closely related time period. They form a part of the 25 inscriptions ascribed to Indrapura. Thus, Dongduang or the Indrapura dynasty expanded its area northwards. The epigraphs have been studied are the Huakwe stele inscription of Bhadravarman dated to 909-910 CE. These are all rulers of the Champa. Nanbyo stele inscription of Indravarman II, dated 911 to 912 CE, you can see on the slide. And the Laithrum stele inscription of Indravarman II, dated 918 to 919 CE. An attempt has been made to move beyond the kings and understand the position of the royal officers in the political structure of the kingdom. Dongduang was known as Indrapura, and for about a century, it was the center of power of Champa, the Nagara Champa. The Dongduang Buddhist sanctuary is located in Bindin village, Gwangnam province, and dates back to the end of the 9th century during the reign of King Indravarman. First, let us take a note of what the inscriptions say about the ruling elites. We begin with Huakwe's stele inscription of Bhadravarman. Line 19 of the inscription refers to a minister called Agya Mahasamanta, owner of various riches, who obtained wealth and riches through the favor of his king. This minister was honored by the king with a garland on his head, and the forehead being marked by a tilaka. The inscription clarifies that this kind of honor was very difficult to receive, and it was only possible for the Mahashamanta because of his faithful performance of the royal command. The Mahashamanta had 2 brothers who were also ministers. One was Agya Narendra Narpavitra, who was versed with all sacrificial ceremonies and all treaties dealing with Shaiva religion, and the youngest was Agya Jayendrapati, who was well versed in all the Shastras and renowned in the world like Angirasa for his intelligence and fortune. So mark the use of the different sages in their inscriptions, how they have used the names of the sages. Their father, there's much detailed discussion I have discussed elsewhere in a much detailed fashion, the particularities of the terms, but here I'm not bringing those. Their father was Agya Sartavaha, who was the brother of the chief queen of King Sri Indravarman I. Thus, we come across a family of high officials having ties with the royal family. The second inscription is the Nanbyo stele inscription of Indravarman II. It introduces us to another family of high officials that also had marital relations with the royalty. The inscription gives us a detailed account of Pof Klun Pili Rajadwara, who was the son of the cousin of Tribhuvana Devi, the queen of King Jayasingha Varman. This Rajadwara was the favorite captain, and it is said Ati Ballava Nayaka of the king Sri Jayasingha Varman, who could have riches to his desire. We learn that he was sent to the capital of Javadipa on several diplomatic missions, which he successfully completed. Siddha Yatra, the term used is Siddha Yatra, and thus gained substantial wealth. Rajadwara further received the title of Akaladhapati. It appears from the inscription that his knowledge in political affairs enabled him to advise the king. Thus, he was truly performing the role of a confidant, and since he served the earlier kings with integrity, King Indravarman took him into confidence. The third inscription, Laithrum stele inscription of Indravarman II, dated, you can see 918 to 919, describes a nobleman, a governor, whose name is Danaipinan, who was the lord of Amarendrapura and was in the service of Sri Jaya Indravarman. Amarendrapura was obviously distinct from Indrapura and could be Laithrum itself. It is said that he possessed all the qualities of Shiva, performed meritorious work for which the sages were happy. He acquired fame, knowledge of scriptures, and riches, and among other things, his praise was sung by all the learned men in all the regions. He established the temple of Shiva in order to emancipate himself and his parents from this ocean of existence. Incidentally, Danaipinan was also referred to in the Chausa stele inscription datable to 893 CE. Thus, he continued to be an important dignitary for a long period. The three inscriptions, when studied together, suggest the making of ministerial families who practically equal the rulers in virtue as well as in riches. These inscriptions betray a clear knowledge of the early Indian political system. Here, attention is drawn to a Sanskrit text on polity, Kamandaka's Nitishara, which could be placed, as I mentioned, from between 500 to 700. There are different dates. Kamandaka's treatment of the king's relationship with his courtiers is very interesting. And he talks a lot about the court protocols also, and it largely follows the Kautilya's dictum. It is interesting to note that some of his enumerations of the Nitisara regarding courtiers, that is the Amantyas or how one should behave, to some extent fit well with the kind of information the Champa inscriptions offer. The Nitisara talks about 7 types of people associated with the king, of which there was a category called the king's own men, Nija. This category included the courtiers, which are known as Anujivis, to whom he was tied with complex ties of reciprocity. The Anujivin was to be conversant with what was appropriate to place and time, and be an expert in interpreting the king's gestures, appearance, and movements. The summary of the duties included giving the king good counsel and dissuading him from inappropriate acts. A corroboration of such a situation was found from where Rajadwara, who was given the title of Akaladhipati, was said to have the capability of advising the king as to what was good and what was bad. Ishta anishteshu naradhipasya. In fact, ministers were expected to direct the king away from any faulty action, which could arise from weaknesses like pride, anger, or conceit. The use of phrases like Ati Ballava in relation to the ruler indicates that the relative status of these courtiers was determined by the level of proximity to the king. This is clearly manifested in the case of Agya Mahashamanta, who is also said to have been seated next to the king in a palanquin, apart from being given gifts. This suggests the exalted status of a Mahashamanta. There is an interesting example of one Padarakshaka, known to be an officer of King Bhadravarman, who founded the temple of Dharmalingeshwara between 908 and 917. Padarakshaka can be literally translated as one who protects the feet of the king, which means he protects the territory on which the king rules. Such a designation is quite unique. Another title used was Nayaka. Nayaka was the title of a subordinate ruler or could also be used in the sense of a feudatory chief. When Rajadwara was referred to as Ati Pallava Nayaka, it signified that he was very close to the ruler, and this was particularly the reason for choosing him as an emissary to Jabodvipa, which could which could be a potential threat to Indrapura. This relationship between the king and his courtiers was no doubt rooted in the contemporary political context, specifically in the need for the king to create around him a group of capable and loyal courtiers. I mentioned that there was always a shifting political centers in the Champa kingdom. So therefore, it was necessary that you should have a political culture where you have a group of people around you who will be very close to you, and you can have a kind of a reciprocal relationship with them. So it is interesting to note that Indravarman first claimed his descent from the Bhrigu lineage. Claim of descent from a high lineage was the first step towards seeking legitimation or asserting the legitimate right to rule. Lineages in Champa had become purely political references, and there was no more an ethnic connotation. So what appears from the foregoing discussion is that though not in an explicit manner, these inscriptions offer important insights into the political culture of the kingdom of Champa during the rule of the dynasty of Indrapura. We are aware of the functioning of a monarchical polity centering in the Thuvon Valley between 5th and 8th centuries. During the time of the rulers of Indrapura, it further crystallized with bureaucratic machinery, which could be considered as an Indic borrowing. A clear evidence of hierarchy among officials is found in these inscriptions, albeit in a nebular form. In spite of the exalted titles taken by the king, the importance of nobility was recognized, and the kings shared with them a complex relation of devotion, loyalty, and friendship. This was an influence of the early Indian political culture. The Nitisara, and we know there is a very important book by Daud Ali, which talks about the courtly culture and the protocol of the courts. So a similar, we can see that the Nitishara indicates the great importance of the kinsfolk in the world of political power. Apart from the place in the royal household, the kinsfolk were allies too. And here we find a similar situation, which is reflected when the king's kin are actually his ministers or subordinate rulers. Thus, it can be suggested that interaction with India helped in the formation of the idea of a reciprocal relationship between the king and his courtiers. So in my presentation, the whole idea was to show that how from epigraphy, study of the epigraphy can give us some varied presence of the kind of interaction and the kind of convergence that we have between the two sides of the Bay of Bengal. So one, through the lens of the scripts that were being used, I tried, and the language, I tried to show that kind of correspondence, the congruence, and another as a case study, the kind of political culture could be. I don't mean there's no attempt to say that everything was an Indic borrowing. No, I'm not arguing that. What I'm trying to say that in some cases, there are traces of Indic borrowing, and there these kind of texts like the Kamandakya Nitisara, we know that Arthashastra also had a tremendous influence in various formations in Southeast Asia. So texts like Kamandaka Nitisara could have been known because we know of the presence of different kinds of literature, the intellectuals who were moving into these regions. So there's some kind of idea about this kind of political culture was perhaps there among the people, among the royalty and the elite, which led to the understanding of this kind of inscriptions and the relationship between the ruler and his amatyas and the ministers. Thank you very much.
Video on.
So I'm thankful to Professor Suchandra Ghose for having presented an extraordinary session. It was truly professorial. I did remember of reading out Richard Solomon and D.C. Sarkar. These two scholars, while I were a student of history, I could read. And now I recollect, how did you carry further the research output of these two scholars? One from abroad and one from your own native domestic territorial limits. It was fantastic in true sense of the term.
I'm grateful.
Yeah, thank you very much. I have no words to express. And one small question to you
Yeah, sure.
at the beginning, before I request others to make queries, if at all they have any. Is there any glossary of Indian epigraphic records updated other than DC Sarkar these days?
No, for India, for the Indian subcontinent, still now we rely on D.C. Sarkar. Actually, to be very frank, Professor Kamathi, we do not have any person of his caliber now. So therefore, preparing a glossary and the kind of attention that it requires and the knowledge is very difficult. So we have epigraphists who have worked extensively on different areas, and when they were writing their essays or their describing, they give glossary. So there is, for each individual essay sometimes or individual inscriptional discussion, there are glossaries, but not in a kind of a compendium as Professor Sarkar had given. So we do not have that. But for Southeast Asia, there are groups of scholars. They are not preparing glossaries as per se, but what they are doing is, because they get a lot of funding for these epigraphical projects. So like there are groups in, particularly in France, this École Française de Extrême Orient, they have completely a group of scholars who are wholly dedicated to Champa inscriptions, wholly dedicated to Cambodian inscriptions. They are like preparing an inventory, and then they upload this inventory in their websites. So if a student wants to check these inscriptions, they are there. So a total inventory of Champa inscriptions, Cambodian inscriptions are now available in the net, courtesy these scholars, the French scholars, and along with them, they're taking the help of the Cambodian or the Champa scholars. But for epigraphy, it's mainly the French scholars are doing wonderful work in the École Française de Extrême Orient in Paris.
Very good. Don't you think that foreign scholars looking up Indian inscriptions and providing their contextual and interpretative versions becomes more alien and leading to pro-European interpretations? If an Indian scholar like you interprets them in beautiful
I understand your question. I understand your question. Not always. I'll tell you why. There are two sides of the coins. I totally agree that sometimes it's very alien because they don't understand the context. But there are actually, there are two sets of scholars. Some scholars are there who have a broad understanding of the subject, and they will just read the inscriptions. They know the inscription, they know the script very well. And it is with deep regret, I must say, that in our culture, we did not have this tradition of learning Sanskrit in all over India, that like our students come to us in the course with a very good knowledge of Sanskrit. So reading epigraphy is a very difficult work because you have to be very clear about paleography and you have to be a master in Sanskrit too. So both are necessary. For the Western scholars, there are some level of scholars who are very good in epigraphy. They can read and think, but they have no idea, as you rightly said, they're alien. So sometimes they will actually translate them very literally, and they will not understand the context because one words, for example, if I say Bhava, B-H-A-B-A, Bhava. Now this word, if you take out the long A, then Bhava and Bhava are two different things. Bhava is expression. So, and Bhava is completely different. So sometimes if there is a scribal error or something, then it becomes difficult to understand the purport of the inscriptions. So, but I must say I have encountered, and they are our friends. We have certain group of scholars, epigraphists, I must say, with very strong Sanskrit background. And then historically, they are also upgrading themselves, who are very close to the Indian scenario. They come here, they stay in the tolls, they stay with Brahmanas at their houses. So naturally, these scholars are not alien to the situation. They can eat rice and they can sit like that, and they are completely mingled with the situation. So for them, it is not alien, and they give a very proper interpretation. So there are two types of scholars, and you're right for one section, but there is another section who are very dedicated to India, very dedicated to Indian scholars.
If they are befitting context-wise, we will have to accept it.
Yeah.
There is no way out.
Yeah.
When you speak about Cambodia or ancient Hinduism, I certainly think you have visited many a times.
Yeah.
What is your experience? Please share with me.
Yeah, let me share. Actually, I must tell you that I have been working on India per se, Southeast Asia, like 2-3 projects from the University of Calcutta. One was my initial foray was in Thailand. So it was the Dwaravati cultural situation, which I was working in a project with Professor Lipi Ghosh from the Center for South and Southeast Asian Studies in Calcutta University, and these are all University of Potential Excellence projects. And so we had good funding, I must admit. So because of that, we could visit different areas of Southeast Asia. So in the first project, it was mainly Thailand. So I visited Thailand twice and thrice, and I went to the small museums of Thailand, and you won't believe, Professor Kamathi, they treat the museums as temples. In some of the provincial museums, you have to open your shoes and then enter. And it's wonderful. So the way they preserve the past is something, and aesthetically something to look upon. So therefore I had funding, and so it was from the University of Calcutta, UP pre-grant. So I could visit those places. And sometimes I go for some conferences, and then I also go for sightseeing and others. Then there was this another project which was on Champa, and which was with Dr. Bishnupriya Vashak and Dr. Shayantani Pal. So 3 of us were there in the Champa project. That was also a part of the UP project. So therefore, we stayed extensively in Vietnam, not only in Hanoi, but also in Central, in Da Nang region and others. So what I'm speaking today is an accumulation of these visits and things. And since I read French, so it was easy for me to read this, particularly in Vietnam. Many French collections are there. But I'm sorry, and I regret that I don't know any of that. I started learning Thai, but I couldn't manage. So I don't know any of the local languages, which is very much necessary, and which this epigraphists, which I'm talking about, they have learned the language, which we couldn't. We don't know Cham language. We don't know Vietnamese. So they can read the text of the local scholars, what the local scholars are doing. And you had this question in the morning to Dr. Shayantani Pal about taking translators and others. Yes, in some cases, when it was a text, I learned about some article which is in, suppose in Thai, because they're particularly for Thailand, there are very good articles they're writing in Thai. So then we involve people, local scholar. And for our Dharavati project, we had a friend from Silpakorn University. She's a professor of Buddhist art and architecture, Chotima Chaturawang. So she was with us for the entire project with us. And we also went to Paris as a part of this project, looked at the libraries, because Paris also has very strong connection. French had, these were under French occupation, like Vietnam and others. So naturally you can see that they have collected a lot. So that's why, and the third is that Shantanu spoke about the site today, Kokher. This is also a part of the UP, as she mentioned, and we were all part of that big project. So we traveled to Cambodia together. So my being involved in these projects from a long time, so my travel is much more, and my age also, I'm more senior to them. So therefore, all this help, travel definitely helped, and they were very helpful, I must tell you. And I must record in public that the museum officials in Vietnam were extraordinary. Even in a Sunday, the director of the museum would come and open the museum for us, which I don't think we can expect anywhere.
Even for that matter, French and American influence upon Vietnam was super, because Vietnam.
American, of course, much later because of the war, and we all know the massacre and what happened in the Vietnamese war. But French actually had this, Shantini mentioned Parmentier in her talk, Parmentier, La Jonquière. These are all French scholars, art historians who had worked here.
And final question, probably.
Yeah, I have a class also.
Yeah,
after some time.
one, because you will not be accessible. Can you just tell me a few words about undeciphered scripts of India?
Undeciphered scripts. Of course, there is, I don't know, actually there is the Indus script you have already mentioned in the morning. We are still not very sure. I'm aware of Professor Iravat Mahadevan's work, but still it is not widely accepted. It's not, as we know. And a lot of Tamil Brahmi scripts are coming out, and there is this debate whether it precedes the Mauryan Brahmi, which might be because many of the small potsherds and others came from the archaeological context, which was earlier to Ashoka. But at the same time, we have to remember that when Ashoka is writing in Brahmi, so already it was there. So the culture of writing was already there when he's writing. But since there was no inscription, we do not know. So that there is a kind of I should say that a gray area in these areas which are not. And undeciphered script, there must be. I'm not very much aware of other things. Sometimes we find some people send us some photographs which we can't make any sense of it. One or two Brahmi letters and then something else. I'm not sure. I don't know. So I think, and so I can't say any more about this undeciphered scripts. I think we lost connection.
No, we are there, Shuchandadi. I think somehow Professor Kamti is not there.
Okay. Thank you. What do we do then? I have to rush actually.
Yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah. So we lost connection. And thank you so much, Professor Kamati, for this wonderful opportunity and allowing 1 hour. This is something like we are used to talking only for 20 minutes and then there is a bell and you have to come to your conclusion. So the chairperson, always we are in a rush. So it is like heaven that we were allowed to speak so much. We had so much of time to speak.
Since
thank
long,
you.
since long I could not listen to such an intellectual, profusion of thought. It was an
Thank you.
enlightenment. Thanks a lot. I look
Thanks.
forward to meet you in person.
Yeah,
Thanks.
yeah. Sure. Please come whenever in Hyderabad. I stay here only. So, okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I will leave for a while and I'll again join.
Yeah, please. You are at liberty.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next, Suchira.
Not with other.
Yes, sir, I'm there. I'm there, sir.
Yeah. Dr. Suchira Roy Chaudhary is a scholar professor working at present with the Vishwa Bharati, Central Institute of very high repute. She is a scholar in ancient Indian history, culture, and archaeology. I request Professor Suchira Roy Chaudhary to utilize 60 minutes first for lecture and then 15 minutes for interaction. Madam, it is now open to you.
Okay, sir, I'll just share the screen. Yes, sir.
Yeah, you can share.
Is my slide visible
Yeah,
to everyone?
yeah, it is visible.
Yeah.
Redefining
Okay.
space in
Okay.
alluvial landscape.
Yes, yes, right, sir, right. Yeah, now it's full screen, I hope. Okay, yes.
Yeah.
So good afternoon. Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. I thank Professor Kamte and the organizers for inviting me to this seminar. It's a great opportunity. And as you can see in the title, that I'll be speaking on redefining sites in alluvial landscape, case studies of Ojoy Valley, a multidisciplinary approach. I will not talk about the Western Bengal, where this particular river valley is situated, because Dr. Rajat Shanal has spoken extensively on that. So I'll go directly into my presentation. If you see that in the title I have mentioned about redefining sites, which itself indicates that I will make an attempt to relook into the notion of the site. The notion of the sites in the study region is not really in conformity with the general notion of sites in archaeological context. What we understand by huge mounds, we really don't get into this particular area. We will see that. We are looking here for vestiges of human activity and behavior. This study, therefore, has been very important to understand the archaeological settlement system of this region and also understand the character of the alluvial landscape. Let me go into the next slide. So if you have to redefine this concept, so the main thrust of this presentation will be the geoarchaeological investigations to comprehend the interrelationship between site and landscape. I have mentioned in the presentation itself, you can see the main emphasis has been to interpret the archaeological and landscape data, because these two are very important to be corroborated properly to understand how the flood-related agricultural-based communities, small communities, to some extent, how they have tried to adapt to a particular landscape. And that is where the redefining of the sites become very, very important. This is a kind of a drainage map of Ojoy River. As you can see, that's a huge river. And I would like to mention here that Ojoy River is a river that starts actually in the Chota Nagpur Plateau, near a very important area called Saran, west of Deoghar, in the southwestern part of the Chokai Plateau of the Chota Nagpur Hill Tract. Okay, and joins Bhagirathi. If you can see, if I can make it out, this is Bhagirathi, and this is which has an elevation of, say, for example, 14 meter above the MSL. Now, the present study, of course, is not really taking up the entire area. The area that I'm going to talk about, it is between the contour interval of 85 to 10 meters, approximately. And overall, it comprises portions of upstream of Ojoy, the midstream, this is the kind of the midstream, and of course, this is the, you can say, the kind of the downstream, or where finally Ojoy meets Bhagirathi. It covers the area for the confluence of Hingla and Tumuni, which are very important. If you can see, I've mentioned here, these are the Hingla and Tumuni rivers. And then here you have the main principal river, which is the Kunnur River. This Kunnur River is the principal tributary of River Ojoy. I'll just move into this. This is the distribution of sites. I will go back to the sites again. And if you see that these sites are ranging from Chalcolithic to medieval period. If you look into the various colors, then you will understand that they belong to different periods and they are settled widely over this particular river valley. We have two very important sites in this particular area. One is the very important site of Panduraja Devi around this place. And then you also have the site of Mongol Court around this place. Okay. And these and Panduraja Devi is one of the very important, you can say the first Chalcolithic site that was being kind of discovered in the Eastern Indian context. And of course, Mongol Court is very important because it is one of the multicultural sites that we get in this very important western part of Bengal, which is generally tend to be known as the Rar Bengal or the lateritic belt, or where there is an intersperse of older alluvium and lateritic soil formations. And on this landscape context, we would like to see about our very important site. I'll keep this slide here, but I would like to first, before talking about how sites look into the region, I will just talk about the nature of archaeological sites in the alluvial landscape. Most of the sites are not well-defined now. Discovery of sites almost becomes a matter of chance. Erosional and depositional activities of the river have led to partial burial of the sites. Sites located in the hinterland are away from the ravaging action of the river, but are not completely free from the destruction. In many cases, modern settlements have been detrimental in the preservation of the site. The mound itself sometimes has been used as an embankment. So in such cases, the assemblage, the archaeological record is reworked and exhibits a mixed ceramic assembly. That is, you have all the ceramics together. Sites are mostly of a low density cluster, and so many a times they are also known as non-sites or off-sites. The rate of preservation is sporadic and definitely depends on the circumstantial preferences that is required for that very particular site. Many of them render the sites almost invisible on the surface. You really cannot make out that whether that was a site or not. Ojai River was probably a very low energy river earlier, which has helped in preserving archaeological record partially, unlike the present high energy flood, which has been detrimental in the preservation of the site. Large number of sites have been either buried or eroded away by the aggradational and the depositional action of the river. Sites have been preserved partially due to the presence of remnants of religious structures in many cases. I'll just show you some photographs. You will get to know that. The presence of ancient habitation in the vicinity is many a times, like for example, you don't really get to see any site. So when you are moving around the village, what do you see? The mud houses. You look at the walls. And what do you see? That there are these ancient pottery that are sticking to the walls. A very important methodology to understand that the site was in the vicinity, but for various reasons, the site is not presented as it should be. The quote unquote, the word notion of site. Okay. Now, if you look into these very important sites that I have given the photograph, these are some of the names of Savira. Say the site here is only present near the river section. This is another site. This is a brick quarry. It's a site of Bikai Hut. Only a brick quarry, because thankfully there was a brick quarry, so we have been able to see a section where we have been able to see the pottery. This is a site of Koarpur. See, the entire soil, this particular area, this is the only place which is left for making what we call to be or to understand the site. Most of the soil is taken up for the embankment purpose. Establishments are sometimes very, very important. So because there is a temple, so they are preserving a part of the mount, maybe not the entire mount, but a remnant of the mound is intact due to the temple. So these are some of the important methodologies that we have to keep in mind when we are conducting explorations in understanding sites in a fluvial landscape. Okay. Now, before I go into this, I will be presenting a kind of certain detailed case studies on understanding the notion of site in its context and its relationship with the landscape. The first site will be definitely the site of Mongol Court. I'll be coming back to Mongol Court again, but I'll be talking a little bit about this excavation which I had conducted. It is one of the most important sites in the study area. For the present context, let us see how we understand this site. The location of the site is near the confluence of Ojoy and Kunnur, which I had shown you in the map already. I'll be showing the map once more again. And this site is on an alluvial terrace. Again, I'm telling you, understanding soil formations are extremely important for understanding the notion, the definition of sites in this particular area. And this is a very stable alluvial landscape. It is a multicultural site with extensive multiple mounds with evidence of episodic flood dynamics. There are thick cultural deposits 14 to 15 meters above the ground level, a number of rain gullies cut across high occupational debris, thus splitting the mound. As you can see, these are the splitting of the mounds into number of pockets. This definitely is a very important aid to also understand the variability of the archaeological record. Some portion of the mound are still intact. These are known as this is the Shorkari Danga mound. You have the Kasari Danga mound. There are also some other mounds on the other areas. I'll be showing you that. The annual floods of Kunnur flowing west of this site, there's another tributary that I was talking about, have swallowed part of the mound, exposing occupational depth. Anthropogenic factors have been detrimental in preservation of the site in this area. As you can see, I will show you some of the, so this is the site of Mongol Court, this is the Kunnur River, and this is Ojoy. I have told you this particular area already. This is a very important, what we call, to be at the juncture of this deep bottle green color is the, you can say, Notunhat formation, that is the older alluvium, and this one is the Katwa formation, which is the newer or the recent floodplain areas, okay? And this is the site of Mongol Court, if you can make out, okay? So that becomes very, very important. Let's take a look into the sections of Shorkari Danga. This is the kind of a mound that has been kind of lost to lost to a large extent, and that becomes very important. What you can see is there are some bricks out here. These are the areas of the bricks, and then on top of this there is a kind of a yellowish levee. I will show you another very important photograph where this will be much more easier for you. Then you have a peaty clay. This is the clay. This is the clay area, okay, indicating back swamp formations, indicating that there were natural ponds which had helped in the development of these sites. We have buried cultural record at a depth of 6.35 meter from the top, indicating that these sites were much refined by the alluvial landscape, by the river actions, by the dynamism of the fluvial landscape. That becomes very, very important. So I will just show you some of the photos. See how they have made houses on top of the mountain. This is a house. And if you look into the house walls, forget about the Kaudang area, these walls, these are all a part of that mound soil. That becomes very, very important. This is I'll just put all the photographs. See, this is the rain gullies I was talking about. Very important area where you get a large amount of the mixed ceramic archaeological assemblage of Mongol Court, indicating that these were also important areas. Maybe the peripheral areas, but these are also important areas to understand the reworking of assemblage due to the alluvial landscape, due to the fluvial dynamism. The portion of the mound level to make cart track roads. These are the cart track roads. That is the village roads that you generally make. Next site is the site of Aral that I would like to really mention, because this is very close to Mongol Court, yet with a differential preservation rate, which again redefines another notion of the site. The site is situated at the bank of river Kunnur. It is situated at the juncture of the older alluvium, not really older alluvium, I should say, to the recent floodplain, formation. The foundation, if you look into the mound, it's very interesting actually. The mound, this is the mound. Okay, these are the Hajibon Danga and this is the Borobon Danga. Now, these two are names. Now, what does Danga mean? See, another very important methodology in this alluvial landscape. Whenever Danga is a very common Bengali word, whenever we say Danga, we mean a big mound. So whenever we have Danga or Dhibi, we try to look into the areas to relocate or to find whether these are natural mounds, natural levees, or a kind of archaeological mounds. You can see that these are mixed ceramic, you can see the boy where he's standing. There we have large number of these mixed ceramic contexts on this very important surface. Okay, and this mound is actually the levee, which is cut into two halves, which has formed due to periodic flooding, and is of much low intensity formation due to low rate of subsidence. This is important case study, as in very few cases we get such portions of undisturbed mound which exhibits archaeological material on the surface, which I have shown you. The mound is relatively on a higher ground from the Kunu level, and its a mixed ceramic context is due to its erosional activities. Aral is an early historic site which was again reoccupied in the medieval times, as we have got evidence from its ceramic analysis. Now next, I will go into the next site. This is the site of Sagira. The major importance that why am I giving so many kinds of examples is to show the differential flooding, the differential landscape pattern, the differential notion of sites that we get in this area. Now look into Sagira. This is also a very important site close to Mangalkot. The river Ojoy flows into the northwest direction of village Sagira, and the preserved portion is on the southeast bank of the river. The site lies on the older alluvial floodplain terrace, which is again an unclassified valley fill. And this is generally formed by the local erosional processes. Can you see the huge sandbars that are formed? And this is the site actually. The site is not visible here anymore. It is only visible in this section. Okay, the section of the site. So when you say that where is the site, we'll come to the river section. That is what I would like to mention here. The section shows silt, sand layers, feebly oxidized in alternating position. The habitational layer is capped by a newly deposited layer, which also caps a sandy silty layer. So this is the sandy silty layer you have. And you see, this is the habitation layer. You can make out, see the boy is standing in the place where there are a whole lot of these pottery, okay? And you have this very important area, which is capping by a sandy silty layer. Now, this sandy silty layer is a recent flood. That is an indication that earlier Ojoy was probably low energy flood. So even when there has been a partial burial, the site has been preserved. It has not wiped away the settlement. It is preserved in its primary context. Only later, when there has been a higher energy flood, when there has been a huge flood, this sandy silty layer has formed, and it has kind of made a burial of this very important area, or of this very important layer. I hope that is quite clear from this very important section. Now I will go for another site. Let's look into this. Another very important example. I had shown you this example already, that it is the site of Kumarpur. This is on the basis of the rate of preservation and the site formation process. The site lies on the meandering score of the river, and that has been sand plays on both the sides. The site lies on the alluvial terrace of the river here also. The region is generally, again, unclassified valley fills of the Ojoy, and so the domain of deposition is quite greater. There has been a lot of erosions also in certain areas. Here the site is buried at the time, keeping the archaeological record intact in the sealed alluvium layer. This is the sealed alluvium layer. Sealed alluvium layer. Here also, the site has been exposed due to the digging out of soil for construction of embankment, which I told you earlier already. The occupational deposit lies below a thick alluvial silty clay layer. Here also, if you look into this part, can you see? This is actually a thick alluvial silty. Below this is this particular section. Above it is the silty layer. So it's partially buried. And after this, you have this very important section where you can see the archaeological material. So this is the site of very important Kumarpur. Another very important site is the site of Kakatia. The site lies very close to river Ojoy on the left bank. It lies within the Ilambaja surface, and so one finds hard Duricus latasol. Ilambaja is it's a common name, local name out here. It's a very important area for latasols or laterites in this very important area. And for this reason, we have really small pockets or outcrops, rock outcrops that are being noticed in this area. It lies within the older floodplain along the meandering scroll of the river Ojoy. Now, if you look into this very important site, it's a very important one because this site still gives a partial view of what a mound in this region actually looks like. The preservation rate is much higher in the site as it lies on the hard lateritic belt at the juncture with the older alluvium. The erosional degree of the river is much lesser, while the depositional stages are far more frequent. And that is why the site is still preserved to a large extent. Most of the exposed mounds are seen on the periphery of the village. So this is the periphery of the village. The village is here actually. So this is the periphery of the village. See, this is the periphery of the village. You can you can see in that. And these artifacts are found in plenty on the surface in mixed ceramic assemblage. And this is a very important site of this particular lateritic belt. Now let's look into the next one. It's a very important site. I just first bring the, sorry. Okay. So this is the site of Joydev Keduli. It's another very important site on the upstream. You can see this is the Ojoy River. This is Kunnur, and this here is Joydev Keduli. It is marked already. It has been a very it is actually a very attractive tourist spot always in this region. But we will look into the archaeological part. The site is situated on the upstream of River Ojoy in the valley fill zone known as the Katwa surface. It's a recent alluvium surface that we get to see there. The visual representation of the site is also very scanty. So when we want to redefine the site, or the notion of the site here is basically because the entire site is covered by thick modern habitation. The only area where we get indication of earlier settlement is the riverbank section. The exposed section, if you look into this, I will just show you the exposed section. So this is the, you can make out, this is the very important soil formation where you're getting. I will just give you another area. Yes, so this is the section that I was talking about. It reveals a younger floodplain fill, which comprises an unoxidized sequence of sand with subordinate amount of silt and clay. A very important example to show that these were a low energy, this was a particular part of the low energy fluvial regime of Ojoy. And that is why the river has been, or you can say the site has been preserved, or the site is still present to a large, to a comparative, I mean, to a kind of, you can say, to a large extent. It is situated 3 to 4 meters above the present channel of Ojoy. The archaeological layer was found to be in secondary context, as we have reworked. This is quite reworked to a large extent, mixed ceramic assemblage with weakly pedogenized grayish sandy silty layer. This is quite a pedogenized sandy silty layer. The fill was disconformably capped by a ½ meter of thick yellow brownish silt deposit. See, this is the silt deposit. I will show you another better photograph. I hope I have one. This layer is a part of the high terrace alluvium lying beyond high floods and is moderately drained. Geoarchaeological studies confirm that this present sandy channel that I just kind of marked in red confirms the present sandy channel is relatively young, almost maybe less than 200 years. Another site of the similar type is the site of Deuli. The site is situated in the midstream of River Ojoy on the juncture of the Gaira floodplain, that's the recent floodplain, and the older floodplain, that is the Katwa one. A well-preserved younger alluvial fill in the form of grayish clay, that is a low-energy stagnant water floodplain, is partly exposed on the present bank of the river. You can see, presently bank of the river. The archaeological layer is purely in secondary context, as indicated by the occurrence of reworked chalcolithic, early historic, and some medieval ceramics. They are to be capping the moderately pedogenized alluvial fill. So you can see these very important, what we call to be the medium to coarse sands. Can you see the kind of, you can say the laminations that have been found? And then at the end of it, you are getting this very important section where the site is being evidenced. And these are, all of them are very reworked ones. Okay, the archaeological layer is 3 meters above the present channel and 1 to 1.5 meters below the present surface, indicate the gradient during the chalcolithic and the early historic times for gentle. So if you look into the gradient, can you see this is a steeper one, and this is the gradient. And here, actually, the photograph is from a little bit from far away, so I cannot show you the last portion. It is from here that we get this particular section. Okay, so you can see the gradient goes down. It's far more gentler during this very particular time. Okay, at least at that very particular time. The grayish fill, which is non-oxidized without mottling and containing ferric and manganese pellets, is therefore a younger fill, not more than 200 to 300 years old, thereby indicating that the settlements are situated on the older terrace, which was a stable landscape. I don't need to this. This is the Novogram section, another very important site. I'm almost kind of trying to show you as far more examples that's possible. The site is situated on the junction of Daira and Katwa formation. The landform is of depositional nature and is very characteristic of a meander belt and floodplain on which the site is situated. The site of Novogram bears early historic deposits, but it has been heavily disturbed by near channel overbank flooding during medieval times, as indicated by the occurrence of medieval potsherds in overlying flood silts and sand. You'll see that there's a whole lot of these these medieval potsherds. A gradation from dark grayish clay at the bottom, see, dark grayish clay at the bottom, and to strongly oxidized clay in the upper part. Can you make out? Is observed with good development of mottling of iron and manganese pellets. It therefore appears that the fill has preserved sedentary history related to sea level changes and Holocene tectonics. The older fill is, however, capped by an early historic layer rich in ash and charcoal, which is capped by yellowish silty sand, weakly pedogenized, containing redeposited potsherds, which is extremely important, again showing that how river actions, how river flooding, how valley fills have been very important for understanding the growth of this very important sites. This indicates that there has been an initial water saturation and a high level of groundwater stagnation, thus indicating a more stable landscape earlier. Now, these are the sections, and this is also, you are finding it in the form of also in the mound soil, which has been utilized in the house structures also. Now, this is the section that I was talking about. Just a minute. Okay, this is I'll go. Yes, so this is the section I was talking about, and this is the composite section. See, this is the medieval pottery at the top, and then you have a yellowish brownish silty sand, then you have a dark grayish silt with early historic potsherds, and finally the grayish mold. This is the grayish mottled silty clay, it's pedogenized and with iron and manganese pellets, which is a very important indication of the stableness of this particular landscape when this archaeological site has occurred. So these kind of sections, these kind of methodologies, these kind of geoarchaeological investigations help us to understand the site in a far more better manner. Please remember, these are all explored sites other than Mongol Coast, which I'll be coming in just a few minutes. So this is the final slide that I will be talking about regarding the explored site that I'm talking about. The site of Bikaihar, which lies very close to the confluence of river Bhagirathi and Ajoy, situated on the Daira surface. Daira surface means the recent floodplain. If you understand, if you look into this, this is basically a huge mound at one point of time. Now for quarrying of bricks, or making a brick quarry, they have kind of taken up the entire mound soil. So see, you have large number of sections that are filled. These are the sections that I'll be actually talking about. And this site has yielded early historic to medieval cultural deposits on an alluvial terrace surface situated 3 kilometers away from the present surface of Bhagirathi, because it's very close to Bhagirathi. It's actually at the juncture of Bhagirathi and Ajoy. Where Ajoy is actually at the confluence, where Ajoy is meeting Bhagirathi, the most important river, which is flowing from north to south, and all the western rivers are actually debouching into this very important river of Bhagirathi. The fill is weakly pedogenized and indicated by crude laminations, and there is not really much of pedogenesis that you can make out because there's not much of green mottling. You can see this very weak pedogenization. The undisturbed cultural material suggests less flood effects on the settlement, indicating there has been not really much significant time between the early historic settlement and the formation of the floodplain, which probably dates back to mid-Holocene to late Holocene period. This is the only early historic site, I repeat, which is associated with near channel environment of the Bhagirathi river. Okay, and it's very important because this is an area where we are getting a differential alluvial landscape of Bhagirathi as well as Ajoy, and even within this two fluvial dynamic context, we are getting a preservation, a partial preservation of a site, and how we are understanding them as to be a very important site. Okay, and of course, this is another very important site that I would like to mention about. I will just show you the sections. This is the section I was talking about. Clay, sandy silt, sandy silt you have, and this is a very important one that I was really talking about. Now, this is more or less with the explorations. Okay, I will just touch upon Mongol court, which I had excavated a long time back, quite a long time back. And this excavation was not really to know that how important artifactual repertoire does it have, or how important things are being done there, or what are the important, beautiful things that we get here. No, it was basically on a geoarchaeological perspective, because my idea was to understand how these sites are being surviving in a fluvial dynamics. How they are, what is the relationship between man and land in this very particular area? What is the role of the fluvial processes in the site building, its preservation, its destruction, its abandonment? So these, for this very particular reason, I had taken up an excavation in this very important site of Mongol court. I would like to obviously mention about Professor S.N. Rajguru, who had been a very important person in my excavation. In fact, without him, I don't think this would have taken in such a big shape. That becomes very, very important. So obviously, as I have written, that what are the perspectives of what I wanted to understand about this. Now, I will show you the sites. I'll just talk a little bit about what we have really got from the excavations. I cannot go into the details because then that will take another presentation. I will just speak very little about what we have really got about it. Multicultural, it is a multicultural habitation ranging from Chalcolithic to medieval periods. Ceramics have been the main marker to denote the cultural periods. Evidence of rich medieval deposits with elaborate brick structures. There has been disturbed early historic deposits. I will come back to that why am I calling it disturbed? Beads, iron objects, terracotta plaques are characteristic, and some characteristic early historic ceramics are some of the markers of early historic period. There has been an occupational gap between Chalcolithic and early historic period, as evidenced by a sterile flood deposit between them. Undisturbed Chalcolithic habitation with rich evidence of wattle and dwarf structures, hearth, charcoal remains, bones, and bone tools have also been found. Another very important part, evidence of iron is found right from the beginning, while copper is almost negligible. Generally, Mongol court is said to be from the Chalcolithic period, but the site has yielded iron. I'm not saying the iron was used in a large scale. They maintained they were found basically in lumps or very, very preliminary slags, but still this is a very important site where iron has been found from the basal level, which we consider to be Chalcolithic in character. Faunal evidences are also very rich in the Chalcolithic period. I'm not going into the details of the faunal and the chemical analysis, because that is not a part of this work right now. Understanding dynamic fluvial landscape and the study of the nature of floods which affected the habitation, particularly during the post-Chalcolithic and between the early historic and medieval phase. So let's see how does it look like. So these are some of the important things that you have got here. This is one of the wattle and dwarf structures that we have got here. That becomes very important. Now, this is what I would like to show you. This is the last one. Dr. Rajesh Chandal has mentioned that that I had spoken about as paleo flood. I call it as a paleo flood, that probably there was a flood during that very particular time, which has made a stable alluvial landscape on which the Chalcolithic people thought it to be advisable to you can say settle on this very important area. Then again, then there is another flood. This is an episodic flood, a nuisance flood. Why I am using the word nuisance is a very common term that has been used by A.G. Brown, that this is a kind of a flood which is not wiping out the settlement. The settlement is there. It's only that for some time it is being abandoned, and then again people are coming back to this. So this is you have this very important early historic layer here. Why it is disturbed, I'll be talking about that. And then finally we have the medieval. I am not making any kind of a general definition or a general category or a change or you can say distinction between early medieval and medieval in this particular area. Okay. Why am I doing this? I will tell you. These are some of the other sections in the peripheral area. This is the pottery dispersal area. This is a river section at Kunnur. I had taken some other trenches to understand the geoarchaeological part, and also to understand the intra-variability within the site of Mongol. These are some of the trenches that you can see. The southern section, this is the wattle and dwarf, a remnant of the wattle and dwarf that we can see here in the Chalcolithic period. I will just talk about this. So the first settlements, that is the undisturbed Chalcolithic, had taken place on a rolling stable surface developed over distal floodplain deposits of Ojoi sometime during the Middle Holocene. absence of a distinct paleosol. If you look into this paleosol, that is the older flood, and the presence of an uneven but sharp contact. See, there's a sharp contact. A sharp contact between the chalcolithic anthropogenic layers and the underlying virgin layer brings out the erosional activity of Ojoi, which had taken place prior to the arrival of the chalcolithic people. So this is the erosional activity. This is the alluvial floodplain erosional activity, which had formed a stable landscape, which the chalcolithic settlers thought to be advisable to settle in such a particular area. Owing to the erosional mode of Ojoi River, the chalcolithic habitation was probably not affected by floods during the early or late Holocene. The early historic and the early medieval settlements are relatively disturbed by low energy nuisance floods. You have seen it in the sections already. The Ojoi shifted to depositional mode during the early historic period, as indicated by the lengths of yellowish brownish silty layers that has been observed. These floods are of nuisance type, and the disturbance of the early historic settlement appears to be marginal. Also indicates an occupational gap between the chalcolithic and the early historic period, which I have already told. Ojoi probably switched to an erosional mode during the medieval period, as indicated by near absence of flood layers in the habitational deposit of medieval period. Let me go back to the side. See, there is not really, you are not getting any kind of flood layers in this habitation layers. You're not really getting much of these flood layers in this case. The post-medieval is represented by a development of sandy silty levee deposits, which are above the modern channel level of Kunnur and also of Ojoi. The chalcolithic and the medieval inhabitants probably had the advantage of floodplain ponds, or what we call to be wetland pockets, developed profusely during the aggradational mode. The inhabitants settled at a time when the danger of those floods is minimal and the surface was clay. This is a clay surface. And that is the reason why the chalcolithic people thought, yes, this is a good area where we can settle down. Keeping this in mind, see, this is the undisturbed chalcolithic. See, this is the very important chalcolithic layer. And see, this is what we are calling as to be the paleo flood area. See, the paleosol is the clay, very clay, extremely clay in nature. I will just see, again, I will show the floods. See, this is the thinning layer of the flood layer. Can you see? I was talking about that in the medieval period, you don't see a huge flood layer. What are you saying? Much thinner areas. And see, you have a more bigger flood. I have termed it as flood 1 because it has a distinct occupational difference between the chalcolithic and the early historic. Now, keeping this in mind, I will just make some certain concluding observations. Okay. The alluvial geoarchaeological landscape therefore helps in rephrasing the locational problem. Why do people persist in living and working in areas subject to hazardous events? Because there are a large number of fluvial landscapes. The Ojoi River is primarily an alluvial landscape to mid and late Holocene in age. It has preserved cut and fill terraces, which dates back to early mid Holocene to late Holocene. That is approximately between 7,000 to 3,000 BP, 3 to 4 meters above the modern channel of the Ojoi River. There are two types of geoarchaeological context. There's a mixed geoarchaeological context, which is not older than the early medieval or even late medieval, and is sandwiched between the grayish, moderately pedogenized clay sills on the lower part and weakly non-pedogenized silty clays on the upper part, which I have already shown you. And there is the next one is the flood deposit, capping chalcolithic habitational layer. That also you have seen. All the riverbank sites are situated on the alluvial fill terraces, invariably covered by flood deposits on 0.5 to 1 meter, irrespective of its chronology. Deposition of alluvium has preserved the sites to some extent, but rendered them invisible. And that is the reason why you have to adopt a particular methodology to understand these sites, to locate these sites. A flood deposit capping chalcolithic habitation layer situated in Panduraja Devi also talks about a channel migration quite close to this very important site. So the nuisance flood is essentially a low energy flood which does not wipe out the settlement. So the sites are occupied and abandoned time and again while the landform building process was still on. So the locational strategies now can be very well understood. If you also look into the excavations of Mongol court, you will see that there were periods, especially the early historic period, the chalcolithic period, where this was a period between the erosional and depositional activities, where burnt brick structures, especially period 4, which the earlier excavators had termed it as Kushana period, where burnt brick structures have come up on a large scale, on a stable surface. because otherwise it would not have been economically very viable in a flood-prone area. The regular habitational deposits were therefore intercepted by occasional flood-prone alluvial deposits. And on this note, it can be presumed that due to the effect of regular floods and dynamic river terrain, there was a shift in the habitational pattern from one part of the site to another. But people adjusted to all the odds for inhabiting the site through a long period of time. The alluvial geoarchaeology in this site, or not only in Mongolkot or in other areas, suggests that the paleo landscape was quite different from the present one. So a preliminary attempt, as I have written, is made to understand the contextual position of the sites in an alluvial setting, which in turn aims not to understand all the complex causal factors responsible for the evolution of the landscape in this terrain. Rather, it is to evolve a methodology to understand the fluvial and flood processes through time. How do we define sites? How do we reorient our understanding of our sites? What are the various other methodologies that we should adopt to understand these sites happening in a fluvial terrain in a far more better manner? In such a region, a single subsistence strategy, whether agriculture or trade, would have been precarious. We have also seen that in Dr. Shanal's presentation. What was required are a multiple strategy as well as immediate small-scale measures to cope up with the uncertainties and impermanence of this entire region. Thank you very much. Yes, Professor Kamathi, I am done. Am I audible to others? I am audible to everyone? Okay, because I think Professor Kamathi cannot hear me somehow.
Hear you.
Yes, okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Video start model. Okay. Will you complete, madam?
Yes, sir.
You did complete your talk, I suppose.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I finished in time, hopefully.
Yeah, it was good session. It was, in fact, technical, and it was consisting of the archaeological sites situated in West Bengal, Jharkhand, and the surrounding parts of West Bengal and Jharkhand. If audience have any question, they can very well ask Professor Suchira Raichur if you have any questions. Otherwise, I have certain number of questions. I can just seek answer to those questions from madam. If you have any questions, you can very well ask them to madam now. Scholar teachers and scholar participants, registered participants and students. Yeah. May I know these locations of the sites where this Sagira site?
Yes, these are all situated on the Ojoy Valley. These are all situated on the Ojoy Valley, which becomes very, very important. This is a very important site. These are all. The Sagira is situated very close to Mongolkot, which is in the midstream of Ojoy. Absolutely in the midstream of Ojoy. So it's very important because this is a confluence zone where Ojoy and Kunnur, which is its principal tributary, one side is Mongolkot and the other side is Sagira. Sagira is more close to Ojoy River, not really Kunnur, but it's very close to that confluence zone. That much I can say.
These sites have been excavated by the department?
No. I said only Mongolkot has been excavated and Panduraja Devi in the midstream. I did not show actually Panduraja Devi in this present thing. The rest of the sites are on the basis of the explorations and the geoarchaeological studies that have been studied, kind of investigated on them.
And the present conditions of these sites?
Yes, that's what I wanted to show you, that when I'm talking about how the sites, what exactly we are trying to understand about these sites, or how do we, I mean, quote unquote, what do we call as a site? So this is how we get it actually. Most of them have been kind of destroyed by the erosional activities of the river, many a times also by modern anthropogenic activities. Many a times, as I showed you some of those photographs, if you remember, that these were only on the sections. Sometimes not even in the sections, only on the mud house walls, because that is the mount has been completely taken away for making modern houses. So if you look into the mud house soils, so when we are moving, I mean, we look into the mud house soils to understand that there was a site at one particular point of time, probably.
Have they been reported to Archaeological Survey of India? Or
yes, many of them are reported sites. Yes, some of them have been reported, but these are basically on the basis of explorations. When I was conducting my settlement archaeology in Ajay River, basin, so I had conducted these explorations. Later, much later, I had taken up excavations at Mongolkot. Mongolkot is actually an earlier excavated site, but I basically wanted to understand the geoarchaeological, the man-land relationship, to understand this fluvial zone. It is not fluvial as deltaic, but definitely this has certain, you can say, there are certain questions that needed to be answered. And for that very particular reason, I had taken up Mongolkot with Professor S.N. Rajguru from Deccan College.
Oh.
In fact, Dr. Kaushik Gangopadhyay, who's a very old friend of mine, is also there. He has also been in the excavation, because we used to work in the same place from where we had gone for excavation at one point of time.
These archaeological sites,
yeah.
Do you want to tag them to some typical cultures?
Typical cultures I can't say, but if you look into the, like for us, we generally look into the archaeological records, especially the ceramics, because ceramics we get the maximum in number. So definitely, we're looking into the ceramics, we can definitely talk about whether it is early historic, Chalcolithic, medieval. But I generally tend not to use these dynastic affiliations, at least based on the explorations. I generally don't use that, because you can't use Kushana and Shunga and Mauryans, just looking into one or two ceramics that we have got in this surface exploration.
And what about the ethnic identity of these sites, ethnic, racial identity of these sites?
Not much we can really talk about them. Not much we can really talk about them. I really have not really looked into this much, but not much we can talk about them. We basically wanted to look into more on the relationship, whatever the ethnic identity may be of the man, but what is the relationship with this landscape? That is how we tend to understand the culture. That's why you can take up some ethnographic work also, like looking into the sites after the floods, to understand how people are still situating themselves. Looking into some of the very normal Bengali poems, the old poems, where they say that even if it is very dangerous to stay near the river, but still they are more accustomed to stay near a river. There are a whole lot of these poems. So these kind of ethnographic parallels, ethnohistories also help in understanding the concepts of site in this particular way.
How old they must have been so far?
The sites sites you're talking about? Yeah, they are Chalcolithic. It's coming to Chalcolithic period. Yeah, of course, Eastern India is mostly a little bit of late Chalcolithic, but definitely it starts from Chalcolithic. You have sites also earlier in Bengal, say for example, of prehistoric. But my area, the area which I showed today, definitely starts with Chalcolithic.
Copper is abundantly available in.
Copper is negligibly available in the. See, there are a large number of pockets, these are these rocky outcrop pockets where lateritic nodules, ferric nodules are very common. So iron is a common element here. It's not that they have to really go to a large distance and get iron, no. So iron, that is the reason why I think iron is quite.
Echo. Why? ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಸರ್ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ
Okay. A few words about Navgram site.
Navgram, yes.
It appears to be more composite in its complexion.
Yes, absolutely.
Outward observation.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, It is far more important because if you see that this is situated in a far more older floodplain and in the juncture of recent floodplain. It is of a depositional nature, which is very important, and that is why if you look into the meander belt, and it is very close to the meander belt and very close to the floodplain. And it is a very important site because here we only get early historic deposits. And it was disturbed by kind of overbank flooding. And so if you look into the site, if you look into the novogram section, you will see that there is a silty, sandy layer on top, and then quite at the bottom, after going down, you are finding the very important archaeological remains or the archaeological pottery. I cannot say remains, it's basically a kind of pottery, which is definitely an indication that this site was partially buried by these alluvial fields. The recent alluvial field, I should say, the recent alluvial field. But it's definitely, if you look into the archaeological section, that definitely indicates a stable landscape, definitely much stabler. And that is the reason why it is still there. Otherwise, it would have been wiped away and have gone completely. At that time, probably the river was in a far, I keep on repeating this, that in a far more low energy river. So it did not wipe away or move away the entire settlement. The settlement is there itself. But it's later, much later, when there has been a large number of change in the river formation or the river dynamics, that what has happened, it has kind of partially buried this. Not buried like the deltaic ones. The deltaic ones are more heavily buried, but definitely this is also part of the burial. That is what Professor S.N. Rajguru always constantly emphasizes in this particular area.
Okay, I shall come back to Professor Rajguru later on.
Yeah.
These are all tributaries of Hooghly or Ganga?
No, these are independent rivers which are coming down, from Chota Nagpur Plateau. But yes, you can say that they are part of Bhagirathi, which becomes Hooghly later, and they are debouching in Bhagirathi.
A broader area.
Yeah.
Leading to an urban culture of its own kind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And are they tribal pockets still, or?
Yes, there are. Yes. See, the place where I stay, Vishwabharati, Shantiniketan, there are large number of these tribal pockets, definitely. Birbhum is a very important area where you have large number of tribal pockets in these areas. Lot of them, definitely.
Could you share your experiences with the Deccan College? Because you...
Oh, sure, definitely.
You did
Deccan College.
Post-graduation.
Absolutely.
You did your PhD too from Deccan College, Pune. And we are in intimate contact with Deccan College, Pune.
Right.
Myself, my senior colleagues over here, working with different colleges and universities of Belagavi region of Karnataka, are indebted to Deccan College, Pune for having, been in the process of producing an extraordinary research output. You are a byproduct of Deccan College, Pune, and you just said the Professor Emeritus whom did you seek guidance from as a PhD student.
Yes.
And Professor Rajguru is always, an individual par excellence. In fact,
absolutely.
Now, just a few words to inspire younger generations.
So Deccan College is my alma mater. It's my second home. So even if I really don't travel to Deccan College nowadays, but I keep in touch with everybody, because whatever I have learned of archaeology, even if it is 1%, and if I'm giving 0.5% imparting to my students, it is only because of Deccan College. Just what I have learned from Deccan College, I am imparting that to my students. I don't know how much I have been able to. My students will be able to say that better. But whatever I have learned about archaeology, whatever it is, because Deccan College has been an area which has been, teaching us about not only archaeology, about also to have an excellent, a teacher-student relation, which is very, very important. At least in my time, I had it. I don't know about now. I can't comment on the present situation, but in my time, this was very important. A very important relationship with the students. A very important. I have been taught by stalwarts like Professor Padaya, Professor S.N. Rajguru. Then we had Professor. The very important Professor Thomas in zooarchaeology. We had very important Professor Kajle. So the best We had a multidisciplinary, perspective. We had a lot of different labs. So this is a very important area where I have, you can see the kind of the dream of becoming an archaeologist, if not at least teaching archaeology. All this has come out from this Deccan College, and we have, and as you know, that my guide is Professor Padaya. I still, learning from him, learning from Professor Rajguru. They are my mentor and they are my guide, and they will always remain. And even now, when I really am not in great touch with them always, but still they are always there as a support. Whenever I teach my students, if I I feel, oh, I think this should have been said in a different manner, I keep on thinking that how they have been teaching us. So that is the way that we kind of learn always from Deccan College. It is a constant, you can say it is a continuous process. It's not that I am not going to comment on what is Deccan College now and what was before. That I don't need to go. But Deccan College will remain as Deccan College to me. It's like a second home. I might not visit my second home nowadays. I'm not being able to, but still, it remains a second home to my academics, to my personality to grow as a teacher, and whatever I'm being able to impart to my students about the understanding of archaeology is only because whatever I have learned from Deccan College.
Dr. Padaya not only guided you, he also instructed me to go in for PhD at Karnataka University, Dharwad.
I see.
I do remember.
Okay, sir.
He was the one who inspired me to undertake research in ancient Indian history and epigraphy. I'm in that study. And he is an expert scholar of incomparable aptitude in Acheulean culture.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. So can you share your PhD thesis in clips?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes. Actually, what today I spoke is a part of my PhD actually. So when I went to Professor Padaya, I still remember, just to share, I hope I have one or 2 minutes. I'll just share it. When I went to Professor Padaya that I want to do my PhD under you, he said, why are you coming to me? I am from prehistoric archaeology. Why do you want to do here? So I said, no, because from my present experience or what I have learned from Professor Padaya, that he has, and he gives us at least he has given me an idea of to grasp things, how to look into things, how to understand that it doesn't matter from what chronology I'm working about, but how to look into the various you can say kind of corroborating the theoretical understanding of archaeology and the field archaeology. And of course, I would like to mention here very much that even in my PhD, Professor S.N. Rajguru has been my mentor in the field. He has come to my field in Ojai River. He has been in Bengal for a long period of time. Even Kaushik is the field. Even there's another colleague of ours, in fact, 2-3 colleagues of ours. For every field he has come. Every field, because he loves Bengal and he comes here. And whatever I am telling today, whatever understanding of geoarchaeology I have today is because of Professor S.N. Rajguru and constant guidance of Professor Padaya. So when I was working on settlement archaeology of Ojai Valley, my main intention, or as Professor Padaya always told me, that not to say that you just describe the sites and write it, that is not all. You have to understand that why people wanted to settle. That's what I was telling you in the presentation. That the locational problems. Okay, redefining site, looking into the present site, these are all okay. But what exactly was man related to? How the landscape was related to man, and why people thought that this was a very important area. How did they distribute themselves? Why do you think the distribution was of this type? So this is something that I try to do in my PhD. That's another topic itself, but still this is obviously this kind of redefining the alluvial landscape, how the sites look like, what does geoarchaeological investigations talk about the site. This was definitely a part of my PhD in this particular area.
Okay.
And then, of course, with his help and definitely with Professor Rajguru, I had taken up the excavation at Mongolkot, which is, I think, it's my lifetime dream, and I have completed it of doing an excavation with Professor Rajguru. He was there for a long period of time in my site, and that's something that I will always cherish for.
Those all are indelible memories.
Yes, absolutely, sir. Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Professor Padaya, interpreted the archaeological explorations of Dr. Ravi Korishettar.
Right, sir. Yes, sir.
At Jwalapur. If
yes,
Dr. Ravi Korishettar had excavated the site at Jalapuram in modern Andhra Pradesh, along with
Yes, sir.
certain European field archaeologists. It was
Yes,
well
sir.
integrated by Dr. Padaya. The other day,
Yes.
I think the year before, when I had been to Deccan College, Pune, to participate in an international seminar, he was one among the keynote addressers, and he did
Okay.
speak on Jalapuram site in
Okay.
cross-reference, though not
I see.
directly. So
I see.
you are lucky enough to have straightaway guidance from such individuals.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And my students who are here, about 500-600 students,
Yes, sir.
will have a role model in you. You are
Yes,
working with Central University, and you have lot many years to go. I hope you will shape your career better in the days to come. And
Absolutely.
you,
Thank you so much.
you will grow beyond Professor Rajguru and Professor.
Thank you so much, sir, for your
With this
kind words.
anticipation, I thank you a lot, and for
Thank you very much, sir.
having spared your time and having quite easily made your point clear to participate in the national work.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thankful to you.
My pleasure.
I wish you good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Madhupa.
Yeah.
Ada, good.
Me mother.
Oh. Bandit or Suchira, Madhuparna. No, 3 ಗಂಟೆ ಕದ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು.
ಈಗ
ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಲೇನು?
ನೀವು ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್. Yeah, do one.
Yes. So topic more. Dr. Madhuparna Rai Chaudhary is currently working with University of Calcutta Postgraduate Department of Studies in Ancient Indian History and Culture. She is an associate professor, and she has put in substantial research output. She has consented in one go to deliver a talk on the topic of her own choice, and she has 60 plus 15 minutes. I suppose you would fulfill the obligations from my end if you treat it as an obligation. 60 minutes I do anticipate from you, and 15 minutes for discussions. You can carry on. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Am I audible, sir?
You can talk. You can carry on. You can use your PPT. Started. Screen sharing.
No, mute myself. No, no. Mute myself. Mute. Yeah.
Can you see my screen? Is it good, sir? Just confirm once. Okay, very good afternoon, everyone. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this webinar, and particularly to Dr. Kamati, some of my research experience with you all. And actually, this research was undertaken under the auspices of the UGC MBA project, as Shudanga had very good mentioned. This is a project which generally should be other fields related to there. Though I didn't visit all the places, but I visited Bhutan, Bangkok, some places like that. I think this is like sort of going in my history, but I didn't go. As you can see from the title of my paper, I hope I'm audible. I'm not very used to this kind of platforms. If there is any problem, please tell me. I have given the title of Symbolic Archaeology in Myanmar, exploring the impact of the Buddhist culture from India. So, in the beginning, I will say a few words about the development of archaeological research, which actually took place from the early part of the 20th century, at the third of the 20th century. And the colonial archaeological initiatives that were taken from this part generated competing perspectives of the ancient origins of Burmese culture. The main issues centered around the so-called
Dr. Madhu, a small interruption. Your voice is not properly audible. Maybe certain technical problem hiccup from your end with the internet. Yeah. Effort should not be in you.
Okay. I don't know actually, because I'm using the Wi-Fi system, it's very strong here. I don't know. You don't hear me, or should I be louder?
It's not clear anyway.
Strong bakery water internet.
Maybe internet problem. Internet problem ಅಂತದ್ದು. ಹೌದು. You can carry on. You can carry on.
Seen from the first slide, that the archaeological research developed in Myanmar at the turn of the 20th century. And it generated competing perspectives on the ancient origins of Burmese culture. And the main issue, as is known to everyone, and the main issue centered around the so-called viewpoint regarding Indian cultural influence. In this, while I'm coming to the main point of the discussion, before that, I would like to say a few things about the idea of Greater India. This is known to many of us. For my students, I think we need to say a few words about that. Now, in the idea of Greater India, ancient Southeast Asia featured as a sphere of Indian civilization influence. Since the early 20th century, this debate point of contention between the proponents of Indianization and the nationalist votaries of local creativity in the South Asian culture. The entire discussion of today, this presentation will revolve around this question of this two divergent position, one taken by the votaries of the Indianization theory and the other who are actually advocating for the local influence. Sanskrit and Pali inscriptions, this was found as Chittorlagali also mentioned in a lecture in these regions, and a series of Buddhist texts which were found from these regions created a basis of the theory of the cultural dominance of India's Hindu-Buddhist culture on what was imagined as Greater India. Vision of Greater India verged on an exploration in terms of political hegemony and cultural conquest that India's maritime power achieved in this region.
Professor Madhuparna, Professor Madhuparna, a small interruption.
Yes.
Am I audible? Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Okay. The word is not properly heard. So you can close your internet links. Entire system you can close and rejoin. My technician says so that the words what you are speaking will be properly heard. You can stop, you can close, you can restart. Facebook.
ನೀವು ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡ್ರಿ ಸರ್ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಆಗೈತೆ ಇಲ್ಲ ಇದು ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಜೂಮ್ ಲೀವ್ ಜೂಮ್
ಜೂಮ್ ಬೇಕಾ
ಜೂಮ್ ಲೀವ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಹಲೋ ಹಾ
Lingraj College, the host.
Professor Suchira, can you hear me? Professor Suchira? Professor Suchira?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. I can hear you, sir.
Can you make Lingraj College host so that we can accommodate Dr. Madhuparna from
Who
that
should I
college?
make, sir?
You should make Lingraj College as host. Am I right?
Oh, me. I should make that. Okay.
Yeah. You should make
But,
Lingraj College as host.
Sir, it is host only. At least it is showing me that.
It is already there.
Yeah, it is already there.
Lingraj College में more ಅಂತ option ಬರುತ್ತೆ. More ಹೋಗಿ host ಅಂತ click ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
Upon Lingraj College, there is one option called more. M-O-R-E. M-O-R-E. You will have to click upon it and then next in
Host.
host. Okay. ಏನಂತ ಹೇಳೋಣ?
Start now.
Start ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
Professor Madhuparna, can you start talking? ಇದು ಆಡಿಯೋ ಇದನ್ನ Dr. Madhuparna, am I audible?
ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ಬೋದು.
ಯಾರಿಗೆ?
ಇಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಹೇಳಿ.
ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ? ಇದು ಎರಡು ಆನ್ ಇದಾವ.
ಮಾತಾಡು.
ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿ.
Okay. Good afternoon. I don't think.
ಎರಡು ಡಿವೈಸ್ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರೆ ಒಂದು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು.
You will have to switch off one device and utilize only. You will have to.
ಸೌಂಡ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಒಂದು ಡಿವೈಸ್. ಎರಡು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದಾವಲ್ಲ.
You will have to slow down the sound of one device and utilize the other device, as my technician says. Dr. Madhuparna, I am talking to you.
Okay, I'm so sorry for the botheration.
Yeah, it is now absolutely fine. You can talk.
I'm really sorry for this.
Nothing of that sort. It is just technical error on my end.
I'll start my presentation from the beginning since nobody can hear me.
Yeah.
And as I told you, that is the title of my paper is Colonial Archaeology in Myanmar, exploring the impact of Hindu-Buddhist culture from India. So while I'm doing this, I need to say a few words about the archaeological explorations and how it shaped the debate in the later times. The first, just change the first, come to the first slide, Raima, the first slide. Change slide, yes. The first slide here I've shown that the gradual development of archaeological research under the auspices of the colonial government department in Myanmar at the turn of the 20th century generated competing perspectives or the ancient origins of Burmese culture. And we'll talk about this competing perspective only during the entire course of our lecture. The main issue concerned around the so-called viewpoint regarding Indian cultural influence. Next slide. While we are doing that, we need to say a very few things. We should know a few things about the Greater India debate. All of us know that the idea of Greater India was very prominent at the turn of the 20th century, in which ancient Southeast Asia featured prominently as a sphere of Indian civilizing influence. And it remained since the early 20th century a point of contention between the proponents of Indianization and the nationalist votaries of local creativity in Southeast Asian culture. Next slide. You know, the votaries of the Indianization theory drew their substance from many things, and one of that was the availability of a plethora of Sanskrit and Pali inscriptions from these regions, as well as a series of Buddhist texts, which created the basis of the theory of the cultural dominance of India's Hindu-Buddhist culture on what was imagined as Greater India. Next slide. The idea verged on an exploration in terms of a political hegemony and cultural conquest that India's maritime power achieved in this region. This automatically invited a rebuttal by scholars who placed greater emphasis on varied forms of local adaptation, especially by the political elites, who used the Brahmin priests and their ideas for purposes of political legitimation. Now, the theory of local adaptation gained currency when the newly independent nations of Southeast Asia became anxious to discover the cultural foundations of their national identities. Today, Professor Kamathi was asking in the very first session the question about national identity and cultural identity. So here, the entire discussion of my lecture would revolve around this question of national identity and the use of Theravada Buddhism to, strengthen this feature of national identity. Next slide, Raima. Now, among Indian historians, early in the 20th century, the conception of Greater India, which they used for both Central Asia and Southeast Asia, had its attraction for the kind of psychological comfort that the idea of a once upon a time colonization of lands by Indians provided in conditions of colonial subjecthood. Next slide. But while we are talking about some of the representative figures associated with the Greater India Society, we will see that not all of them shared the same opinion. For example, in this slide, I'll talk about three historians. One is R.C. Majumdar, N.K. Shastri, and then Akshay Kumar Moitreo. We will find how they're advocating this kind of Indianization theory in a very, very direct manner. It's a kind of aggressive nationalism that is emanating from their argument. So we can say that the idea of Greater India was capable of generating a relatively hegemonic version of Hindu colonialism in Southeast Asian lands. The manner in which a scholar like R.C. Majumdar wrote about Hindu colonies in Southeast Asia and N.K. Shastri connected it with Pallava and Chola maritime expansion in the Bay of Bengal pointed towards a civilizing mission of the colonizing Indians in Southeast Asia. Akshay Kumar Moitreo, in a vernacular piece, suggested the possibility of a Bengali navy disembarking on the shores of ancient distant island of Bali and setting up a principality. So we can understand that they are actually talking of direct conquest. Next slide. But when we come to talk about Tagore, Rabindranath Tagore, change the slide. Tagore, yes, this is the one. Tagore, who was also an advocate of Greater India thesis, he had a softer version of nationalism, to the extent that such imperial visions provided a sort of emotional incentive to write about Greater India. It is also equally remarkable that between a relatively aggressive posture of political conquest that we have already seen emanating from these three scholars and some other scholars as well, if we compare that with the kind of soft nationalism that was played out in Tagore's Java Jatri diary, we can find the major difference. Tagore, who was a patron of the Greater India Society, was primarily concerned with the civilizational connections and looked for the footprints of his ancient ancestors. Now, the next slide. Another great historian we should mention is Nihar Ranjan Ray. Historians who are associated with the Greater India movement, they were not necessarily impervious to the idea of adaptation by local cultures, of ideas traveling from India. You know, the essays that were published in the Journal of Greater India Society in Calcutta, they spoke in many voices. For example, if we talk about Nihar Ranjan Ray, who was a major figure in the society, he wrote a monograph on the Brahmanical gods in Burma in 1932, in which he talked about a school of sculptural art in Burma, which did not blindly emulate their Indian peers. So we can understand that the Greater India thesis and the advocates of Greater India thesis should not, it's not compulsory for them to share the same opinion or the same, mentality. They were certainly talking about the glorious past of India, driven by nationalistic spirit, but their, approach was different from one another. Now, the next point will be the discussion of archaeological initiatives. Since with the help of the archaeological initiatives, we would be able to get hold of the material culture, the entire range of material culture. And therefore, I thought of saying a few words about the archaeological initiatives that took place around that time. Greater India, after Greater India, let me enter into the question of archaeological excavations. We have, it's a very extensive reportage are available in the ASI files on the archaeological explorations and excavations by the officials of the Archaeological Survey of India. Burma was a part of the British Empire, and it was virtually treated as an Indian province by the British rulers till 1935, when the country was given administrative autonomy. As a result, we find most the Burmese, we get to know a lot of things about Burmese archaeology from the files of the ASI. The first protagonist whom we will mention was Tao Senko. Let me tell you that he was a votary of local culture. He was trying to find the influence of Ceylonese, Chinese, and Tibetan culture on the origin of Burmese tradition. So before we go into the discussion of Tao Senko in detail, just let me give a little biography of Tao Senko. He was the chief of the Burmese Archaeological Survey since its foundation in 1899. He was a local scholar of Chinese origin. As I told you, he was less entranced by the vision of large-scale Indianization. Primarily an indigenous scholar, Tao Senko was born of Chinese parents and was educated in the English College of Rangoon, before he went to London to qualify for the bar, which he did successfully, after which he received an appointment in the civil service. Tao Senko qualified the Indian influence argument by drawing attention to other competing kinds of cultural influences derived from China and Sri Lanka in shaping Burmese culture. And we have continuous reportage from the survey files, which talk about which actually contain the dialogues among the such men like Tao Senko and his successor Charles Duracell on cultural links between India and Burma, which that actually I'm going to use that extensively in my discussion, the reports that I came across in the files. And that remained the early formative influence for research on ancient and early medieval Burma. Tao Senko left vivid impressions of the early development of Burmese archaeology in his well-known memoir, Burmese Sketches, which shows, among other things, how the mid-century uncoordinated explorations of Burmese monuments turned into a full-fledged initiative at the turn of the century. I will say a few words about Duracell as well. Charles Duracell was Tao Senko's successor in the ASI. For a long stretch of time, the Burma circle of the ASI was managed by this man. He was a Frenchman, and he had received his training in the Hanoi-based École Francaise d'Extrême Orient, of which Sylvain Lévy was one of the co-founders. Lévy's ideas, of course, were devoid of the kind of nationalistic, aggressive spirit that later informed some of the writings of Indian historians, and Duracell quite expectedly remained an exponent of the Indianization argument in a softer version. So I hope I have been able to tell you in a nutshell, I mean, which we are going to elaborate in the next part of the lecture, that is how Tao Senku and Duracell, they did not speak in the same voice. They had completely two divergently different opinions about the origin of Burmese culture. Now coming to Curzon, we are all aware of the great contribution of Lord Curzon had made in the conservation and the excavation of newer and newer territories in India. In Burma also, he had a very instrumental role to play. And the annual reports of the survey, as I already mentioned, began to carry a huge amount of information about explorations of Burmese archaeological sites. Such initiatives, although begun in the 1890s, started receiving a good deal of impetus after Curzon's visit to Pagan. I told you that Pagan is the most important archaeological site in colonial Burma. Curzon himself visited that place. And as I told you, all of us are aware of, Curzon was an exponent of archaeological research in the Indian Empire, and expectedly his visit made an impact on Burmese scholars also, who shortly established the Burma Research Society to provide a kind of local impetus for archaeological research. In 1903, the earliest archaeological museum at Pagan was established, soon to be embellished by artifacts brought to the museum from the city's numerous temples. Now, then the next slide, just show the slide, Raima. Now I'm going to talk about the various sites. Of that, Pagan will be the most important, then followed by Sri Khetro. There is a problem since I don't have the PPT in front of me. So it's being operated by my daughter from a different room. So it's difficult for me to pinpoint the places which I'm going to discuss. But here, as you can see, I'll be talking about a few places where Hamwaza or Sri Khetro is there. Halin, Bekthano, and Thaton, which is a Mon territory towards the South Burma. And in central South Burma, we have Sri Khetro or Hamwaza. And then on the top of that, it's Pagan. After that, Halin is there, Halin and Bekthano. And Arakan, a little bit of Arakan will come in the course of the discussion, but Arakan is a very, very important place. In fact, the most important place where visibly Indian culture was very much visible. But for the want of time, I thought of excluding Arakan from today's discussion. Anyway, so this is the map. Next slide. As I told you that I had the opportunity to go to Pagan, one of the most important sites of Myanmar. And of course, Pagan, because of the sheer expanse of archaeological zone, commands greater attention. Next slide. Even now, after so many devastation by earthquakes, Pagan boasts of more than 4,000 monuments, including the great temples like Anandafaya. The story of Pagan had begun with clusters of villages, which in course of time developed into a number of distinct settlements, each of which possesses significant religious buildings. So we can understand that Pagan is now the World Heritage Site. And it's a very important place. Lots of temples are there here in this particular place. The division of Pagan's archaeological map also corresponds to some extent to different palace areas. The rulers of Pagan kept on changing their palace areas and the kings established this palace from early historic times. Coming to the next slide. Come to the next slide. Now, the question is, how could they build so many temples? What was the source of their economy? And it was a very vibrant economy, and a very wealthy monarchy was there. The Pagan monarchy was very well known and very wealthy. So what was the source of their such opulence? We can say that such a large-scale building activity at Pagan between the 11th and the 13th centuries, this period is looked upon as a period when Pagan imperialism reached a high point of glory, expansion and consolidation, points towards the large amount of resources that Pagan monarchy possessed for patronizing the construction of these temples. Next slide, I'll come to the locational importance of Pagan. it seems that Pagan's location on the overland trading route, which Suchandra also mentioned in the course of a lecture, between eastern and northeastern India and South China, which passed through the Arakan corridor, moved upwards towards Yunnan, touching Pagan and Nanchao, must have produced considerable commercial wealth, both for the state and the trading population. So the locational importance is to be taken into mind. That's very important for Pagan's immense prosperity. Then coming to the most important two Pagan rulers, the first one was Anuruddha, whose Sanskritic name was Aniruddha, and his successor Kiyanzitha, Gyanasiddha in Sanskrit. They consolidated their control over maritime trading routes. I showed you the map, but I couldn't point out the place. That Thaton was located at the south, and a little bit north of Thaton was Pegu. You know, both the rulers, Anvartha and his successor Kiyanzitha, both of them were able to control the maritime trading points like Pegu and Thaton, besides the Arakan corridor. Apart from that, they also had control over the rich agricultural regions in the extended northern and southern frontiers of the kingdom. The rice fields of Kyusuke in the northeast and Minbu in the southwest turned Pagan, also known as Pukon, with the classical name of Arimaddanpura, into a rich city, despite its location on an arid plain. Next slide. This is Pagan, the ancient settlements and major temples. Here, the site called Nangu, which is, if you can see in the northeast, which is the airport. Now the airport is located there. And Kyusuke, the place which I told you, just mentioned in the last slide. These are all there in the map. But for some reasons, I couldn't show it. I mean, it's difficult for me to pinpoint. And some of the temples of Pagan and the Buddhist monastic, pagodas, I'll discuss. Next slide. This is Pagan Empire in the 11th century. You can find the immense, the extent is quite, I mean, it was extended over a very wide area. You can find it. It was one of the most powerful and successful imperial monarchy of that time. Next slide. I will come back to Tao Senko. I told you in the beginning that Tao was trying to find out material remains to bolster his argument of a local influence in Pagan's architecture and sculpture in the overall Pagan, in the overall Myanmar tradition, Burmese tradition. So in 1904, there was a major exploration in Pagan. And Tao started studying more closely the ancient monuments and noted his views on the architecture and religion in early medieval Burma. A couple of small pagodas at Pagan persuaded Tao to trace the origin of Burmese Buddhism in Ceylonese and Chinese influence as well, mildly raising questions about the theory of Indianization as the basis of Buddhism in Burma. In a small pagoda, I don't have the image of this particular thing, situated at Kinlo, a deserted village about 8 miles to the southeast of Nyangu, that is the airport site at Pagan in modern days. In ancient times, it formed one of the major clusters of the ancient city. Tao discovered a stone image of Buddha from this site of Kinlo, which presented the impression of a distinctively Burmese style, in which the body is short and squat, and the features are not particularly prepossessing. Tao's main interest was in the technical and aesthetic features of the Burmese tradition of sculptural art, contrasting the Burmese images with what he described as the Aryan type. So if I repeat this point, if I again repeat this point, then you will understand, I mean, it's for our own understanding that we need to repeat this point, that Tao was always looking for even the physical attributes were given immense importance by Tao, because here in the image which he discovered from Kinlo, I should have tried to collect this image, but somehow I couldn't. Here he is pointing out to the flat features, that is the Burmese features. And according to it is his own words that I've taken from the annual report, 1905, 1906. So here he is telling that the body is short and squat and the features are not particularly prepossessing. What does he mean by the term prepossessing? That means, according to him, the North Indian people have aquiline nose, they are very sharp, Aryan type features. That is the prepossessing feature in his words. Those are lacking in the Kinlo image of Buddha. So according to him, it was certainly a marker of local influence. While Tao was trying to explain the whatever elements he was getting in order to strengthen his argument of localization and the kind of local influence on Burmese art and Burmese culture, Duracell was trying to do just the opposite. Now, while we come to Duracell, contrary to Tao, he is writing a long essay on the stone sculptures in the Ananda temple in Pagan. Next slide. Published in the annual report of the Archaeological Survey of India. Charles Duracell emphatically stated that the artists and sculptors who were employed by the Pagan rulers were mostly Indians, mind it. He is using this particular temple, one of the best specimens of architecture and sculpture, architectural marvel is Ananda temple. Duracell is writing a number of reports on this particular temple, Ananda fire. And here he is writing that the sculptors and the artists who were employed for the making of the sculptures in the temple, this Ananda temple, they were mostly Indians who were familiar with the conventions of medieval Indian iconography. Local artists, on the other hand, were lacking in originality and merely followed the conventions that were developed in India, particularly in Eastern India during the Pal Sen period. The only Burmese element that Duracell found in the Ananda temple came from the representation of buildings in the background of the sculptures. So here, with regard to the Ananda temple, he argued that it is only there where the sculptures and they're using the representation of buildings are being kept in the background. That is the only local influence that can be witnessed. Next slide. Just show yes, this is also another temple, Pagan. Again, we are coming to Tao. So it's a kind of ongoing debate between Tao and Duracell. There was, however, a strong dissenting opinion coming from Tao. In an essay in the report of 1906-7, the title of the essay is Some Conservation Works in Burma, quote unquote. Tao Senko had gone into greater length about the non-Indian influence in the religious and ceremonial architecture at Pagan, whose prototypes may be looked for also in China, Tibet, and Ceylon. The Sapara Pagoda, show the next slide, was built on the model of a Ceylonese monument. This is the Sapara Pagoda. Next slide. According to Tao, next slide. Yes, this is the Sapara Pagoda, which according to Tao was built on the model of a Ceylonese monument, sponsored by a monk who received his ordination in Ceylon and founded a sect at Pagan during the late 12th century. For Tao, this pagoda, within quotation mark, is a landmark in the history of Burmese Buddhism, as it commemorates the religious intercourse between Burma and Ceylon, unquote. Next slide. So while we have already, I think the main course of the debate was revolving around the question of how far Indian influence was visible over Burmese culture, where we have only named two important protagonists. One was Tao Senku and the other was Duracell. But while Tao Senku was trying he was making strenuous efforts to look for, influences coming from Ceylon, Tibet, and China. There were some regions, like some Pew settlements, Strikhetro, Bekthano, and Halin, which, made his task a little difficult. How I'm going to tell you in the next part of the lecture. Tao Senku, here, this map I have chosen. This is some important Pew settlements. pre-Pagan settlements representing the Pew culture. Of the Pew settlements, I will talk about three places. One is Srikhetro, the other is Bektano, and the other is Halin. So particularly in Srikhetro, the kind of Indian influence was so immense that thou could not avoid taking note of that. So I'll come to this particular site, Srikhetro. Next slide. Tausenko had to come to terms with the new archaeological evidence, next slide, that was unearthed from an older historical site of Srikhetro in central Burma. The legendary history of Srikhetro tells us that it was founded by a legendary ruler, Dattabong, a century after Buddha's Nirvana. Leaving this legend aside, even if we just don't give any importance to this legendary account, when we come to archaeological excavations, we find that the archaeological legacy of Srikhetro, along with those of a few other centers of Pew culture like Bektano and Halin, created a more acute awareness about the Indian influence. How? We are going to discuss that. It seems that between the 6th and the 9th centuries, before the rise of Pagan in these Indian settlements, the Hindu-Buddhist culture from India struck deep root. Srikhetro was known as Hamvaza or Yatameo, meaning the city of the Rishi, which had been identified as Srikhetro of the Burmese chronicles, is situated 5 miles to the east of the modern city of Prom, which finds its earliest mention in a Portuguese travel account. Literary evidence that traces the history of the settlement from the early Christian era informs us that at the beginning of the 2nd century, the city was abandoned, leaving behind archaeological ruins which point towards the existence of a fairly large city, which was possibly the seat of a local kingdom. Chinese sources of later times, including the travel accounts of Hirensang and Itzing, mention the city, which also finds a place in the section on southern barbarians in the annals of Chinese Tang dynasty. Also known as Brahmadesha, in ancient Indian literary sources, its ancient connection with India was demonstrated by a couple of gold scroll inscriptions written in the Eastern Chalukya scripts. Other archaeological finds include votive terracotta tablets carrying the usual Buddhist legend of Ye Dhamma Hetupavava and stone sculptures. One of the sculptured stones found at Zegu Pagoda persuaded John Marshall to comment that it, I quote, derives its style from the familiar Gupta work of northern India, unquote. It can hardly be assigned to a later date than the 7th century and belonged to a time when it was customary for the votaries of Buddhism in Burma to adore groups of the Buddha and his attendants and devotees carved in stone, indicating how in the Pew cities like Srikhetro, Hindu deities and Mahayana Buddhism had precedence over the Theravada school. Next slide. Now we'll talk about the sites of Bektano and Halin. While in the colonial period, Pagan and Srikhetro commanded almost exclusive attention, post-independence archaeology in Burma generated a more elaborate knowledge about a few other sites like Bektano and Halin. Even though in Burmese tradition, the existence of different few political centers from Halin in the north to Bektano in the south is traced from the 2nd century, concrete archaeological evidence by way of military fortification, religious architecture and sculpture assigns them to the 6th century. Already in the early 20th century, Srikhetro was extensively explored, while the earliest rock-cut temples excavated by colonial archaeologists at Podong in 1914 established the antiquity of Halin as a center of Pew culture. Next slide. Halin, which is an important center of Pew culture, is also known as Halingi or Hangshabati. It was associated in Burmese Buddhist tradition with the name of a legendary Buddhist ruler from India, Mahasammata. Very important for us to, take note of. Since the early centuries of the Christian era, people in this settlement apparently fostered the Hindu-Buddhist culture that the Pews represented. Pius excavated the earliest of these caves and followed Indian models. The report mentions particularly the Barabar caves to the north of Gaya, indicating that there was a good deal of intercourse between the central and eastern India on the one hand and Burma on the other through the overland trade routes. Next slide, Bekthano. Bekthano, a fortified settlement of the 6th century that represented Pew culture, was known in Burmese chronicles as Vishnupura, which along with Srikshetra conjure up the presence of Vaishnavism in the region, confirmed also by the discovery of several Hindu sculptures. In addition, the archaeological legacy of Mahayana Buddhism exists in the numerous religious monuments, votive tablets, plaques, Jataka murals, and temples. The more the archaeology of the centers of Pew culture, including Srikshetra, were explored, the greater was the credibility of the Indianization thesis. Next slide. Even in Pagan, Tausenko had to make allowance for Indian influence, existing prominently in the early history of Pagan architecture. In the Archaeological Survey of India's annual report 1907-1908, he writes, I quote, the best specimen of stone architecture at Pagan, if not in the whole province, is the Nanpaya. Next slide. A temple built by Manuha, the Mon king, who was confined as a prisoner at Pagan by Anuvartha after the conquest of Thaton. The shikhara on its top indicated his descent from Indian prototypes. On the other hand, on the summit of the decorated arches, over each of the windows sat Hindu deities, while Hindu architectural motifs were freely used in the wealth of ornamentation in the friezes, the most noteworthy being the images of four-faced Brahma on two sides of the pillars. We have to remember one thing, that Brahma's mount, Hangsha or swan, incidentally had been the national emblem of the Mon rulers. Although the Mon country was the first to be exposed to the impact of Theravada Buddhism from Ceylon, thanks to the proximity of the Mon political center of Thaton in southeast Myanmar to the Bay of Bengal trading network around northern Malay. The architectural style of the Nanpaya temple of Pagan, if we read it with the archaeological finds of Srikshetra, then it will show how since an earlier time in central and southern Myanmar, Indian architectural and sculptural art, along with Hindu religious ideas, had a remarkable presence. Besides the usual maritime route, much of this influence also came to the regions by overland routes that linked Arakan and Eastern India with China. The importance of the Arakan corridor for transmission of religious ideas is confirmed by Buddhist votive inscriptions from Arakan, in addition to Gupta period sculptures and coins in the two historical cities of Dhanyavati and Vesali in Arakan. Next paragraph, next slide. The votive inscriptions were all written in either Sanskrit or in Pali, and not a single one in the vernacular language, which is a very clear measure for us to understand how the transmission of Buddhist ideas and practices from India to Burma had a long history, going back to the 5th century and up until the 11th century. The influence of this linguistic culture was evident in both Mahayana and Theravada Buddhism. After the 11th century, however, the Yedhamma inscriptions disappeared from Theravada practice and continued to be used in the Mahayana context for many centuries thereafter. Yedhamma inscriptions, which were also present at Srikshetra between the 7th and the 10th centuries, were written in Pali and Sanskrit language, while the gold leaf inscriptions are datable to the 6th century. Some of the later ones were inscribed on the statues of deities, Mahayana deities like Tara and Avalokiteshwar, suggesting a powerful presence of Mahayana Buddhist culture, which had been disseminated in Burma through northern and eastern India. Next slide. The competing perspectives on Indianization and local adaptation, which we have already discussed, were also worked out in the Burmese nationalist position on the dominance of Buddhist religious culture as one of the principal markers of the emergence of a distinct Burmese identity. For example, Tao Senku was emphatic about the absorption by Buddhism of a pre-existing Shaivite faith in central Burma, where apparently the lingas were transformed into small Buddhist stupas. Despite all this, the cultural milieu in this region around the 5th, 6th century was certainly more eclectic and allowed for the coexistence between different streams of culture. Next slide. Duracell, who wrote the report on Sikhetro in 1911-12, replacing Tao Senku as the head of the Burmese Archaeology Department, made this point with great precision. When commenting on a fragmentary Pali inscription, he wrote that such epigraphic evidence suggested the coexistence in Lower Burma at an early period of both Sanskrit and Pali, and therefore also of the two forms of Buddhism, the Mahayana and the Hinayana. They flourished there side by side or in alternate periods of supremacy. Duracell felt that from the 11th century onwards, the Hinayana made vast strides and finally superseded the other form. The latter, however, did not disappear so rapidly and completely as may have been thought, for it has even up to the present day left deep traces behind it. Next slide. As most of us are aware that the pagan rulers were Buddhist, or Anvartha, Kyanzitha, and it is a place where Buddhist monuments are numerous in number. But of all those among all these Buddhist monuments, there is one temple which we have to mention because this is a lone temple which is dedicated to Hindu deities. At Pagan, evidence for this argument comes from a Vishnu temple, which stands alone as an architectural symbol of Hinduism, in a milieu dominated by monuments professing the triumph of Theravada Buddhism, which was so assiduously pursued by Anvartha and his able descendant Kyanzitha during the 11th, 12th centuries. You know, the name of the temple is Nathwang Kwang, which in Burmese means a temple for inferior deities. The temple at Pagan obviously carried the stigma of an inferior shrine. The name implies, go to the next slide, that it was built for housing not figures of the Buddha, but statues of deities inferior to him. Although Burmese tradition assigns the date of the building of the temple to the early 10th century, archaeological evidence points towards the late 11th or 12th century, by which the Pagan monarchy had emerged as a fervent supporter of Theravada Buddhism. Next slide. A Tamil inscription from the 13th century mentions the shrine as a temple of foreign merchants settled in Pagan. Today in the morning, Shuchanadi had mentioned this inscription, Nana Desi Vinnigar. These terms are present from which scholars are thinking that these were perhaps Alvar, and Nana Desi means coming from different places. These were, the inscription is perhaps by foreign merchants. They had perhaps talking of the Vaishnavite wandering mendicants who are perhaps Alvars. So Nana Desi Vinnigar, these terms are present. Whatever might have been the original intention of the construction of the temple, we do not know exactly why this temple was built. Who made, who promoted for the, who actually patronized for the construction of this temple? We don't know. There are some opinions which say that Anvartha, after the conquest of Thaton, which is the Mon kingdom, he made the construction of this temple possible because he for the Indian artisans to pay respect to their own deities. Exactly not known that the intention of the temple, construction of the temple is not clearly known to us. The temple, however, certainly presents an eclectic religious culture which fostered Hindu forms of worship and Mahayana Buddhism in the heart of a Theravada land. The sculptures demonstrate the influence of North Indian style. Go to the next slide. And some of them including an exquisite, this is the temple. We had the chance to visit. And now go to the next slide. yes, this is the interior. Most of the images have been taken to the museums, different museums. Next slide. From the reports of Archaeological Survey of India 1912-13, we come to know of this Shiva image, exquisite figure of Shiva, which was there in this temple, but now it is in the Pagan Museum. So the image, the picture was taken from Pagan Museum. Now coming to the next slide. While we are talking about, when we have mentioned this Nathwang temple, that is the temple for inferior deities, to bolster our argument about the presence of an eclectic environment in Pagan, this point that I am going to talk about on Tantric Buddhism being prevalent in pre-Pagan Burma, that is also going to do the same thing. That is, we want to actually emphasize the point that Pagan, before the arrival of Theravada Buddhism, was a place which had a much open kind of a religious cultural environment, and which was purposefully subdued by the imperialist rulers like Anvartha and by his successor Kyanzitha. Now, the prevalence of Tantric Buddhism in pre-Pagan Burma tells the same story about an eclectic religious culture nourished by the migration of Tantric Buddhist practices associated with Shahudjan and Vajrajan in Bengal. In a long essay on the impact of Tantric Buddhism on Burmese art, Duracell argued that what was known as the religion of Ari, Ari, representing a Buddhist sect in Pagan that was popular in the region before the aggressive assertion of Theravada ideology by the Pagan monarchy in the 11th century. It was a Tantric Buddhist sect that coexisted at Pagan with Mahayanism. The presence of Mahayana influence is evident from votive tablets, stone carvings, frescoes, and Bodhisattva images. We have discussed that earlier. Now, Burmese chronicles often mention that before the 11th century, Buddhism did not exist at Pagan. However, in my opinion, this was merely a sectarian view that overlooked the many dimensions of Buddhist religious practice in order to establish the supremacy of Theravada. In the perception of Theravada orthodoxy, such practices were distasteful to the purer faith professed by the Theravada monks from Ceylon. The frescoes of the Payathanzu plate, Payathanzu and Nandamania temples at Minanthu near Pagan bear testimony to these multiple facets. Next slide. Apparently, the monks were professing allegiance to this sect, who were the priests of the Naga and spirit worshippers, who were fairly numerous and officiated at the bloody sacrifices connected with this older form of worship. Profoundly influenced by Tantrism, which was a common feature of Hinduism and Buddhism alike, the monks resorted to a system of sorcery and witchcraft, which had for its aim the attainment by spiritual means of desired objects, whether material or otherwise, and by means of mantras, charms, and alchemy. Next slide. In the perception of their Theravadist enemies, they were also addicted, as revealed by the frescoes, to grossly immoral practices, characteristic of Vajrayanas and Sahajiyas of Bengal and Nepal. Such practices, however, did not disappear, as has been hitherto thought in the 11th century, even after Anvartha persecuted these sects to undermine their status and completely eradicate them from this place. Next slide. This is actually, I have already told this point, that is Charles Duracell is actually harping on this problem of Pagan having been exposed to Tantric Buddhist practices, and the frescoes of Payathanzu and Nandamania, they have this, depictions of these immoral practices. Next slide. This is Payathanzu Paya, where the murals and the frescoes, they have abundant representations of such tantric practices, which in the opinion of the Theravadist, which were immoral and should be completely undermined. Next slide. This is also another temple, Payathanzu and Nandamania. They are famous for housing this kind of immoral scenes. Next slide. Now I come to the last part of the lecture, where I'm going to talk about the tradition initiated by Kianzitha of making commemorative temples. You know, during Kianzitha's rule, which was certainly the high point of Pagan monarchy, it was a high point of prosperity and consolidation. And he acquired immense royal power and authority. And perhaps in order to exhibit that, he started the practice of making commemorative temples. For example, one temple is the Abhayadana temple. Go to the next slide. This is Kianzitha's sculpture in the Pagan Museum, which is now known as Bagan. Known to all of us that Pagan is now modern Bagan. Next slide. This is the Abhayadan temple. There is a story behind the making of this temple. The name of the temple is actually, the temple is named after his queen, one of his queens. It commemorated a meeting between the queen and her husband when the queen brought food for the king. An important trait of Kianzitha was to build commemorative shrines, as I told you, to mark important episodes of his life. Next slide. One of these temples, the Nagayan temple, next slide. Next slide. Next call. Yes, Nagayan temple. This is also one temple, which is a commemorative temple. It is situated at Minkaba. It celebrated an event in his life, which, following the legends associated with the temple, elevated the king to a divine pedestal. Look at the story, very interesting. The chronicles say that when Kianzitha retired in a forest, a young Naga came to look after him and protected him with his hood. Consequently, later, this temple was built beside the Abhayadana temple. The imagery of a snake dragon protecting the king has close resemblance with the image of Sheshnag protecting Vishnu, which also has its equivalent in Buddhist Jataka stories. It seems that Kianzitha built a few other Nagayan pagodas in other parts of his kingdom as well. But whether they were the king's own creations or later constructions, we do not know. The story of the Naga was actually recorded in a 15th century inscription inscribed on the northern wall of the vestibule of the Thettawa pagoda in Pagan, where apparently Kianzitha managed to save his life from the wrath of his adversaries. Next slide. Now I'll conclude. This is Nagayan temple. Next slide. That is the concluding slide. So if the vision of Greater India with which we started today's lecture among Indian historians was looking back to a glorious past, when Indians freely cruised along the high seas to reach the distant shores with their merchandise or the armies of soldiers, artisans and Brahmin priests, the theory of local adaptation gained currency when the newly independent nations of Southeast Asia became anxious to discover the cultural foundations of their national identities. Within this larger politico-ideological context, the Second World War provided the great divide in history research. The Indianization argument was more pronounced during the first half of the 20th century due to the reasons I have already stated. The theory, however, began to encounter major challenges across the temporal divide of the 1950s. Here I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madhuparna, for having made an elaborate lecture on a neighboring country about which we do not know much, especially the people from deep south, deep central south. At the outset, I have an inquiry with you. Should we call it a cultural dominance or cultural expansion? Am I audible? Should we call it cultural expansion or cultural dominance?
So could you please repeat your question? I just went to that room to bring
Yeah, please. You know, Indian culture got expanded to the neighboring east. Should we call it dominance or expansion? What do you personally feel as a writer of two important books, what I collected from your biodata? So whether do you like to nomenclature it as cultural expansion or cultural dominance? What is your personal opinion about it?
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for this question. It's indeed a very important question for you to raise. No, sir, I don't think this is cultural dominance. I only wanted to show you that how the historians' perspective are changing over the time, and in which political questions are playing a very dominant role. During the high noon of nationalism, when, as I told you, that they were looking for, a kind of psychological comfort. They were I just selected this word, psychological comfort. So at that time, they were perhaps, while they are writing during the late 19th, early 20th centuries, they were talking of cultural domination. But since I don't think standing at this juncture, I don't think historians harp on this issue of cultural domination no longer. And they are rather talking about cultural interaction, because as we can find from the cultural remains, the architectural remains and the sculptural remains, at some point of a time, certainly Indian influence was quite glaring, but then local influence was also pretty much visible. So I don't think it was cultural dominance. Even if it was cultural domination, it was a historical construct. And the actual scenario is far from that. It is rather, we can say it as a kind of influence or expansion, as you suggested. It's rather a kind of expansion in both ways. So we also learned from them.
Yeah, but it is cultural expansion because
Yes,
at my post-graduation level, we had a paper. While I were a student, I did study it. Cultural expansion of India in.
Yes, because present scholars no longer give importance to the question of cultural domination.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. That is one thing. And these two books, what you did write.
No, sir, I wrote only one book.
Yeah, heritage archaeology and museum movement in colonial India. Was it not written by?
Yes, displaying India's heritage.
Displaying Indian heritage is another book, I suppose. Am I
No,
right?
sir. No, sir. I'm yet to write. I'm presently engaged in the writing of a book on Odisha, but that is yet to come out. My only book, my lone book, but I've written a few articles, a number of articles I write. It's difficult to write a book, sir, because that book that I wrote, Displaying India's Heritage, it was basically my research. I did my research on archaeology and museum movement, and Displaying India's Heritage was brought out by Orient Black Swan. And that is the only book. At this moment, I have only one book, but a few essays. I mean, quite a number of articles I have been able to publish. That's all.
And, in Anand Temple Complex in modern Myanmar, there is one hind-legged loin. Am I audible, Dr. Madhuparna?
Yes, I can hear you. Tell me.
There is one hind-legged loin, sitting up in some pleasant mode. Is it not comparable to Egyptian spring? Don't you think so?
I can't remember this particular sculpture you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll certainly try to find out if there are any historian who is talking of this kind of Egyptian influence. I really don't know about this. I'm sorry, sir. Egyptian influence. I'll certainly say this because I'm working on this project right now and yet to know a lot of things. Egyptian influence on.
You had been to Myanmar for several times, it seems. In 2018, as your photographs do suggest, you had been to Myanmar. How is the situation there? Because there is now military fascism functioning, and these monuments are well protected there in Burma.
monuments are not, I shouldn't say that all the monuments are well protected. But Anandafaya, there is a Khettava Pagoda. Some big monuments are better protected. And if you look at this Vishnu temple, which I was mentioning, that is Natwang Twang, that is for inferior deities that this temple was built. These kind of temples are hardly looked after. You know, these are really, I mean, deserted, and you can understand the kind of negligence that these temples are actually exposed to. But if you look at the political situation, we were, you know, it's a very clean and very orderly place. When I visited in 2018 December, it was really a beautiful place. And even if we don't talk of Pagan is just one of the greatest places I have ever visited. But even in Yangon, you know, it's a very orderly, disciplined. People are very disciplined there, very disciplined and quiet people. They are very, I mean, their nature is really appreciable. But I don't know what is happening, because we thought of taking another tour to these places, that is Halin, Big Thano. These are important places to go and do some field work. But now the situation is, I don't think at all when we can go now.
Is Burmese Archaeological Survey competent enough to manage these monuments like Indian Archaeological Survey?
The Burmese Archaeological Survey is doing a pretty good job. They're doing well. You know, as Shujambi was mentioning, the museum in Thailand, in the same way, we were also immensely helped by the museum authorities in Yangon and even in Bagan. But in Bagan, I thought of taking a project on Bagan Museum. Actually, this was my plan, to take a project on Bagan Museum. Compared to Yangon, Bagan's museum is not, I mean, it's really in a bad shape now. They don't have any catalog. They don't maintain things properly. So I thought of taking a project and making the catalog for them. And, you know, it really makes you feel that something has to be done for the museum. But Burmese Archaeological Department is more or less quite competent. They are doing well, but because of this political, you know, turmoil, things become difficult.
Has the Archaeological Survey of India contributed in some capacity to conserve these monuments?
Pardon, sir, couldn't hear you.
Has the Archaeological Survey of India contributed for conservation of these monuments there?
Sir, as I told you in my lecture, that till 1935, Archaeological Survey had taken, I mean, the entire excavations, whatever excavations we had talked of in Pagan and Srikhetra and every important place there, those were all done by Archaeological Survey. The entire excavation, I mean, the initial part of Burmese archaeology owes it, I mean, immensely to the Archaeological Survey of India. And
until 1935, Burma was an integral part of India.
After that, yes, when it became independent, it had its own department, and I didn't look after that. You know, my query ended there only, but now I feel like seeing what actually happened and exactly where are the files. I knew, because here in our library, we get everything. The ASI files have the entire details on Burmese archaeology till it acquired independence.
And those two cults you did speak about, you know, Buddhist cults. So one Vajrayana and the other one. What are the distinctive features of those two cults, just out of interest? Vajrayana cult and one more cult of Buddhism, you know, just now you speak about.
Vajrayana is the tantric, you know, feature. It was around 6th, 7th century. Buddhism had come under the spell of Tantrism to a great extent. So there are many classifications like Vajrajan, Kalachakrajan, Mantrajan. So the basic thing that is Hinayan, which is very important, I think my students who are present here, they should understand that how religion is used by the political authorities to, you know, fulfill their wishes. Here we find a very important place. Theravada Buddhism was being used by the Pagan rulers to, you know, to establish their control over the Buddhist church there. So Theravada was not present there. It was Mahayana, as I've discussed. Myanmar was a place where there are different kinds of religions had a place. Shaivism was present, in Bektan, which is known as Vishnupur. Vaishnavism was present. Then we can find Tantrism, Vajrayan, and all these tantric elements of Buddhism. Mahayanism was certainly present, and certain Shahojajan and all these things, which allow for this kind of promiscuous activities. But then when the Anvartha came, we find that they were actually showing a lot of interest to Theravadism. And they were sending off all these Mahayana priests to Ceylon. This was a kind of punishment for them. Though they were sent off to Ceylon just in order, with the order of getting, they had to be purified because they had practiced so many things. So they had to go there and purify themselves. Then only they can return to Bhagavan. So I find that in Burma, the relationship between the imperial power and religion was so strong, so intimate, and how they were usurping all the church resources. That's a very interesting thing. And as Professor Kamathi was asking in the morning, the question of identity, Burmese identity is intimately related to the question of their adoption of Theravada Buddhism. So I don't know how far I could make it clear because there was a problem in my laptop. But this point is the most crucial point. That is their promotion of Theravada culture. Whether it was purely religious or they had a political objective behind that. That's a very important question for my students to ponder over.
The question or some sort of query I made is well answered. And certainly it fulfills the expectations of the content matter. And Madam, I'm thankful to you for having applied at one go. And despite domestic commitments, as everyone would have, you did carve out some time and participated. And thankful to you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Kaushik, are you online? Professor Kaushik? Yeah, Professor Kaushik? Yeah, he has come.
Yeah, am I audible?
You're audible. You're audible. You're audible.
Good afternoon.
Let me introduce you in a few seconds, Professor.
All right, thanks to you. Yes.
Kaushik Gangopadhyaya, as the surname itself is suggestive of the fact that he does belong to West Bengal itself. Am I right, sir? Am I right?
Yeah, you are, yes.
Yeah. He is an archaeologist by profession and taste. He, along with the other two colleagues, has undertaken scientific archaeological explorations in different parts of the country. And he also has contributed immensely to the enrichment of the department. Well, and I request him to utilize his PowerPoint presentation. And so you have 60 minutes for lecture and 15 minutes for presentation. I mean, 60 minutes for lecture, 15 minutes for introduction. In total, you have 75 minutes. You can utilize it. Yes,
yeah, thank you. Thank you. I think I will be much short because it has been a long day and people would not like to sit throughout, long lectures.
Doesn't matter. We are all there.
Yeah. So I thought one thing I'm really afraid about is the kind of, I'll just not try to put on my video because, internet, the Zoom at times acts quite funnily when you do that. Anyways, so I hope that my presentation will go, hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, my Zoom is. Can you give me a minute? So I'll just arrange my.
You have your own time. You are at liberty. You can utilize.
Okay, thank you so much. No problem. Because I'm just worried about Zoom. Yes. One sec. I'll just arrange it. Just please give me a minute. Good. Yes, I think now things are in order.
Yeah.
So I will try to share my screen because that's very important.
Yeah.
So please let me know when you can see my screen.
Yeah.
All right. I think it is visible.
Yeah, it is visible.
I will just make it into a slideshow.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I think so far so good. So
Yeah.
good afternoon to Professor Kamathi, and I really thank him for having invited me to this webinar. I also thank the participants who are present in this meeting. And my talk today will be on, I think, my topic, which I had given earlier. It's somewhat nearer to the topic which I had given. It's basically I'm going to talk about archaeology and heritage of East Coast region. I am going to share with you, all of you, certain archaeological field work which I have undertaken along the East Coast region, and my attempt will be to raise certain questions to which I am seeking answers. So, in a way, it is a learning curve for myself as well, because when we do a kind of a study, it's not that we come to certain conclusions right away. It is only by interacting with scholars, with students, even with non-professionals, or even people who are what we call the public, even interacting with the general people, we start to learn certain new things, new aspects of our study. So coming to the topic itself, I thought that since we are possibly having a pan-Indian sort of an audience, people who are some of them are from Bengal, and some of the audience, they are also from outside Bengal. So maybe, yeah, is it this? It's a slideshow showing, or hello? Hello.
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yes, I'm audible, no? So actually,
yes, clear audible, sir.
Okay. Just all right. I think I'll keep it like this so that I can see that people are listening. Otherwise, at times we can get disconnected and we wouldn't even know that we have become disconnected. So when I'm talking about the East Coast region, I am basically trying to address people at a larger, within a larger area of the Indian of our Indian subcontinent, and I would expect that maybe some of the participants here, particularly from peninsular India, will be able to add something to it. Now, when I talk about archaeology and heritage of East Coast region, let me be clear that I am basically talking about a particular time period that is between 3rd century BC and till about the 3rd century AD, right? Obviously, we have people even before that. We have archaeological remains even earlier than that period, which we call the Stone Age, and also the Neolithic, and in fact the Chalcolithic period. But it will take some time to understand that period. And also we have obviously archaeological remains belonging to a later period, which is post 3rd century CE, and largely in the early medieval phase that we call the early medieval phase. So the particular historical period in which I'm interested is basically known as the early historic period in Indian archaeology. So please, you can underline this, that it will relate to the early historic understanding archaeology and heritage of East Coast region during the early historic period, that is between 3rd century BC and 3rd century CE. Now, what am I trying to understand here? The one aspect which I'm trying to understand here is the issue of human connectivity. Now, human connectivity is a topic which is of interest to archaeologists, to historians, to social scientists, and not only to social scientists, even physicists are interested in human connectivity, something that we call we call it social physics. And if you look up the recent literature on human connectivity, you would see that people are now talking about network theory, which is based on mathematical models. This has come up largely due to the connectivity that we are experiencing right now all across the globe. For example, this webinar or any kind of internet connectivity connects people who are apparently not in touch with each other. So what the historian and archaeologists would have called globalization, in a way, connectivity, or Wallerstein, Immanuel Wallerstein's world system theory, it would relate somehow or somewhat to this theory of network and theory of connectivity, which suggests that human history, in periods of human history, we have periods of intense connectivity, and then periods of maybe isolation and relative isolation as well. So which are these periods when we can witness this phenomenon called what social scientists would call globalization or world system theory? And based on mathematical models now, the recent perspective is on network analysis and network theory. So how did this network develop? What was its structure? And how do we understand our archaeological heritage by referring to this network structure? So what I'm trying to argue here is this, that when you look at a large region, for example, the East Coast region, you can actually look at the process of globalization within a regional scope. When I talk about globalization in the early historic period, if you look up the literature now, you will see that people have been talking about the Indian Ocean. The Indian Ocean and archaeology and history of Indian Ocean has become a very important theme of research of late. And it began, of course, we know when Brodel wrote his famous monograph on Mediterranean. So the sea, in fact, became a very important geographical space to analyze human history. So what happened when people started to do archaeology is basically from a land perspective. But archaeologists who were largely influenced by the works of Brodel and basically the Annales school also started to lean towards what can be called the sea as a source, as a space through which we can understand archaeology and history. So now you will come across in the available literature terms like maritime heritage and the maritime space. So the maritime as a distinct geographical, historical experience is being investigated. So alongside land routes, land-oriented archaeology and history, what we have today are also maritime archaeology and maritime history. And I chose this East Coast region particularly because, as you can get it easily from the name of it, it's the coastal region, which is related with a very important maritime space on the planet, that is the Bay of Bengal. So connectivities across this maritime space is, I think, a very important issue for archaeological research. This is a large area which covers, as you can see, more than 100,000 square kilometers. And the coastal districts covers the modern states of right from West Bengal, Odisha, which was previously Andhra Pradesh, and now is basically Simandra or Andhra, and finally Tamil Nadu. Now, this East Coast region is punctuated, if we can look at the map, if we remember the map from our school days, by major rivers. So if you look at the map of India, you will see that there is a distinct difference between the western coast and the eastern coast. The western coast, we do not have so many major rivers flowing into the Arabian Sea, whereas when you look at the East Coast region, almost all the major rivers of the Indian subcontinent, starting with Ganga, then Mahanadi, Godavari, Krishna, Kaveri, they all flow from the east to the west, from the west to the east. Now, this has given the East Coast region a particular character. So my investigation along this region was to find out whether this apparently geographical uniqueness and similarity was used by people in the past to play out a kind of a connectivity game, to connect with each other across the major deltas of the East Coast region. So even if you look at the climate of the East Coast region, they are quite similar. If you are traveling down from West Bengal to Tamil Nadu, across Odisha and coastal Andhra, one would come across similar type of climate and, of course, similar type of subsistence or food habits. So along the East Coast, you will find people subsisting largely on rice and fish. That would be the staple diet of a person living on the East Coast. So slowly in my mind, the East Coast developed as I would say, from a longitudinal perspective, which has a geographical, climatic, and also environmental and ecological similarity. But on the other side, if you look at the population, it is very diverse. So we have different ethnic groups along the East Coast. We have different linguistic groups, different practices, and all of these groups, ethnic groups as well as linguistic groups, they have their own history. And they have their own distinct spaces along the East Coast region, which could be investigated, in fact, to understand the issue of connectivity in a very nuanced manner. Nuanced manner, meaning in a very closed manner, right? So these are the questions with which I started my investigation. And what I found out that, okay, I will just, there's a request to make it, I'll just make it, yeah. Yeah, is it all right? Is it full screen? Hello. Professor Kamathi, is it full screen? Hello. All right, I think, yeah, thanks, Godulu. Yeah, all right. So, yeah. All right.
So,
all right, I think I'm full screen, so I'll go by. I'm always very tensed. Yeah. I'm always very tensed about getting disconnected and knowing about it, and that becomes kind of a tragedy at times, yeah. So basically, as I was saying, that there is another similarity in which I got really interested, is this, that different parts of the East Coast region, starting from the Ganges Delta in the north and till Tamil Nadu coast and Kaveri, basically the delta of Kaveri, we have one feature that is common, and that's also present in other parts of India, which was urbanization. But this urbanization along the East Coast region during 3rd century BC and 3rd century AD, again, or CE, again had one common feature, which was their interaction, their maritime interaction, and their supposed participation in what has been labeled as what was labeled as Indo-Roman trade, and what is now known as the Indian Ocean Network or Indian Ocean Trade Network. So what I wanted to do primarily was to investigate some of these areas and try to find out how we can investigate or how we can look at the issue of connectivity by referring to the archaeological remains from this region. Now, another geographical feature that one must keep in mind that differentiates the West Coast with the East Coast is that on the West Coast there are a couple of natural harbors. So if you look at some of the ancient Indian texts, such as ancient texts such as the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, you will find that this Greek geographer, he talks about several ports along the West Coast, but on the East Coast there are not many if you compare it with the harbors on the West Coast. The only area that possibly was the Chilika Lake in along Orissa. And so this kind of a maritime space that I'm talking about had a particular geographical character. And if you even look at the ethnographic data, you will see that there are similarities and dissimilarities. If you, for example, look at the boat making tradition, you will see that if you just cross the area just beyond Rajamandri or Rajmandri, as you cross Godavari, and if you travel south towards Tamil Nadu, you will find, and you can look out of your and if you travel in that area, you will find that a particular boat making tradition known as catamaran, you can find them along the coast. Whereas north of Godavari, along the Orissa coast and part of Bengal coast, the boat making tradition is different. And as you enter the Ganges, again, the boat making tradition changes. So you see people keeping in mind their geographical similarities and their differences produces material culture that can be used by an archaeologist to understand connectivity, not by saying that everybody is connected with everybody, but by saying that how they're connected, to what extent they're connected. And it is in this context that one can talk about the small world network theory. Now, I'm not going to talk about the small world network theory because it will be something else. But one can, if you are interested, you can actually look up this theory, particularly borrowed from social physics by mathematicians, which basically says that when you talk about sites, in network theory, these are called nodes, and the connective lines are known as vertices. And a major port or a major urban center can develop as a hub. So we have hubs, nodes, and vertices. So everybody is connected to everybody. And there are weak links and strong links. So some hubs may be connected in a strong way, whereas there can be hubs which are connected in a weak manner. But ultimately, what this theory talks about is basically that there is a web of connection between nodes, between hubs through vertices, and one can actually quantify to the degree to which this connectivity operates now, and it is expected that this connectivity operated in a similar manner in the past as well. Yeah. Now, as sources, initially one can look at a source like the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. One can also look at the geography by Claudius Ptolemy. And there are also indigenous sources. And one can start identifying cultural regions and political subdivisions. For example, in Bengal, there is a particular cultural and political subdivision that we come across in both foreign and Indian sources. That particular area is known as, for example, Tamralipti. So along these coasts, there are these kind of political subregions and cultural subregions that emerge during the early historic period. And this is the map which of Ptolemy. Obviously, the manuscript that's not the available one, the available manuscripts, and you can see that the Ganges Delta. Of course, the world looks different in his map, and we all know that there were some problems, but you can distinctly see the Ganges Delta, and then the island of Ceylon or Sri Lanka is shown in a very large manner. Obviously, it's out of scale, and the east coast of India, where you can see these rivers flowing, as I was saying, from west to east. This is a modern map made by Professor Sunil Gupta, and in an article where Professor Sunil Gupta has talked about the Bay of Bengal interaction sphere. Now, he has used, as you can see, several sites from the Bengal Delta till the mouth of Godavari, where he has plotted several sites. And he would argue that these sites were interacting with each other. The reason for this interaction was primarily because of the presence of a particular pottery that we know as roulated pottery. So based on one class of artifact, basically the roulated ware, Professor Sunil Gupta talks about an interaction sphere. But it's a very good work, obviously, and he also uses other archaeological sources like glass beads, and he has been publishing on this issue of interaction in the Indian Ocean region. But there is also a scope to improve upon these works and to look at interaction in a much more in a very closed manner. So one of my investigation rather started with the region to which I belong, that is Bengal, and these are the political subdivisions of Bengal. Of course, they have temporal. There are some temporal problems with this. For example, Tamralipti, of course, was a place that was not contemporary with Dandabhukti. Dandabhukti, we come to know about this place, for example, from 6th century CE, whereas Tamralipti was existing earlier. But generally, if you look at the map of Bengal, it's from B.M. Morrison's famous book, Political Regions of Bengal, and for which he has used largely early medieval inscriptions. But by and large, it gives an idea of the different political and what we can say cultural subdivisions of West Bengal. And the two sites, and I will begin my journey, given the time that I have with me, and I would like to take you to Tamil Nadu. So we have to, I think, hurry up a little bit. So basically, we can look at the sites Tamluk, which is basically identified with Tamralipti, and another important site in the Bengal Delta known as Chandraketugarh. Now, Chandraketugarh is a site about which we do not have much of textual evidence. Some scholars would opine that Chandraketugarh can be identified with the port known as Gange, mentioned in the Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. But for Tamluk, as Tamralipti, again, there are no direct evidence, but given the location of the site and given the continuity of tradition, both local tradition as well as textual tradition, one can come to the conclusion that this indeed was the port of Tamralipti. And this was one of the major ports on the east coast because it is mentioned as a place from where Emperor Ashok sent his emissary to Sri Lanka. Now, excavations have been conducted at both these sites, but as we know that much of the material is unpublished, and therefore it does not help us. These excavations do not help us beyond a very sketchy understanding of their material remain. However, there have been explorations in Chandraketugarh by Dilip Chakravarti and also Dr. Shormi Chakravarti. And whereas I have carried out some little work in Tamralipti as part of my PhD. So you see that Tamluk, and specifically I'll be talking about this site because I have some a little, some knowledge about this, some first-hand knowledge, I would say, about the site itself. So, major cultural phase of this site falls between 3rd century BC and 3rd century CE. After the Gupta period, the site seems to have lost its, seem to be losing its importance. Now, I will just gloss over it, that we have this idea of the coast or coastal Bengal. Again, you see a coast is a cultural entity. And it's also an entity that is built, that is constructed by the historian. It's a geographical space, of course. It can be analyzed and described by the geographer, but we have to remember that historians, right? They also have their imagination, or they also have their kind of construction of the coast. So if you look at the historian's view of coastal Bengal, which is largely based on ancient and foreign accounts, right from the nationalist phase of historians till Professor Pratindranath Mukherjee, you would come up with the idea of several thriving settlements which had great connectivity within this maritime space, particularly with Southeast Asia, and also with so-called the Roman world. And Bengal was possibly part of the Indo-Roman trade. Now, this was the construction of the coastal Bengal, a historian's construction based on largely textual evidences. So I thought that it would be important to investigate this from the point of view of, oh, shit. Oh. Hello, Kaushik. Am I audible? Dr. Kaushik?
ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್, ನೆಟ್ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ, ನಿಮ್ದು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲಿ?
ಇಲ್ಲ ಆನ್ ಆಗಿತ್ತು, ಇಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನೆಟ್ ಇದೆ.
ನೆಟ್ ಇದೆ, ಈಗ ಮಧುಪರ್ನ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಬಟ್ ವೇರಿ ಇವೆಂಟ್ ಆಯಿತು.
ಅವ್ರದ್ದು
Kindly wait for a few seconds, friends. Kaushik, am I audible? Yeah, please. Okay. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Okay, I shall address to the audience. Okay. ಅವರು ಅವರೇ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗ್ತೀನಿ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಏನೋ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದನ್ನ ಸರಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಡಿ ಇದು ಮುಗಿದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸರಿ ಆದ್ಮೇಲೆ ನಾವು ಹೋಗ್ತಿರ್ತೀವಿ ಕೆಲವು ನಿಮಿಷ ವೇಟ್ kindly wait. Kaushik has some internet problem. He shall join in a little while. Please do wait. So, ಅವ್ರು ಏನಿದ್ರು ಸುನೀಲ್
ರಿಸೀವ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್.
ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಸರ್ ಎಕ್ಸಾಮ್ ಸೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ನಮಗೆ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟರ್ನಲ್ ಪೇಪರ್ ಇನ್ನೂ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ.
ಅವರು ಫೋನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು
ಹಾಂ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ
ಬೇಗ ಬಾ.
ಒಂಚೂರು ಬೇಗ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕಟ್ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಏನು ಸರ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಚೂರು ಬರಬೇಕು
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬಂದು ಹೋಗಿ
ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ ಕೋಶಿಕ್ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
ಅದೇ ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇನು ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಇದೆ
ಇಲ್ಲಿದು ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಸರ್ ಎಲ್ಲರೂ ಬಾಕಿದೆಲ್ಲ ಜಾಯ್ನ್ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರದ್ದೇ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಅವರೇ
no problem, it is set right. Yeah, please. Join after. Kindly wait. I request my friends, participants, students to stay online. There is some technical snag. Internet breakdown. Kindly wait. Kaushik making efforts to rejoin himself. Kindly wait for a few seconds. Kindly stay on for a few seconds. He shall join soon. ಏನಾಯ್ತು?
ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ಗೆ ಬಂದಿಲ್ಲ.
Sir, what happened? Okay. And now, how many minutes it may take for you? How many? Okay. Okay, you take one, a few minutes. Yeah, please, make attempts. Yeah. Kindly wait. He has some internet problem. He shall join soon. After his session, we have vote of thanks. Kindly wait. Few minutes. Kindly hold on. ಸರಿಯಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಅವ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ಏನೋ there was some cord problem. Don't move away. Think that it is a kind of rest for all. Don't move away. ತೊಂದ್ರೆ ನೋಡ್ರಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪಾಪ ರೆಡಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದಾರ ಅದೇನು ಬ್ಯಾಟ್ರಿ ಲೋ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ನೋಡಿಲ್ಲ
ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಹೋಗ್ತದೆ ಈ BPS ಎಲ್ಲ ಆಫ್ ಆಯ್ತು.
Kindly stay on for a few seconds. We shall join soon. Noted, China. Ila. I request registered participants and scholars to hold on for a few minutes, few seconds rather. He is joining soon. Bandhu. You kindly wait. He is going to join. Bandhu. Idhar Bandhu la le.
Host ಮಾಡಿ ನೀವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Professor Kaushik, you can start. Professor Kaushik, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible. You're audible.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can carry on.
Sorry.
Carry on.
Sorry for
All
this
right.
mishap. It was basically the power
It
went
does
off.
happen. It does happen many a times. Yeah.
So the participants really, I really apologize to you because there was a power problem. So I had to, anyways, I'll just restart my PowerPoint. So as we are doing that, I'll cut short my presentation because you've been waiting for a long time, and I don't want to keep you waiting for more than you are supposed to. But what I wanted to investigate was this: that cities and urban centers and ports along the east coast of India, it has been suggested, as I was saying, that they experienced some kind of a connectivity in the past. And this connectivity was a result of the heightened network of trade that came in the wake of a larger Indian Ocean trade network. So in this kind of an approach, the agency, the reason rather, of this network was ascribed largely to an outside agency, particularly what the British historians and British archaeologists like Mortimer Wheeler opined, that they were part of the Indo-Roman trade network. So it was like an Eurocentric approach, which suggested that network and interactions and connectivities within India was also largely contingent on trade with the Mediterranean land. So this was one area of investigation that I thought was important, because the question that I was raising, and I am raising right now also, is that whether there was any kind of connectivity that was indigenous in nature. What are the archaeological proxies? What are the archaeological sources that one may depend on rely on when one talks about indigenous nature of this connectivity. Now, as we all know that one of the major historians, one of the major art, I think now I can share my screen. Yeah. Okay. One sec, I'll just share my screen so that we can go back to. Yeah. So just a moment. I think.
Can you share your PPT, sir? No.
Yeah, I'm sharing my PPT. Yes.
Yeah, please. It is more concrete otherwise.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Finally, I think. Yeah, is it visible, Sakamati? Is the screen visible?
It is visible, sir.
Yes. So I'll make it into
Yeah.
PowerPoint.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So I'll just skip over these initial slides. Already we have seen them. So excavations at Tamluk. So finally, as I was saying, that the coastal area or the idea of the coast is basically something that was constructed by the historians, particularly from Bengal, nationalist historians, and also we see people from universities constructing an idea of Bengal's coast. So, like Bengal's coast was constructed by the historians, archaeologists like Dr. Mortimer Wheeler constructed this idea of, say, the Tamil Nadu coast as an area that was on the receiving end of what can be called as an Indo-Roman trade, particularly his excavations at Arikamedu, for example. And he, through the excavation, although he is known to be one of the pioneering excavators of our country, but he brought forth artifacts, proof rather, saying that suggested that the port of Arikamedu had a direct contact with the Roman world. Now, what has happened over the past several years now is this, that the number of artifacts coming from Rome or from the Mediterranean, if you look at statistically, is substantially less than the artifacts and objects that are made within a particular region of the Indian subcontinent. But surprisingly, if you look up the textbooks and the current literature, you will come across more articles on connectivity with Rome, with the Western world, rather than connectivities within. I'm not suggesting that connectivity with the Mediterranean world and the West was not important. It was, of course, it was. But then, through this process, are we glossing over? Are we ignoring connectivities which were much near at hand? So, for example, what kind of connectivities did Bengal share with Tamil Nadu during this period? Or was there any connectivity between Tamil Nadu and Orissa, regions in Orissa, or Kalinga, as we know from our inscriptional evidences? Or what about the Andhra coast? What kind of network did they fit in, or try to fit into, rather, during this period of time? So these are the questions with which I had started my research. And the archaeological source, one particular source which also has been used by the historians and archaeologists, are sources of coins. So distribution of coin types, distribution of tokens of exchange. These tokens of exchange were also taken as an evidence of connectivity. Now, I'll just gloss over this slide. It's not. So just to sum up my argument, I thought it is prudent that we reinvestigate this notion of connectivity and reinvestigate some of the sites along the coastal region. And one site which I have excavated of late is located near the coastal, near the Bay of Bengal, right within the sand dunes. And you can see that these are the geomorphological features. So I will not get into the geomorphology or geoarchaeological aspect of the excavation. But when we carried out explorations along the coastal region, we came across several remains, albeit very limited in nature, along the coastal region of Bengal, where you would find scatters of pottery, scatters of artifact in what is an ancient sand dune that you can see, which runs parallel to the Bengal coast. Now, these artifacts, these limited number of potteries and a few archaeological features informed us that it is indeed important to look into the coastal landscape in a much more nuanced and in a much more serious manner than has been done. And it is important because coastal areas are obviously at the very front of destruction. It's lying at the front of the line of our ecological environmental problems. So coastal areas are areas where ports are developed, urban centers come up, and tourist center come up. So when you talk about archaeology along the coastal areas of East Coast, one cannot, of course, ignore the idea of heritage, which is, of course, one of the topic of this lecture. And I will try to link up these two, the idea of archaeology on one hand and the archaeology of heritage on the other, and try to see that whether we can go beyond the colonial notion of the coast, the Indian coast being a rather, and talking about only few ports like Arikamedu, or few artifacts like Roman amphora or Roman coins or Roman glass here and there. Can we talk about the coastal region of India or any part of India for that matter as a heritage zone and work accordingly and change our way of doing archaeology itself? This would entail, of course, excavations of not very well-known sites, because I'll just gloss over these slides. These are all maps of the site that I excavated. And just to show you the kind of archaeology that comes up even from the non-descriptive sites. So the point that I'm trying to make here is this, that one needs to go beyond the well-known sites that are either known from texts like Tamradipti or sites which have been identified as one that belonged to or that was spoken about in that periplus of the Erythraean Sea, like Arikamedu. Arikamedu is a well-celebrated site. I've been repeatedly talking about it, but again, we need to go beyond that site and look beyond these few sites along the East Coast. And like Professor Sunil Gupta had excellently, he's excellent in his excellent articles and monographs. But again, he falls into the trap of looking into few objects, few artifacts, and to kind of amplify that in a certain way. But then again, when you look at the not so well-known sites, it's a site on which I excavated, which I showed you on the map, and you can see Professor Rajguru, the great geoarchaeologist from Deccan College, and Professor Deotare, both of them my teachers, examining a sand dune. And again, these sand dunes are part of what we can call as heritage, because they are, of course, part of the natural heritage. So here again, there's a scope that archaeology or rather cultural heritage can be linked with natural heritage, because within the sand dune, we found a lot of potteries that typologically belong to the early historic phase. And following a detailed survey or surface survey of the site, I managed to, and this is a standing temple that is one of the earliest temple of Lord Jagannath in Orissa. The inscription reads 16th century AD. Now, this has now been preserved, albeit not in a proper manner, but by the state government.
Professor Kaushik, sorry for interruption.
Yeah, tell me please.
You can move on your slides.
Yeah.
Go to your
What can-
slide. Yeah.
Yeah.
They are not being moved.
Yeah. Which slide are you in right now?
No, right. You can only understand which slide you are explaining now. You can
Acha,
go on to that slide. Yeah.
There's a temple. Can you see that temple? And some people are standing.
No, only first slide I can see now. The remaining slides are not visible.
Oh.
Only your name, your professor designation, department.
Okay. Sorry so much.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
So can you see the slide now? That which I'm showing? Yes, Professor Kamathi?
No, sir. No, absolutely no. Only one slide is visible. Anyway, you can carry on. Otherwise, if there is any technical problem.
Yeah. No, I don't think so, because I just shared it once again.
Yeah. Because the efforts put in should not go in waste, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, they should be visible to audience.
Yes. Okay. Is it visible now?
First slide is visible now.
Yeah, now I'm moving it, huh? Second one?
Second is visible now.
Yeah. And I've moved on quite a bit. So
yeah.
Yes. So this is the map, slide number 18, which I'm showing many of the sites.
Yeah. Archaeological sites.
Yes. Thank you so much. So I think I will keep it like this and not put into the slideshow mode.
Yeah, you keep a track of your talk and slide.
Yeah.
Okay, please.
So this is the site, as I was talking about, an area of Bahiri, which I happen to excavate, and I'll be going on for excavation. In fact, maybe within the next week. So we'll be excavating the site again on behalf of the department. So you see that, as I was saying, that we surveyed this site. At that time, I was working with the Center for Archaeological Studies and Training, Eastern India. And as you can see, a temple, it's a medieval temple. And this medieval temple, of course, belongs to the 16th century AD. And when we excavated this area, we found that this site goes back as early as the 3rd century BC. So if you can see the slide here again, it's a trench and it's a long section. It's a long section of about 380 centimeters, that is 3.80 meters. And we came across artifacts that are typologically, they belong to the early historic period, and following which there were artifacts that belong to the early medieval as well as the medieval period. So excavation at these kind of sites showed that there are sites on the coastal region of East Coast, coastal areas of East Coast, which can be investigated for understanding not only archaeological issue of connectivity, but also investigating heritage at the very local level. Now, these are some of the slides of the excavation. I will just gloss over them. I'll try to make it in a slideshow mode. Yes, Professor Kamathi, can you see this is a early medieval pottery? Sorry to disturb you, so that the
Yes, sir. I can see. Yeah. I can see. You carry on, please.
Yes. So this is trench T2. It's another. I've moved on. The next slide is trench T2, which shows the stratigraphy of the site. Some of the pottery, stamped pottery, if you can see. I'm just describing the slide so that if you miss a slide, please let me know. Structures. Again, this was found while an accidental digging was taking place at the site. Shows that why we should investigate local sites more and more, because we are talking about larger sites, bigger sites, but there are so many important sites that are there and which are under threat of destruction. And this is from my latest excavation, 2020, which shows the section. And this section is basically, again shows the stratigraphy. You can see some bricks, which is basically the working level. And then you have dumped or redeposited material above it. I'm not getting into the archaeological problem of it because that is not the topic of my talk today. And these are the contexts. So I hope that you can see my slides. And the slide title is contexts. Now here I will spend 1 minute, and I would suggest that the reason I stop here is because the nature of excavation at the site of Bahiri, now I have changed it from purely vertical section to horizontal contexts, and then vertical relationship between these contexts. So context would mean that there are several activities in situ as well as disturbed activities, and the stratigraphic relationship between these activities, they can develop the stratigraphy of the site. So the site, since here it is giving us a good opportunity to open it up horizontally and to plot and draw each and every context, whether they are dumped context or whether they are in situ contexts, and then a stratigraphy of a particular period or of human activity can be developed. So again, as you can see here in the slide that is titled as contexts, we are finding a lot of artifacts which will help us to understand connectivities, possibly at the local scale, if not at the regional scale. Now, I will just gloss over these slides because possibly I do not have much time. Another area that I investigated as part of this project was the mouth of the famous Krishna River in what is known as coastal Andhra or coastal Simandra. I think it's now called Simandra. So this is the Amravati Valley, and Amravati Valley on the bank of River Krishna is possibly one of the most important heritage region of India. Now, again, if we look into the archaeological literature, we will find that this area has been very strangely neglected in its archaeological research. In fact, you can see that this is the Amravati Valley, and there are so many remains belonging to the Jain and the Buddhist faith that one can find in this area. This is a site called Vaddamanu near Vijayawada. It's between Vijayawada and Amravati, which was excavated by the Birla Institute of Archaeology. Now, we visited this site. The reason for visiting was, of course, that we wanted to find out artifacts. We wanted to find out some element that would tell us something about connectivities with areas such as Bengal or Tamil Nadu or Odisha with Krishna Valley. So how did, for example, from Ganga Valley to Krishna Valley, what are the similarities? What are the differences between sites and between the cultural and historical experience of this region? Next slide. Yes. So can you see the slide now? The slides are moving, I hope. I'm not sure, but we don't have time.
Yeah, it is visible, sir. Visible.
So this is the famous site of Dharani Kota. Dharani Kota is near Amravati. And one can see there's a huge mound and huge cultural space of more than 60 acres. And you can see the road, you can see somebody in red shirt. So I have specifically taken this photograph so that you can see the human scale in red shirt. And you can see the mound that is cut through by the modern road. And wherever local people dig, they come across this type of pottery. This pottery is typologically possibly the Satavahan period pottery, early historic pottery. It's a red slipped ware, red slipped jar. You would find them in Deccan, in both Western and Eastern Deccan, which is found from the site quite frequently. Now, again, this site is unprotected. And we know that Amravati is going to be the new capital of Simandra. So nobody knows what's going to happen to this cultural heritage, whether it will be preserved, whether it will be excavated. And from this site, please note this, we found artifacts that relate to this idea of connectivity along the East Coast region. What we know from the Amravati Valley a little better is its Buddhist heritage. So Alluru, for example, is a site where you have the stupa. Then we have Jagayapet with this beautiful limestone ayaka pillars. And of course, they are carved, beautifully carved ayaka pillars from Jagayapet, but you can see the condition in which they are lying in. The reason what I wanted to share with you is this, that more we talk about academics, that is fine, but the cultural heritage that is getting destroyed largely due to negligence, due to the kind of attitude that we have strangely developed about our past is a matter of concern for both professionals as well as amateurs. Again, this is a site known as Mottu. This is basically a site that is right at the mouth of Krishna. This is known as Masulipattanam. This has been mentioned. Possibly the site is identified with Masolia of Periplus. But here you will find an old or colonial period Dutch factory. And a lot of mounds are found within the area of Masulipattanam. None of them have been excavated. So this site, Masulipattanam, right, it can give us a very good stratigraphy, a very good story from 3rd century BC till the colonial period. Some of the colonial structures are still standing here. The next site that one is of importance is known as Ghantashala. Again, there's a Buddhist stupa, right? It's renovated, and one can find a lot of artifacts in the Museum of Ghantashala. And then we have a famous temple where we have the inscription of, this is from Muttupalli, where we have the famous inscription of the Kakatiya king Ganapati Deva, in which he talks about actually a maritime activity. Ganapati Deva's inscription of the 13th century AD, it says that before his rule, when the ships flying along the east coast, they would get damaged, then the king would take everything. But he changed the rules and he would levy a tax and then give back the goods to the merchants. So Ganapati Deva's inscription at Muttupalli is very important because it talks about this east coast traffic, the coastal traffic along the east coast during and before his time, and the importance that the local rulers, for example, the Kakatiya rulers of Simandra or Andhra, they paid, or the importance that they gave on this maritime route. So this maritime route, of course, is the background or the backbone of connectivity that we can think about. So this is the actual inscription of Ganapati Deva, Kakatiya king Ganapati Deva. And of course, this is this stupa at Amaravati. We know the famous site of Amaravati, an iconic site with these beautiful ayaka pillars restored in the museum, inscriptions, and the rouletted ware. And with this, I will attempt to end my talk and try to bring it to a conclusion by saying that this is a pottery that was, first of all, discovered by Mortimer Wheeler at Arikamedu when he identified this pottery with rouletted ware that comes from Rome. It was supposed to be a Roman artifact. But right now, along the East Coast, there are about 125 sites which have brought forth this type of rouletted ware. Other than the East Coast, it is also found in Telangana. For example, at sites like Kundapur, we have rouletted ware. It is also found in Sri Lanka. It's also there in Bangladesh and in different parts of Southeast Asia. So one artifact which has been the focus of archaeologists as a proof of connectivity, particularly along the coastal region. And these are, again, beads, again, items that have been talked about, written about, for example, by Professor Sunil Gupta and some other archaeologists as traveling along the routes of this, or trade routes indicating connectivity. These are from Amaravati. And then finally coming to Tamilakam or Tamil Nadu, where we have, I'll just gloss over these slides. We have a mention of this Tamilakam or Tamil Nadu region in Periplus of the Erythraean Sea. And also the Sangam literature, as we know, they also talk about the ports, marts, and the life of people in the during the early historic period, and also later in Tamil Nadu. And we also have the Tamil epics that are based on some of the port sites like Kaviripattanam. So we have the Tamil epics called Manimekalai that situate itself in Kaviripattanam. So again, we have a lot of cultural heritage along Tamil Nadu coast, which we just gloss over this. Manimekalai, for example, talks about Yavanas, right, who settled along the coast. I will just gloss over these slides quickly. Now, again, we find that it is Indo-Roman trade, or the notion of Indo-Roman trade, that was driving the production and circulation and consumption of goods across the East Coast, and which seemed to be starting from the port of Arikamedu and others along Tamil Nadu. Now here I thought that I should investigate some of the sites. So on your left hand slide, you can see this is the mouth of Kaveri, where river Kaveri enters the sea, and the site of Kaveri Pattanam is located right here. On the right hand side, you can see a site called Mani Mekhalai. It is a bead making site, production site of glass beads, particularly. Again, going back to the 3rd century BC till the early medieval phase. And the slide below is the river that flows by the site of Arikamedu, the famous iconic site that was excavated by Mortimer Wheeler for the first time. And this is what remains of if we can talk about the heritage of supposedly it's a place called Pallaveshwaram within Kaveri Pattanam. It is supposed to be a Buddhist establishment. And this is again the sea, as you can see, the maritime space facing the ancient site of Kaveri Pattanam. And as you can see, why we talk about this maritime space as being exploited by humans, at least from 3rd century BC, if not earlier. So what I'm trying to tell you is this, that being close to this maritime space does not necessarily mean that it was largely impinged upon by the foreign traders. This maritime space was shared, as I was saying, by different linguistic groups, different ethnic groups, right across the East Coast, right from the mouth of Ganges till the mouth of Kaveri. We have this space which was exploited, and it is only through archaeology that one can investigate into this place. So this is the site of Kaveri Pattanam, the modern, and how heritage or how archaeology and history has been preserved, has been remodeled on the modern site. And this is the famous site of Alagankulam, Korkai, and Arikamedu. There are 3 slides showing 3 different sites from Arikamedu. Again, they all have brought forth artifacts, particularly the roulated ware that I showed you, and which I will be showing you in a minute or so. This is the place or the site of Arikamedu. And you can see that as we talked about the common elements along the East Coast, the catamaran, that is the boat which was used by people possibly along the East Coast to travel, to communicate, at least from the mouth of Rajamandri till about Tamil Nadu. In the ancient times, people could have used catamaran to move in a short distance. So again, we do not have to invoke large ocean-going ships, but short distance movement can create long distance connections, if you know what I mean. So connections may not always involve sailing ships, because the technology would have to be advanced, but it can be short distance movements, and connecting the dots, one can come up with a long line of connections between 2 distant places. This is what the mathematicians would be talking about when they talk about the small world network model. So everybody is connected to everybody, not directly within a long distance, but maybe within a short distance. And then finally, a long connection chain can be created with things passing on from one place to the other within a short distance, within shorter distance. Now, this is a site of Arikamedu. I just wanted to show you that the pottery that one can still find here, the structures, and I'll be hoping to finish within next minute or so, because I'm already over time. These are the beads, the glass beads that have been talked so much about by archaeologists and historians as objects that traveled from India through Southeast Asia, through China, and finally to Japan, and also on the African coast. So there are publications by Professor Sunil Gupta, Alok Kumar Kanungo, Peter Francis. They have all written here, and you can look up the references on the glass beads. My colleague, Dr. Shomi Chakraborty, my past colleague, Dr. Shomi Chakraborty, has also written on glass beads about and the connectivities that possibly they indicate. And finally, coming to pottery. So my work, and I will just try to sum up here, is this: I have been focusing on pottery as an object that indicated some kind of connectivity. And what I argue is this, that it is not only the roulated ware or only one type of pottery that moved, but our analysis, particularly scientific analysis, shows that there were different types of common pottery that possibly moved from Tamil Nadu to Bengal, because we could match the clay between particularly elements in the clay which were used for manufacturing pottery in Tamil Nadu and potteries, similar potteries in Bengal. So the result shows that they are element-wise, they are very similar. They match with each other. This idea was first actually given by Professor Gokte from Deccan College, when he said that related ware was particularly manufactured in Bengal. So he reversed the idea of Mortimer Wheeler and colonial archaeologists who would have suggested that related ware came from Rome. And this was agreed upon by other archaeologists like Professor Vimla Begle, who had excavated Arikamedu in the 80s. But right now, the archaeologists are arguing on the actual origin of related ware, whether it's in Bengal or in South India. But I shifted my focus to common pottery, and there my conclusion, which has been published in Man and Environment, I can share the details if someone wants, some of the participants want to know more about it. And I have argued that much of the pottery, which are similar looking, typologically similar, they seem to have traveled from Tamil Nadu to Bengal, based on our XRF and X-ray analysis of those sherds. But again, we need to have more samples. We need to do more detailed study based on maybe advanced scientific techniques. So again, these are the types of potteries that moved along short distances along the East Coast. So you are expected to find these potteries within short distances, and you can build up a story of connectivity by using those nodes, and then create a long chain of connectivity that could have existed. These are the paddle impressed pottery. Now we do not know, they are similar looking. They are from two different regions, Tamil Nadu and Bengal. So now we are investigating whether they actually moved from one place to the other, or whether there's a possibility of the technique of making them moving rather than the object themselves. And again, we find the famous related ware, the one that I showed you from Amaravati in Andhra. The one below is from Tamil Nadu, and one on the right is from Tamluk in Bengal. And you can see that they belong to one class. The idea of having a design on the base of a sherd that possibly moved, but maybe the clay, the object was locally made. Again, these are the typical type of pottery that you would find across the coast. This is on Dharanikot. Now, if we look at, again, the urbanization, we find that urban centers, we find that there are several urban centers also existing along the Tamil Nadu coast. So like we have along the Andhra coast, the famous site of Dhannakataka or Dharanikota, we have sites like Urayur, Karur, Kodumanal in the middle Kaveri River, then Kaveri Pumpattinam, and also we have the site of Arikamedu that I have been talking about from the very beginning. So even along the peninsular stretch of the coast, we do have urban centers. Now, because of this problem of slides, I think my slide that I had made for Orissa got somehow misplaced, but I would have loved to show you the map of Orissa. And I would just like to tell you that recent investigations along the Orissa coast, particularly by Dr. Monica Smith and Professor Mohanty from Deccan College, particularly at sites like Shishupalgarh, Radhanagar, Gaurangapatna, and by the Institute of Orissa Maritime Institute of South and Southeast Asian Studies, they are also coming forth with interesting and exciting finds that shows connections with other regions of East Coast, particularly Bengal, for example. There are sherds that go well with Bengal. Bengal sherds found in Bengal along the delta. But there are also regional types of pottery that you do not find elsewhere. For example, in Orissa, you find a pottery that is known as knobbed ware. Now, this knobbed ware, its typology is so distinct that it is found only within the site of the Mahanadi Delta. You will not find this in Ganga Delta, neither you will find them along the Krishna or the Kaveri Delta. So what I'm arguing here is this, as a final thesis, that there are local pottery traditions, the local, I would say, traditions emerging as kind of an identity. So the colonial archaeological style that talks about dissolving of local identities and imposing a sort of overarching connectivity with a core and the periphery does not really work. And what I have against this core and periphery idea is this, because it was basically used in the world system theory, that having a core and the periphery, because peripheries can also become core. So it's not a very strict or a very straitjacket entity of having only a core, a fixed core and a fixed periphery. So if you look at the colonial archaeological reports, you will find that particularly Rome becomes the core, whereas the rest of the Indian Ocean, including east coast of India, becomes kind of a peripheral region, a region which was just, as a passive importer of object to the Mediterranean world. Now that idea does not really match up. You would see that there are several cores and peripheries along the cores, and peripheries also act as cores in several different ways. So I'll just gloss over this, because these are the details that I would have loved to talk about them, but we really don't have time. And finally, coming to the conclusion, that the question remains that how do we look at the connectivity between urban centers along the East Coast? Can we quantify it? Can we understand it as with the core periphery model, against which I'm arguing, actually? Can we identify it rather as what the social physicists would tell us as a small world network model, in which everybody is connected to everybody else, and there are weak ties between two centers? For example, between Tamluk and Arika, maybe there can be some ties. But everybody within the system is connected to everybody, either directly or indirectly. And finally, how can we use this knowledge for our understanding of the heritage? Because heritage, as we know, is a concept that has to be understood at the very local level. It cannot be like the notion of archaeology cannot be imposed. Notion of culture, notion of historical processes cannot be imposed from outside. Like in the colonial period, it used to happen that it was being imposed from outside. Similarly, the concept or notion of heritage cannot be imposed from outside. It cannot be used to identify only a few sites as heritage sites. Rather, the site that we are excavating now, for example, in coastal Bengal, or along the coastal stretch of Odisha, or maybe some smaller sites along the Andhra and Tamil Nadu coast, local heritage, local notion of, they can help us to develop a local notion of heritage that we need to take into account. And I think East Coast region is a very important area. This region is coming under heavy, a lot of developmental work. So we need to preserve them in association with the natural heritage, the deltas, for example, the landforms they have made. And I think this is a concerted effort that must be given from our universities. And therefore, this is a very general talk. I did not want to give a very academic or very technical talk today, but a general talk, which I hope would enthuse some of the participants, because we are from different parts of our country, to understand our local heritage, not something that could be imposed, and history not as imposed by outside, but try to work it from below, to understand it at a local level, and then maybe relate it to at a regional, or even at a global scale. So that could be a methodology that one can think about in the past. Thank you. And particularly, I would acknowledge the funding agencies, ICHR, Ministry of Culture, and Archaeological Survey of India, who has Archaeological Survey of India, of course, gave me permission to excavate the site of Bahiri. ICHR and the Ministry of Culture funded some of these travels and some of the expeditions that I have undertaken in the past. And of course, Professor Kamathi, for having invited me to give this talk. I'm sorry for taking so much of time. We are well beyond our discussion time as well, but I hope that there will be some kind of response to my talk. Thank you, Professor.
Kaushikda, you will have to acknowledge scholarship within you too. You just need not acknowledge the funding agencies. Along with them, you will have to acknowledge. You have scholarship within you. You will have to acknowledge your scholarship also.
I'm just we are all students, sir, I think.
Yeah, I do acknowledge it from my end. and registered participants too. Anyway, it was an excellent talk, and you have concentrated upon Central South too, especially Andhra, Telangana regions. What is your contribution to marine archaeology as a department?
As a department?
As a department, have you contributed to marine archaeology?
Marine archaeology?
Yeah.
No, there is no, I don't think I have, our department works in, because marine archaeology is more of a technical part. So I did not touch upon the technical part of archaeology because people, it's basically, I would say, not marine archaeology, sir, because it is a technical, marine archaeology is very technical. It involves underwater diving, underwater excavations, and so not much of marine archaeology, of course. But yes, what I can say is that I'm trying to explore the maritime space from the land perspective, if you allow me to say so, because the marine space, the maritime space, is not limited only to the sea. It encroaches upon the land. And in fact, in Bengal, it happens, and all along the East Coast. That's why I've taken the example of East Coast. If you come to these deltas, for example, when the flood happens, or when the cyclone happens along the west, along say the Orissaan coast, the sea enters the land. So it's the interaction with, so the sea and the land, as if you read Mediterranean by Brodel, which you must have, I think, the sea and the land is at times separated, because there is a gap, there is a hiatus, or there is a boundary between these two. But what is interesting on East Coast, particularly if you look at Indian East Coast, the sea enters the land. So the boundary between sea and land, particularly if you come to areas like the Sundarbans of the Delta of Bengal. So where does the land end and where does the sea begins? It's very hard to envisage. And I think as an archaeologist, when I'm working on a land site, I have actually, I did not touch upon those because I thought that again, it will become too technical. What I do, or I have done in the past, not right now, there are two aspects of archaeology that I've done. One is called intertidal archaeology. Intertidal meaning that you find, maybe I should have included one or two slides, archaeology that happens between two tides. So when the tide recedes, you can find the archaeological sites. And when the tide goes up, then the archaeological sites goes under the water, under the tidal regime. And there are several sites like this along the Indian coast. Even on the Gujarat coast, they have found, from the National Institute of Oceanography, they have found this kind of intertidal site. And intertidal site is also a very important discipline in UK, for example, in England, where they have found Mesolithic settlements going back to under the sea. It's basically, you can approach them only during a time of the day. This is one. Second, the present excavation that I'm doing along the sand dune, that is, of course, a natural feature built because of maritime influence. Because without maritime influence, you cannot have sand dunes. So again, we are investigating that when people came and established themselves or settled on the sand dunes, where was the sea? Was it near? So we have got some dates, which I will publish soon, some OSL dates. And we have also analyzed the sand, because the sand can tell you, rather the geological analysis of sand grains can tell you whether it's a beach sand or a dune sand, and so on and so forth. So what I mean to say that marine archaeology, yes, you are correct in a way, is a technical subject, as I said. It involves underwater diving, but one need not always go for underwater diving. One can do a intertidal archaeology that will be less cumbersome. It can be done by a student as well. So exploring areas along the deltas, which are tidal. So even along Mahanadi, along our Bengal coast, along even Kaveri Pattanam. Kaveri Pattanam, in fact, they have carried out offshore excavations and offshore excavations in near Kaveri Pattanam. And Arikamedu also, they have carried out underwater surveys near in the river of Arikamedu. So I think it's a combination of marine archaeology, that is diving, that involves diving, intertidal archaeology that involves going to a place which is which goes under the tide twice a day, and then finally investigating dunes, because dunes are natural features made by the sea. So the maritime space coming into the land space. So in my mind, the boundary is not very, it's not very, I would say, very, the word for it should be unchanging. So where the land ends and the sea begins, at times that area is very blurred. And we have a lot of archaeology in that region. Most of our ports are located in that. What would some say? It's a liminality, archaeology of liminal zone, a zone of transience, right? So I think there are publications now on theoretical archaeology or archaeology of liminality. We need to look at spaces that are liminal spaces, right? Spaces that are in between, right? In between the land and the sea. I hope that I have understood. I mean, marine archaeology people would think about the shape and the divers and a lot of money, funds, but one can actually investigate these small tidal rivers along the east coast and look up the tidal rivers, even on the west coast, along Mumbai. They have found sites along the tidal rivers of Mumbai, tidal creeks of Mumbai, present Mumbai. So these tidal creeks can be investigated, but the archaeological, the way we are taught in universities of mound and excavation, that needs to be modified. That needs to fit the local geomorphology of intertidal archaeology. So again, there are no fixed rules of excavations. You need to change according to the topography that you are encountering during your field work. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much. As you say, rightly, archaeology needs to be referred to these days as archaeological sciences because of its intricate acquaintance with the contemporary scientific knowledge. I thank you very much for having taken part despite technical breakdown in between. At the outset, I would like to say that the principal of the institution, Dr. B.M. Tejasvi, is busy with NAC accreditation process. In his absence, I thank all participant scholars, Dr. Sayanthini Paul, Dr. Rajat Sanyal, Professor Suchandra Ghosh, Dr. Madhuparna Chaudhary, Rai Chaudhary, Dr. Suchira Rai Chaudhary, and Dr. Kaushik Gangopadhyaya for having delivered excellent lectures in professional manner. The registered participants, students, and the other scholars have been satisfied to the utmost extent. I thank my principal, Dr. B.M. Tejasvi. I also thank Professor M.R. Banati, Vice Principal. I thank IQAC Coordinator, Dr. GNC. I thank Technical Assistant Sunil Munimani, and I also thank Lokesh Naik, who is Assistant Professor in my department. I would like to look forward to your personal participation in the days to come. We plan to have an offline seminar over here on the campus. In that context, I may contact you. I thank everyone in this context, and I announce that the webinar is closed now. Thank you very much. Close.
Thank you, Professor.
A small request. Registered participants will have to fill up the feedback form to receive certificates. And the participant scholars will receive my e-communication soon. Thank you very much, sir. Everybody.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for inviting us, and we'll hope to meet sometimes in the webinars are always unnerving to me, even today. So yes. I hope that we can meet face to face and have sessions like this. Thank you, sir.
Everyone.